71 to 150. Don't worry, don't worry. Let me see what scene would be a good one. Guo Kasheng paged excitedly through the script. Ning Xi thought frantically. Director, choose scene 46. If you let me play this scene now, I guarantee I'll play it especially well. It was the scene where Sun Wanqing was seduced by a girl whom he had rescued in the barracks. Hot-tempered Meng Changge misunderstood and thought he had cheated on her, so gave him a good beating. It was as if Zhang Muya had read her mind, and he bent slightly to whisper in her ear, "Dearest, are you very eager to play the scene where you beat me up?" Ning Xi abruptly moved away as if she had been electrocuted. "Asshole, stay away from me." Because of this guy, the hatred directed at her was now so solid that nothing could remove it. She could already imagine the storm that Jia Qingqing and Ning Shuiluo, but especially Jia Qingqing, would unleash on her next. Her days were already hard enough, this was just making it worse. Ning Xi was doomed to be disappointed. There was no way the director would arrange for the scene where she beat Zhang Muya up for his first day on set. After thinking for a while, the director said, "Then, let's do scene 37. Ning Xi already knew the script by heart. She only needed to think a little to remember what scene 37 was about, and her face immediately turned black. Even though it wasn't a bed scene, nor a kissing scene, it still wasn't any better. This was the scene where Meng Changge teased Sun Wanqing. The director called the two persons over and began to tell them about the scene. The Meng family served as generals for generations, and accumulated much illustrious military success. But their increasing merits caused the emperor to fear them, putting the general's family in danger. The current emperor is mediocre and muddle-headed, and prone to believing slander, which resulted in the death of Meng Changge's father in battle. Luckily, Meng Changge's elder brother, Meng Changfeng, was able to take up the responsibility and take her father's position, allowing little Changge to still lead a carefree life. She who plays with chicks and dogs is a little devil in Chang'an City. When the director talked about the little devil, Zhang Muya smiled, glanced at Ning Xi, and mouthed, "Very like you." Ning Xi ignored him and continued to listen seriously to the director. The little devil, dressed as a man all day, did not seem like a girl at all until she saw Sun Wanqing on the street when she was 16 years old. She fell in love at first sight, and from then on, began to pester him every day. Zhang Muya raised his hand and said, "Director, isn't this the female version of a bully stealing away a pure flower?" "Ning Xi, you are the real bully." Guo Kasheng coughed lightly and said in praise, "Muya, you understand very well, it's pretty much that meaning. So the key point I want to emphasize is that the characters which you're used to playing are stronger and more active, but this time it's completely the opposite, so you must take note of the change." Hearing this, Ning Xi also got a bit worried. The characters this guy had played before were all overbearing CEOs, overbearing school seniors, or overbearing lords. Could he play Sun Wanqing, who was a bookish and weak doctor? Zhang Muya looked serious as he nodded his head to show that he understood. "I understand, Director, I'm the weak one who is being forced." Guo Kasheng looked at them anxiously. In fact, compared with Zhang Muya, he was more worried about Ning Xi. He was worried that she was too feminine to play Meng Changge, who was a street bully and a rascal. "I chose this scene because it will bring out the feelings between the two of you the most. Most of the time in the scene, one of you plays a cynic, and the other is gentle and patient. If you can act this scene out well, there won't be any large problems with the rest of your scenes." "Alright, I'll stop here, let's see it in practice. Both of you, go get your makeup done and change into your costumes." Ning Xi was the first to come out after getting her makeup done. She was neatly dressed as a young swordsman in red and white, with a high, handsome ponytail and thick, black eyebrows. She showed a domineering, heroic spirit, and was exactly what 16-year-old Meng Changge was supposed to be. Even those who had always been against Ning Xi had to admit that her image was flawless. Guo Kasheng had been worried that Ning Xi, who was too beautiful an actress, would only be able to perform one particular type of role. Who knew she could be so flexible? Satisfied, he gave her a few words of praise, but advised her a little worriedly, "Ning Xi, later you have to let yourself go a little. Don't think about your appearance at all, do you understand? In this scene, the more of a ruffian you are, the better." "Don't worry, Director, I'm sure she can definitely do it." At that moment, Zhang Muya also came out from the dressing room in his costume. The moment he lifted the curtain aside, there were audible gasps around the set, even Ning Xi raised her eyebrows in surprise. After makeup, Zhang Mai's whole temperament had changed. He was in a long, blue robe with a bamboo print. His complexion was clear as jade and his features gentle and kind. It was as if he had emerged from an ancient painting. Pleased, Zhang Muya glanced at a stupefied Ning Xi, and whispered, "How is it? Isn't this brother handsome enough to split the heavens?" It was a pity it was ruined when he opened his mouth. Ning Xi maintained a modest expression, as if she was discussing the plot with Zhang Muya, and spit out 3 words, "Very weak bottom." Me what? I'm sorry to tell you that in this movie, you will be completely suppressed by me. Really? Then how come I seem to remember a scene where I go on a counterattack? Furthermore, it's a bed scene. Tisk tisk. Not far away, Jia Qingqing looked at the 2 people bending their heads together and whispering to each other from time to time, and was so envious that she was quickly losing all rationality. As soon as he had arrived, Zhang Muya had focused all his attention on Ning Xi, and hadn't looked her way even once. She had had no opportunity to even greet him. Beside her, Ning Xueluo was comforting her in a soft voice. "Qingqing, don't be angry anymore, things are already like this. After all, luck is also a part of one's strength in the entertainment industry. Ning Xi is indeed lucky to be able to act with Zhang Muya. I'm guessing that after shooting this movie, she will enter the ranks of second-tier actors at least, maybe even the first tier as possible." "TCH, first tier. Stealing what is mine, do you think I will just let her be?" Jia Qingqing's fair face became extremely twisted at that moment. "Qingqing, don't be too impulsive, the company is prepared to spend a lot of effort on nurturing Ning Xi. If you quarrel with her, I'm afraid." "So what if I quarrel with her? Why should I be afraid of a vixen who only knows how to seduce men?" Hearing that the company was prepared to nurture Ning Xi, Jia Qingqing became even more enraged. After all, the type of roles she and Ning Xi played were similar. If the company supported Ning Xi, that would mean taking a lot of her resources away. Looking at Jia Qingqing, who was already fully provoked, Ning Xueluo secretly smiled. Using Jia Qingqing as a knife, she didn't need to lift a finger at all, but just sit back and let them fight it out themselves. However, recently Ning Xi seemed a bit too lucky. She had to be wary of her. "Where's little Kui? Is the prop ready?" Guo Kasheng shouted. Here, director, is this okay?" The props manager brought over a length of hemp rope. "That's fine." Guo Kasheng nodded, and then beckoned to Zhang Muya. "Muya, I'll have to inconvenience you for a while." "No problem, this is necessary for filming." Zhang Muya seemed very dedicated as he laid down on a large, carved bed and allowed the props manager to tie his hands and feet up. "That's right, like the director said, this scene was very intense." Meng Changge confessed her affection for Sun Wanqing, but was rejected, so she kidnapped him and brought him home. Bottom, shows a term for the man who takes the bottom position in a homosexual relationship. The girls who were watching on set started going crazy again. Muya bondage play. In my dreams I want to tie Muya up and throw him onto the bed. What are you so excited about? You're not the one going up there later. I'm so mad. Why does it have to be that hateful vixen? Seriously, it sucks. Can't Muya tell the director to switch her out? She doesn't deserve Muya at all. Ahem. Guo Kasheng coughed to signal for everyone to be quiet, then he clapped his hands and shouted, "Okay, everyone get ready. 3, 2, 1, action." Ning Xi was not the slightest bit affected by the talk around her. At the director's words, Ning Xi's eyes suddenly changed. They were the eyes of a 16-year-old girl, clear and lively. The lazy, devil-may-care expression on her face was also perfect. She lifted the hem of what she was wearing, raised one foot, and kicked open the door to her room. The camera then cut to Zhang Muya. Seeing the young man with his hands and feet tied, lying on top of the red covers of the bed, the color making his face look paler and weaker, really made people want to ravish him. Hearing the kick at the door, Sun Wanqing slowly opened his eyes, and looked dazedly at the girl approaching the bed, silhouetted against the light. Meng Changge sat down beside the bed, and from her bosom, she plucked out a small bag made from oil paper. Sugar-fried chestnuts from the Fuxing building. I had to queue for an hour to buy them. Want any? Sun Wanqing turned his head away and closed his eyes, refusing to respond. Meng Changge peeled a chestnut and tossed it into her mouth with a twinkling smile. Not eating? Then I'll feed it to you. And I'll do it in a way that might make you shy. You? Sun Wanqing immediately opened eyes that were filled with 3 parts anger and 7 parts humiliation. How can you be so shameless as a girl? Meng Changge slanted him a sideways glance and raised her eyebrow. Shame? What use is shame? Can shame slay your enemies, or get you a daughter-in-law? Sun Wanqing's face was full of indignation. The Meng family has been loyal for generations. Your ancestors always fought on the front lines, but you spend your days being a good-for-nothing and a tyrant. How can you face your ancestors? Meng Changge had already heard too much of this sort of talk from the people around her, and she stuck her fingers in her ears. Then she said loudly around the chestnut in her mouth, "You're so old and you're still unmarried. Among the 3 ways to be unfilial, having no sons is the worst. Can you face your son ancestors?" Sun Wanqing was infuriated by her twisting his words back on him, and said sternly, "This and that are 2 different things. Moreover, I have an ambition beyond this." Meng Changge braced herself on the edge of the bed with one foot and lashed Sun Wanqing over and over again with a whip she held in one hand. Finally, she lifted his chin in a gesture that was neither soft nor rough. The expression on her face was like that of a little, cunning, naughty fox. "Dr. Sun, what about this? I'll be your wife. When I become your wife, then I'll listen to everything you say. If you want me to go east, I won't go west. If you want me to learn to be good, I'll also obediently listen to you. This way, won't we all be able to face our ancestors?" Sun Wanqing was stunned, and a flash of urgency slipped over his face. "You, don't talk nonsense." Meng Changge looked like she had discovered a new world. She drew closer to him until she was almost right up in his face. Dr. Sun, you're blushing. You actually like me, don't you? So why don't we do something that cannot be undone? Cut. Until the director yelled, "Cut," everyone had been full of anticipation. Why did they stop? Why don't they continue? We want to keep watching. We want to see what cannot be undone, done. Both actors were well matched and delivered great performances, especially Ning Xi, who was able to bring everyone into the story so completely that it swept away all their biases against her. At the beginning, nobody wanted Ning Xi to lay her hands on their idol, but now that had changed to them avidly hoping she would hurry up and do it. Seeing her do it was as exciting as if they were the ones doing it themselves. Of course, once everyone regained their senses, they were still envious of Ning Xi. They surrounded Zhang Muya to ask after his well-being and to praise his acting as amazing. Today, apart from Jia Qingqing, the person who was probably the most gloomy was Zhao Sizhou. Initially, he had the highest position with the crew, and was the most popular among the girls, but now with Zhang Mai's arrival, all the attention had been drawn away, instantly leaving him cold. Of course, the happiest person was the director. Today, the scenes between Ning Xi and Zhang Muya all went smoothly. The 2 of them played off each other so well it was as if they had rehearsed the scenes 100 times before. But today for Ning Xi could be summed up in 2 phrases: surge forth, life after calamity. As soon as work wrapped up, Zhang Muya was surrounded by people who wanted to treat him to dinner to welcome him. Ning Xi was gathering her things when in her bag, her cell phone rang. On the screen, she saw Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli had forced her to save his number into her phone a few days ago. Why was this person calling? Suspicious, Ning Xi quickly found a corner to answer the call in. "Hello, second young master." "Hello, Xiao, she. On the other end of the line, Lu Jingli sounded weak, like his whole body had been hollowed out. Ning Xi was a little speechless. What happened? What happened? I'm the one who wants to ask you what happened. What did you do to my brother last night? Lu Jingli blew up as he interrogated her. Ning Xi was confused. What are you talking about? What could I possibly do to him? If you didn't do anything, then why is he in such a bad temper today? We've been in a meeting since 8 o'clock this morning until now, it's already been 12 freaking hours. This is your company's issue, it shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? Maybe it's because he's been on leave for too long, so there are a lot more things he needs to deal with. Not possible, I've known my brother for so long, I can tell what he's thinking about with just one look, and this definitely has something to do with you. You are the one who did this to us. Right now he's about to torture every single person in the company to death. Lu Jingli was sure it was Ning Xi's fault. Ning Xi really felt wrongfully accused, and said helplessly, I really didn't do anything. The only possible reason from last night was that she had picked Zhang Muya up from the airport and then had taken a shower at his place, where she had bumped into Lu Tingxiao. Was this really the reason? But didn't he act as usual after that? I don't care, I don't care. It was definitely you. You did this, you have to fix him. Otherwise, when we die and become ghosts, we won't let you go. Just now, the head of our finance department already passed out from the torture. His spirit is definitely looking for you now. Ning Xi, what the hell was going on? She simply got shot even when she was lying down. What was she supposed to do now? How could she save them? Was this some kind of joke on her? While Ning Xi was busy worrying, she received a MMS. Lu Jingli had sent her 2 images. One was of an unconscious man being taken away in an ambulance. The other one was of a meeting room. Everyone who was sitting around the table had terrified expressions, as if they were going to be beheaded. Big Demon King Lu is in the main seat, looking like Yama about to pass judgment on them. Ning Xi could feel the ominous, icy air even through the photo. To get shot even when lying down, is to be unfairly accused or involved in something just by being present. Yama is king of. Lu Tingxiao was playing, the last judge, over there, why should she go and save them? Lu Jingli's phone call was completely ridiculous. At first, Ning Xi was going to wash her hands of the situation, but for some unknown reason, she felt a little guilty deep in her heart. Damn it, why did she care? The moment she decided to leave it alone, Lu Jingli again sent her a video. In the video, Lu Tingxiao's icy expression was like a knife piercing right through the screen and frightening Ning Xi. She stared blankly for a bit before she realized that he in fact should be looking at Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli, you have half an hour to redo this proposal. Do it right here. If you can't get it done, go to the finance department and get your last paycheck. Then the screen went black. Ning Xi, the second before the screen turned black, it was as if she could hear Lu Jingli's last bloody cry for help. Even an outsider like her knew that redoing a proposal in half an hour was impossible. But, she really didn't know how to save him. Ning Xi's brain spun, and she flipped through Sun Tzu's 36 stratagems in her mind. Wait at leisure while the enemy exhausts himself. Lu Jingli's ghost would kill her. Defeat the enemy by capturing their chief. Lu Tingxiao was the king himself. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. He had no weaknesses for her to attack. Then, the honey trap. No. In the end, Ning Xi smacked herself over the head. Got it. Lure the tiger away from his cave. Ning Xi took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and dialed Lu Tingxiao's number. Meanwhile, at Lu Corporation. In the meeting room, the projector which was connected to Lu Tingxiao's cell phone was screening internal company data. A group of senior staff was 12,000% focused on the presentation, as Lu Tingxiao was going to ask them questions later. The terror was too much like primary school, when the teacher was about to ask questions. At that moment, Lu Tingxiao's cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Tingxiao picked up the call without looking, and in the next second, a girl's sweet and soft voice came through the meeting room's speakers. Hello, Lu Tingxiao, are you busy? The room froze, and all the senior staff were struck dumb, with utterly bewildered looks on their faces. What was happening? This was the boss's personal cell phone, right? A woman had actually called him, sounding so sweet and calling him by name. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. When Lu Tingxiao heard that voice, his entire aura changed subtly. Like a gentle breeze coming into the world to touch dead souls. Buried in the impossible task of completing the proposal, Lu Jingli was moved to tears when he heard Ning Xi's familiar voice. Sister-in-law, you've come, sob. Lu Tingxiao paused in the middle of speaking, then unplugged the cable connecting his phone to the projector. Raising the phone to his ear, his expression still looked the same, and he spoke with the same cold tone. What do you want? On the other end of the line, Ning Xi felt a little like retreating when she heard that scary voice. In the end, however, she managed to gather her courage, and did her best to use a softer and more pleading tone, as she asked hesitantly, will you be coming back tonight? We promised little treasure we would have a hot pot today. Lu Tingxiao's face was cold. Not sure, I'm busy. Besiege way to rescue Zhao, is to distract the enemy by attacking their weakness, i.e. its Achilles. After Lu Tingxiao had unplugged the cable, Lu Jingli couldn't hear what Ning Xi was saying, and could only guess that she was asking Lu Tingxiao to go back. Hearing his bother's cold answer, he screamed inside, no. Why didn't even Ning Xi getting personally involved work? Do the heavens really want me to die like this? Ning Xi's voice became even gentler. But I'm worried about taking little treasure out by myself. What if something happens? Little treasure definitely wants you to come too. Come back, okay. Okay. Lu Tingxiao was silent for 3 seconds, before he opened his mouth. Alright, I'll be back soon. Lu Jingli was stunned, and then suddenly felt the radiance of the sun shine down on him. He was in heaven. Sister-in-law is almighty. I knew she could do it. He had thought his brother was really unmoved, but it turned out he was only pretending to be annoyed. After ending the call, Lu Tingxiao said 2 words, meeting adjourned. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to believe they'd been let off just like that. Lu Jingli was so proud of himself. Everyone thanked me, I'm the one who called our lifesaver, all of you were saved because of me. Shortly after the meeting ended, Lu Jingli was surrounded. Second young master, did we hear wrong just now? A woman actually called Boss Lu. Who was it? With just a phone call, she got Boss Lu to leave in the middle of a meeting. I know, right? Does Boss Lu actually have someone by his side? Which family's young miss is it? Second young master, tell us everything. Lu Jingli stared at all of them warily. What? Asking me who it is? What do you want? Want to hug her thigh now? No way. Only I can hug my future sister-in-law's thigh. You people don't even think about it. Everyone, couldn't they hug even just one toe? In the corner of the studio backlot, Ning Xi ended the call feeling relieved. Finally, it was sorted. There shouldn't be any more problems after this, right? It clearly had nothing to do with her. It was really selfless of her to help. Just as she was about to leave, her phone rang. It was Lu Jingli again. Second young master, what is the matter now? Wasn't that enough? No, Xiao Shi, your honey trap was just too perfect. It solved the problem beautifully. Ning Xi's face turned black at his words. What honey trap? That was luring the tiger from his cave. Have some common sense. Whoops, I understand. That's it, I'm hanging up. I'll treat you to food the next time you're free. Ning Xi was speechless as she looked at the disconnected phone. What did this person understand? Ning Xiaoxi, why are you hiding here? Let's go eat. She hadn't noticed Zhang Muya coming over. Looking around nervously, Ning Xi relaxed after making sure no one had seen him come look for her. Wearily, she leaned on a big, red palace pillar behind her. I have something on tonight. You guys go, I don't think I can make it. What? Zhang Mai's face changed after hearing this. It's my welcome dinner, and I'm your film partner. You're actually not coming. Ning Xi knitted her eyebrows together. I know, my fault, but I really have something very important on tonight. I'll treat you next time, alright? Not alright. Zhang Muya did not buy her explanation in the slightest, and looked intently at her. What do you have on that's so important? Who are you going to see tonight? Ning Xi's voice turned a bit stern. Who I see is none of your business. After she spoke, Zhang Mai's face immediately turned ugly. You're going to see Lu Tingxiao, aren't you? Zhang Mai's interrogative tone made Ning Xi uncomfortable, and she knit her eyebrows together. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Zhang Muya paced angrily in a circle, then glared at her. Ning Xi, you really want to get yourself killed. You even dare to play games with Lu Tingxiao, aren't you afraid you're playing with fire? I'm happy to play with fire, what's it to you? Annoyed at Zhang Mai's words, Ning Xi's attitude also turned bad to match his. Zhang Muya almost got carried away by his anger, and in the end he punched the pillar behind her. Ning Xi, I'm not trying to scare you, I'm giving you a friendly reminder. otherwise you won't even know how you died when the time comes. Don't you know who Lu Tingxiao is? You think he's the same as all those fobs you dated in the past? Ning Xi rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? Of course I know. Then why are you still? Still what? What's it to you if I'm sleeping with Lu Tingxiao? Zhang Muya slowly calmed down. Actually, deep down, he knew that Ning Xi wasn't silly enough to do that, so he tried to curb his anger, and took a deep breath. Then tell me, what is going on? Ning Xi also knew she was being childish, bickering with Zhang Muya. It was just that she had just been too provoked by seeing this person today, and she was so irritated that the smallest thing set her off. Ning Xi also calmed down, and explained, I saved Little Treasure previously. Zhang Muya was a little shocked. You saved Little Treasure? What happened to Little Treasure? About half a month ago, Lu Jingli took Little Treasure to a bar. In order to escape the noisy crowd, Little Treasure accidentally hid in the storeroom, and the staff locked him in without knowing he was there. Zhang Muya gaped slightly. Lu Jingli took Little Treasure to a bar. That does sound like something that my unreliable second uncle would do. And then, what did that have to do with you? That time, I was preparing to go to the less than the world greater than audition, but Changli locked me in the same storeroom to stop me from going. Ning Xi briefly explained what happened after that. Zhang Muya patiently listened to the end. Okay, I understand now. You got to know Lu Tingxiao because you saved Little Treasure. Then what should have happened next is the Lu family giving you a huge compensation as thanks, and then game over, the two of you go your separate ways. Why are you still in touch with Lu Tingxiao? You even moved into his house. Ning Xi had omitted the part about Lu Tingxiao wanting to repay her with his body. Because Little Treasure suffered a shock and I saved him, he's very reliant on me, so Lu Tingxiao asked me to stay at the Lu residence until Little Treasure's condition is stable again. I have to be prepared at any time to act like a sedative for Little Treasure, understand? Hearing this, the anger in Zhang Mai's expression finally started to fade, but he still felt a little uneasy. Are you sure that's all? So many women want to marry into the Lu family, and right now, you're in the position with the best chance to do so. Do you really have no designs on him? Ning Xi lifted an eyebrow, and said half-jokingly, if we're talking about that, I do have designs on Little Treasure. He's just too cute, I want to kidnap him home to become my little sweetheart. Zhang Muya looked at her speechlessly, then touched his forehead. Anyway, it's best that you don't think about things you shouldn't be thinking about. Powerful families are not what you think they are. Ning Xi laughed coldly, as if you know what I think about powerful families. She hated those people in the upper-class circles the most, who only pretended to be civil and wore fake masks. It hadn't been easy to leave the Ning family. Why would she jump into the fire pit again? Zhang Muya felt relieved when he saw Ning Xi's look of loathing. He understood Ning Xi, and he knew that she hated being tied down the most. To Ning Xi, the Lu family background was probably as scary as severe floods and fierce beasts. Okay, you've asked your questions, now it's my turn. Ning Xi looked at him with her arms crossed. Zhang Muya shrugged his shoulders. What do you want to know? Doesn't Lu Tingxiao only have one younger brother, and no sisters? How are you his nephew? Ning Xi asked. Zhang Muya lit a cigarette and slowly answered, I'm not related by blood to the Lu family, it's because my grandparents were family friends with them. They died in a car accident when my mother was still young, and the Lu family adopted my mother. So based on order of seniority, I have to call Lu Tingxiao uncle. I see, Ning Xi said as she stared fixedly at him. I'm trying to quit smoking, don't tempt me. You've been alright with it all this time, why are you quitting? Zhang Muya knitted his eyebrows together. Do I need a reason to quit a bad habit? Who was it once told me, that smoke when you can smoke and drink when you can drink, and whoever wants to quit smoking and drinking is a dumbass. Zhang Muya stubbed out his cigarette as he made fun of Ning Xi. I've told you whatever I can, is there anything else you want to ask? Of course. There is. Ning Xi gritted her teeth as she glared at him. Tell me honestly, why did you take the Sun Wanqing role? It's only the second male lead, and not even the type of character you like. Implying that he was here to deliberately give her trouble. Zhang Muya answered with an innocent face, what's wrong with me playing the second male lead? Who says I can't? And what's wrong with me playing Sun Wanqing? I want to expand on my acting and challenge myself, is that not allowed? Isn't it boring always playing the same type of character? Didn't I do well in the shoot today? You tease me, I tease you, it was so much fun. Fun your head. At the very latest, she was going to cry tomorrow. That's it, no more chit-chat. I have to go, I promised little treasure we'd have hot pot today. Ning Xi looked anxiously at the time on her phone. Zhang Muya looked unhappy. With my uncle, too. Of course, I don't dare take little treasure out alone, what if something happens? Hearing this, Zhang Muya got incredibly angry. So you know, right? Little treasure is the very life of the entire Lu family, and especially to the two elders, he's the apple of their eye. If anything happens to him, they might very well bury you alive. Why do you still want to hold this hot potato in your hand? Hearing this, Ning Xi became unhappy. What nonsense are you spouting? What hot potato? My little treasure is the cutest. Zhang Muya laughed coldly. Seems to me your head's been turned by a certain someone's beauty. He just opens his mouth to ask you for something, you forget everything. Ning Xi didn't have the patience to deal with him. Whatever, will you stop nagging? How can I dare say no to Big Demon King Lu's request? Would you? Look at how scared you are now, are you that scared of me becoming your auntie? On, Tai, Zhang Muya felt so much unbearable pain at the word, auntie, that he was struck speechless. Good boy. Ning Xi patted his head like a puppy and skipped off after successfully gaining the upper hand. After grabbing her bag and explaining to the director and everyone else that she had plans for the night and couldn't join them, Ning Xi took her leave. Looking at this girl leave in such a hurry, a thick layer of frost formed on Zhang Mai's face. Severe floods and fierce beasts is an idiom for things that are extremely dangerous or threatening. A hot potato in the hand is a difficult or troublesome problem. After work wrapped up, Jia Qingqing finally found an opportunity to make a move. The best thing was that Ning Xi wasn't around, so she approached Zhang Muya with a shy expression. Brother Muya, where shall we go eat? How about we go to River's Hotel for seafood? My father is a member there, we can use the VIP room. Zhang Muya stretched dispiritedly. Forget it, I'm not going, I'm too tired today. Hearing this, Jia Qingqing was worried. Ah, but it's your first day on set, we should celebrate with a meal no matter what. Zhang Mai's face darkened slightly. Who makes the rule we must have the welcome meal on the first day? If you want to eat it so much, just go yourself. In fact, everyone knew that in private, Zhang Muya didn't really have a good temper. If he was in a good mood, then he would be very good-natured. If he was in a bad mood, then... This brat was obviously in a bad mood right now. Shocked by his outburst, Jia Qingqing's eyes instantly turned red. I just thought it was the polite thing to do. Brother Muya, how can you say that? Who the F*** is your brother Muya? Zhang Muya was annoyed and about to explode. Guo Kasheng next to him saw that the situation was starting to deteriorate, and quickly intervened. Maybe some other day. Muya is really too tired today. I should have let him rest and familiarize himself with the environment on the first day. Who knew we would end up shooting so many scenes? Everybody go back early today and rest, we're not in a hurry to have the dinner party. Alright, given an out, Jia Qingqing reluctantly nodded, and at the same time hated Ning Xi even more in her heart. It was Ning Xi's fault for occupying brother Muya all day and making him so tired that he didn't even want to eat. Jia Qingqing bowed her head and secretly flipped through a few photos in her phone, before she smiled viciously. You just wait and see, Ning Xi. I'll make you pay. Lu residence. I'm back, darling. Once Ning Xi was home, all of the day's exhaustion was completely swept away. Hearing her voice, little treasure Dang ran to meet her, a glass of cold fruit juice in one hand. Darling, you're too sweet. Love you. Ning Xi took the glass and drained it in one go. Then she said happily, come here, Auntie's going to get you changed into a cute outfit, we're going out to eat hot pot later. The little bun, who before would run to the attic upon hearing he would be going out, obediently allowed Ning Xi to take him upstairs. In the bedroom, he then allowed her to dress him up in one outfit after another. This one's too plain, this one's too dull, this one's too unimaginative, my god. Who bought these clothes for you? What kind of taste is this? No need to ask, it was definitely your father. Did he forget you're only 5, not 35? While Ning Xi mocked Lu Tingxiao, she continued rummaging around, and at the bottom of the cabinet, she finally found a satisfying outfit. Wow, this one is cute. It was a little white short-sleeved shirt with a hood that had 2 long bunny ears coming out of it, with a matching pair of dungarees that had a big pocket in the front like Doraemon. Looking at this style, it was definitely your second uncle who bought you this one. At least he's somewhat reliable in this. Little kids should wear cute and bright clothes. Satisfied, Ning Xi nodded, then asked, "How is it, darling? Do you like this one? If not, Auntie can look for another one for you." Ning Xi didn't forget to ask Little Treasure for his opinion even though Little Treasure always agreed with her. Sure enough, Little Bun nodded without hesitation. So Ning Xi happily helped Little Bun put on his clothes. After helping Little Bun change his clothes, Ning Xi also went into her room to get changed. Very coincidentally, she had an outfit that was very similar to Little Treasure's. She immediately dug it out to wear, pairing her shirt with a pair of denim overalls. When she came out after changing, Little Bun's eyes lit up as soon as he saw her. He looked at her, then looked at himself. His face was full of joy and satisfaction, even reaching out to touch the rabbit ears on her hood. He was clearly very happy to be wearing the same clothes as Auntie Xiaoxi. When both of them were ready, the sound of a car's engine could be heard at the entrance. Lu Tingxiao was back. The temperature outside was as high as 30 degrees, but it was as if Lu Tingxiao had returned from a land of glaciers and snow as he strode into the living room on long, slender legs and with a haughty demeanor. When his eyes fell on Ning Xi and Little Treasure on the sofa in similar clothes, as if they were wearing mother and son matching outfits, his whole body was like a glacier thawing, starting with his cold eyes. Little Treasure's outfit was naturally very cute. As for Ning Xi, the cute rabbit ears and overalls made her look even younger. Sitting side by side, she and Little Treasure looked more like siblings. Seeing that Lu Tingxiao had returned, Ning Xi immediately pulled Little Treasure up off the sofa. "We're both ready, can we go?" Lu Tingxiao nodded, his eyes on the girl for several seconds before he looked away. "Let's go." In the car, Ning Xi asked excitedly, "Hey, Lu Tingxiao, don't you think Little Treasure's outfit is cute? I had to look for a long time before I found it." "Cute," Lu Tingxiao replied, but he was looking at the girl in the rearview mirror. Ning Xi was content. "Told you so. From now on, you should buy more cute outfits for Little Treasure." Lu Tingxiao replied, then took a black card out and handed it to her. What's this?" Ning Xi blinked, unable to comprehend that she was looking at the legendary infinite black credit card, which she had only ever seen online. Lu Tingxiao, by Ning Xi. This wasn't what she meant, okay. Without saying anything, you just crush me with money. Whatever, since I already have it, I'm going to buy some more better looking clothes for Little Treasure later. At their destination, Lu Tingxiao got out of the car first, then like a gentleman, opened the car door for them. He looked at Ning Xi and asked, "Are you fine with it?" After spending enough time with him, Ning Xi had gradually gotten used to Lu Tingxiao's brief manner of speaking, and knew he was asking her if she had any problems appearing in public. Ning Xi scratched her head. "Should be fine. Not many people recognize me now, and anyway, I'm also dressed like this." Saying that, she took out a pair of amber round glasses without any lenses in it. "It should be okay with this." "Fine," Lu Tingxiao nodded. The three of them walked to the hot pot restaurant. Ning Xi had guessed right, truly, no one recognized her. However, she had forgotten about Little Bun and Lu Tingxiao. The father and son pair were simply too eye-catching, especially when they were together, they attracted everyone's attention. In fact, Ning Xi was also very eye-catching today, because she was wearing matching parent and child clothes with Little Bun. Look at that father and son, too good-looking. The adult is handsome and the kid adorable. The sister beside them is also very beautiful. The whole family is good-looking. Is Dad taking the siblings out? Where's Mom?" On hearing this, Lu Tingxiao's face darkened visibly. Luckily just then, the man next to the woman said, "What, Dad and his kids? It's a family of 3, okay. That girl is obviously the man's wife and the little boy's mother." "No way. That girl looks very young." "What do you know, it's a married couple with an older man and a younger woman." The way that man looks at the girl is different, all right. Obviously it's the expression of a man looking at his wife. When Ning Xi heard their words, her heart immediately started pounding. Big brother, take it easy, how can you possibly tell the way Lu Tingxiao looks at me is different? Moreover, as if he's looking at his wife. Cough cough, that big brother probably has bad eyesight. Ning Xi said to Lu Tingxiao. As soon as Ning Xi said the words, the woman nodded in agreement. You're right, it's true. Look carefully at the little boy, he looks a lot like his dad, but his eyes are actually very similar to his mom's, especially when he smiles. Ning Xi was about to collapse. Ahem, that big sister may also have bad eyesight. How could little Bun look like her? She wasn't little Bun's mother. Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl's eyes calmly. In fact, they did look a bit alike. He had already noticed before, when little treasure laughed, his features and his hair was like Ning's eyes. If it was a coincidence, it was really a happy fate. This little episode passed quickly. After sitting down, Ning Xi sighed comfortably. Ah, having hot pot with air conditioning on in summer is the best. Little treasure darling, I swear you'll love this feeling. It was the first time in 2 years that little Bun was eating outside. He was a little curious about everything, looking here and there, but he needed to hold hands with Ning Xi the whole time to feel calm. Ning Xi flipped through the menu, and asked Lu Tingxiao for his opinion. You can't eat spicy food, so how about we order a Mandarin duck pot? You decide. Lu Tingxiao nodded, took off his coat, and casually rested one arm on the back of his chair. It was a normal gesture, but the way he did it oozed so much masculinity that the little deer suddenly started jumping around madly. For some reason, it seemed this was happening more and more lately. The little deer was getting dizzy from jumping around so much. Was Lu Tingxiao doing it on purpose or not? The pot and food they ordered was quick to arrive, and Ning Xi pushed everything to the back of her mind in favor of immediately satisfying her appetite. Big Demon King Lu ate the hot pot in a very meticulous way. He calculated everything very exactly, which dish came first, which came later, how long each one should be left in the pot. He served her and little Bun regularly throughout the meal, and was even more professional than when they ate at her place the last time. Ning Xi had never eaten hot pot so comfortably before, since it was enough for her to just be able to eat. Every dish was cooked right, unlike hers, which always inadvertently ended up cooked too little or too much. In the middle of eating, Lu Tingxiao suddenly asked, Are Muya and you in the same movie? Ning Xi was taken aback a bit before she responded. Zhang Muya was the hot idol fawned over by Glory World, and also Lu Tingxiao's nephew, so it was not surprising that Lu Tingxiao would know about his recent situation. She nodded. Yes, he joined the crew today. Actually, I also only just found out today, and I was surprised to see him. Lu Tingxiao gave her a fishbowl, and asked casually, Do the two of you have a good relationship? Ning Xi scratched her head and felt that there was nothing to hide, so she answered directly, My relationship with him is a bit difficult to explain. We dated for a short while, but it's been a long time since we split up. Now, we're friends, but I reckon that's going to end soon. This guy, since coming back, has caused me to get a lot of hate, he's about to get me killed. If he bullies you, let me know, said Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi laughed. Haha, he won't. I'm the one who bullies him in our scenes. As for outside filming, HMPH, if he dares bully me, I'll just become his auntie, and use my status all the time to suppress him. As soon as she said the words, Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao were both stunned. Ning Xi hated that she couldn't smash her head against the ground. Why couldn't she control this loose, flirty mouth? A Mandarin duck pot is a hot pot that has been divided into 2 compartments, usually one for a spicy soup base and one for a mild soup base. Ning Xi desperately gave him some dishes. Hee, I'm just kidding, don't mind me. Lu Tingxiao did not look the slightest bit angry, and in fact looked like he was in a good mood. He smiled lightly. Good idea. Ning Xi was stunned silly, he actually thought it was a good idea. Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao looked at her suddenly with a serious expression. Being the focus of those deep eyes made Ning Xi nervous. What is it? If you change your mind, come and find me anytime, said Lu Tingxiao. When Ning Xi heard this, her heart thumped. She knew he meant the issue of marrying him. Even though he hadn't brought it up again after her clear rejection last time, she could feel that his attitude towards her had been different all along. She could also feel the atmosphere between them growing more and more ambiguous. The worst was her heart, which was starting to thump out of her control. Was what Zhang Muya said actually true, that her head had been turned by Lu Tingxiao's beauty? After what she had experienced 5 years ago, she thought she would never fall in love again. There was even a long period of time when she had had a huge psychological problem. She extremely hated and was completely repulsed by men, especially when she saw bastards. She couldn't suppress the evil spirits that burned inside her, and she was obsessed with annihilating them, like meting out divine justice. Her frame of mind had calmed down a lot in recent years, but she still rejected men in general, what more finding someone to marry. That was simply too impossible for her. But this man in front of her, who always had on a poker face, and had a frightening aura that often scared her, somehow he had cracked the thick shell surrounding her heart. After the hot pot, Little Treasure was tired, and fell asleep in the car on the way back home. He was so small and soft in her embrace that Ning Xi didn't want to let go of him. Oh, it was terrible. Big Bun had already made her so confused, and Little Bun. She realized that the more she spent time with Little Bun, the more she liked him, to the point that if she didn't see him for even just one day, she would miss him. If she didn't hug him today, it would feel like she was missing something. This was not a good sign. When they got home, Ning Xi carefully carried the little guy into his bedroom. Lu Tingxiao leaned against the doorframe, and looked at with a gentle expression. We've troubled you these few days. Ning Xi tucked Little Treasure in, and then came out after closing the door. It's nothing, I also like Little Treasure very much. After hesitating for a moment, she said with a relieved smile, Little Treasure is getting better and better, so it looks like soon, I won't need to live here anymore. Lu Tingxiao's face suddenly turned black. Are you very eager to leave? Ning Xi stepped back under his fierce gaze. The plan had always been that I would leave after Little Treasure recovers. I would also be a bother if I stayed for so long. Lu Tingxiao, you're not. Ning Xi had no choice. She could only raise her head and look him straight in the eye. But I would feel troubled. Lu Tingxiao frowned. Troubled? Yes. Ning Xi took a deep breath and spoke. To be honest, I'm not a very disciplined person. If I stay here, I have to always mind my behavior. Lu Tingxiao, you don't have to. Ning Xi facepalmed, and said with resignation, okay, even if you don't mind, I also need a private life. Occasionally, I'll have friends over. I'll also need to relax after work sometimes, and ride my bike, or hit the bars and nightclubs. If I meet a good-looking guy, it's unavoidable that I'll bring him back for the night. Enough. Lu Tingxiao's face had become uglier the more he listened, until he couldn't bear it anymore, and finally interrupted. Late at night, Ning Xi lay in bed with her thoughts flying around. As if she would bring a guy home, in the case of the guys who had wanted to mess around with her or sleep with her, she'd dragged them into alleys and beaten all of them up. Especially the married men with the mark of a wedding ring on their fingers, those she beat the hardest until they cried for their mothers. As for her sex life, it sounded sad, but the only time she had sex was that night 5 years ago. Maybe that experience of her first time really traumatized her. She felt like vomiting whenever she thought about having sex. She really pissed Lu Tingxiao off tonight, but there was no other way. She would have had to bring it up sooner or later. Might as well get it over with now before things got out of control. It was better that she distance herself first, before he shunned her after her ugly, naked side was exposed. Because of her restless heart, her night was tangled up in bad dreams. In her confused dreams, she could hear different voices in her ears. Ning Xi, what makes you think you can fight me? Apart from your blood connection, you are nothing. You still have face to ask about that bastard. What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you actually plan to give birth and raise him. That kid was premature, and died as soon as he was born. I've already dealt with the body. Ning Xi, I'm telling you, from now on, I, Ning Yaohua, no longer acknowledge you as my daughter. You have nothing to do with our Ning family any longer. Xiao Xi, I'm sorry, let's break up. I won't stop caring about you, I'll treat you like my own little sister. She ran and ran with all her might, trying to escape those horrible voices. She ran to the top of a hospital. Below her was an endless abyss which seemed to have some dark attraction, luring her closer, step by step. At last, she closed her eyes, and jumped. The moment she fell, she didn't wake up from her dream as she usually did, but instead fell into another surreal dream. This time it wasn't a nightmare, but a wet dream. She had had this kind of dreams before, and they were always accompanied by tremendous fear and helplessness, but this time, something seemed different. One after another, cool, reverent kisses fell on her forehead, her eyes, nose, lips. She didn't find it disgusting or filthy this time, but instead felt that she was being cherished by the other party, like the most precious treasure. Who was he? Ow, that hurt. Why did he bite her? Even though Lu Tingxiao had done his best to restrain himself, in the end he still couldn't stop himself from entering her room. He knew he shouldn't wake her up, but his actions had unconsciously become a little aggressive. This woman drove him crazy so easily. If I meet a good-looking guy, it's unavoidable that I'll bring him back for the night. These words were like a meteorite crashing at high speed, smashing all his reason to dust. As he kissed the girl's neck, he could no longer contain the rapid swell of desire in his chest, and he bit down hard, like a beast conquering its prey in the most primitive way. That. The instant the taste of blood pervaded the air, he heard the girl's weak voice. Lu Tingxiao's back instantly stiffened, and his whole body felt like a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. The man still had his head buried in the crook of her neck. Ning Xi had almost screamed at the pain of the bite on her neck, but she could only endure it and awkwardly remind him, that I was just sleeping, not dead asleep. Your actions were more than enough to wake me up. At first, she had wanted to pretend for a bit, but in the end she really couldn't take it. That bite really hurt. Meanwhile, Lu Tingxiao's deep, dark eyes had already blended with the night. He raised his head slowly and locked eyes on her. With one finger lightly caressing her jaw, he spoke as if he was an incubus from hell. I woke you, so what? As soon as he said that, he grabbed her hands tightly and pushed them above her head, pressed down, and kissed her without hesitation. Ning Xi instinctively wanted to escape, but her hands were caught and her legs were pinned down by the man's knees, as if she was asking for it. What kind of strange situation was this? Was she still dreaming and actually hadn't woken up at all? It was only until Ning Xi almost couldn't breathe from the growing lack of air in her chest that Lu Tingxiao finally released her lips and moved back to her neck where he had just bitten on. His hot tongue laved the wound, as if trying to soothe it, but it made her flesh creep. Hey, Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi called his name several times, but he didn't react other than to get busy with her body. The man at that moment was not the usual gentleman, and also did not have that gentleness which she was familiar with. Those sharp teeth slid with desire down her neck to her collarbone, and went even lower. No, the dormant memories in her mind rose up to engulf her, like a thick swamp pulling her in inexorably, making her body quiver and convulse. Just as it hurt so much that Ning Xi wanted to die, the movement on top of her suddenly stopped, leaving a body as heavy and solid as a mountain pressing down on her, unmoving. That deep, suffocating feeling disappeared instantly, leaving her with extreme confusion. Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi tried patting the man's shoulder, but there wasn't the slightest response. After 10 seconds, the other party still hadn't moved. Carefully, Ning Xi tried to gently turn him over to the side. With the moonlight streaming in through the window, she saw that he was lying peacefully with his eyes closed, like a king in deep slumber, as if that terrifying beast from before hadn't been him at all. What the hell, what was going on? Don't tell me, was he sleepwalking? Ning Xi murmured to herself. It seemed this was the only explanation that made sense. But wasn't Lu Tingxiao's sleepwalking a bit too unique? Coming into her room late at night, biting her like a vampire, and even able to have a decent conversation with her. Lu Tingxiao's breaths were long and steady. It seemed that he really was asleep now. Ning Xi didn't dare wake him, in case he started acting crazy again, but it worried her to leave him like this. But this late at night, who could she go to for help? After some consideration, there was one person she could think of. She picked up her cell phone and called Lu Jingli. Hello, Xiao Xixi. Wow, you're actually calling me at this hour. What's happened? Lu Jingli's voice was very loud, almost as if he was shouting. At first Ning Xi had been worried that calling so late would be disturbing him, but things on Lu Jingli's end sounded lively and very noisy in the background. It appeared he was partying the night away. Lu Jingli, let me ask you something. Ask. Your brother. My brother what? Was this person a recorder? He was repeating everything. Ning Xi was speechless for a bit, then asked anxiously, does your brother suffer from sleepwalking? Since she was on the phone, Ning Xi didn't notice that the man lying stretched out next to her had stiffened subtly at her question. He had only come up with this idea to get himself out of the situation. He never thought that Ning Xi would actually call Lu Jingli. If by any chance Lu Jingli that idiot ran his mouth, he would break his legs. On the other end of the line, Lu Jingli was suddenly silent for a few seconds, which agitated Ning Xi even more, and she hurriedly chased an answer. Second young master, does he or does he not sleepwalk? If it was just sleepwalking, then it shouldn't be anything serious, but if he had some other illness, then she had to get him to the hospital as soon as possible. Suddenly turning into a werewolf in the middle of the night, and then suddenly passing out asleep was really scary, all right. Oh, I was just finding it strange that you suddenly asked this. He really does have this problem. How do you know that my brother sleepwalks? On the other end of the call, Lu Jingli answered with a voice that didn't sound any different. Ning Xi was relieved to hear it, and relaxed as she laughed. It's not a big deal. I went downstairs in the middle of the night to get some water, and saw him standing all stiff and still in the living room. It scared me, that's all. Really? Lu Jingli spoke in a funny tone, then switched to a serious one. Well, it's nothing new, just leave him alone. Whatever he's doing now, just let him continue doing it, and don't wake him up, he'll go back to his room on his own later. Let him continue, and don't wake him up. Oh, okay, got it. Ning Xi hung up the phone quickly, worried that Lu Jingli would hear something strange in her voice. She looked at Lu Tingxiao lying next to her, and didn't know what to do. Don't wake him up, does that mean just let him sleep here? What if he started sleepwalking again? She was really worried to death. Because of this sudden change, the fears that Ning Xi had almost drowned in had already disappeared completely. She looked at the man sleeping unaware next to her, getting angrier and angrier, until she finally pinched his face hard to vent her anger. Asshole, you scared me to death, and yet you're sleeping so comfortably. The Lu Tingxiao who was no longer acting crazy was obedient and looked harmless, and she pinched him several more times before she was satisfied enough to stop. Looks like the only thing she could do now was to wait for him to leave on his own. She had heard that sleepwalkers might get a huge shock from being woken up, and even die. But clearly she was the one who had had the bigger shock. At first Ning Xi was going to sleep after Lu Tingxiao had left, but hearing the steady heartbeat next to her ear, she fell asleep without her knowing. After a long while, the man next to her slowly opened his ink-black eyes, looking relieved. Then he stared blankly at the girl beside him, gently touching the wrinkles on her forehead with a complicated look on his face. The next morning, Ning Xi was woken up by a phone call. Her first reaction wasn't to pick up the phone, but to turn her head and look beside her. It looked like Lu Tingxiao had already left. Then she searched for her phone in a daze before picking it up. In the next second, Chang Li's furious voice came through the phone. Ning Xi, you've done it now. I warned you at the beginning to watch your behavior and don't embarrass the company, but look what you've done. The whole company's reputation is at stake because of you. Ning Xi's mind cleared instantly. What happened? Angrily, Chang Li said, check Weibo for yourself. Ning Xi climbed out of bed, turned on her laptop, and logged into her Weibo account. Then she saw that her Weibo account had exploded. Normally, the Weibo accounts of most artistes were managed by their agencies, but Ning Xi of course didn't have that kind of special treatment. She hadn't bought any followers, and hadn't run anything special on her account. She only had 30,000 plus followers on Weibo, even less than for an online celebrity. She usually liked to share small things about her daily life, and each post wouldn't have more than 100 likes. But now, thousands of mentions and comments had suddenly popped up overnight. She quickly browsed all the information, and finally understood what had happened. Ning Xi had been slandered, and pretty nastily. Yesterday at midnight, A popular gossip blogger had put up a long Weibo post titled, "How Calculative B***TCH Ning Xi Climbed Her Way to the Top, Have Never Seen Someone More Shameless." The general content was that she had slept with directors all over in order to get roles, had hooked up with rich, old men and tricked them into giving her gifts, and had deliberately taken advantage of Zhang Muya while they were shooting. The Weibo post even said that she always left her room door open during filming, so that anyone who wanted to sleep with her could go right in and do so. It completely made her sound like a loose and totally unprincipled whore. As a result, Zhang Mai's fans had exploded, and were staging a group protest against their idol being paired up with a woman like that. They were putting intense pressure on the production team to switch out the second female lead. Comments under Ning Xi's latest post were simply unbearable. They were all abusive words, with everyone saying that Ning Xi should leave the entertainment industry. See it clearly now. You better release a public apology immediately to save the company's image. Chang Li ordered her angrily. Ning Xi laughed coldly. Public apology. When an artiste encountered this sort of problem, the agency would usually arrange for a specialized public relations team to minimize the artiste's involvement and reduce the impact. Chang Li, however, as if she wanted Ning Xi to save the company's image, instead, she wanted to destroy her completely. If she apologized, it would mean that she acknowledged doing everything mentioned in the Weibo post. Yes, I want to see it online before 8 p.m. tonight. A video would be the best, as it's more sincere. Otherwise you can wait to be kicked out of the film production. By that time, even the company won't be able to protect you. After throwing these threatening words at her, Chang Li hung up. Ning Xi was no longer feeling sleepy after the call. She had already known this would happen, but hadn't expected it to be so soon. It seemed Jia Qingqing really couldn't wait another second, and with Ning Shuiluo fueling the flames behind her, Ning Xi had been pushed into the eye of the storm in one short night. Very well, come. She was starting to think they would never take action. Ning Xi straightaway got out of bed and washed up, then started to put on her makeup. After half an hour, she looked in the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction at how the makeup had transformed her face into a pale and fragile one. Right after she tidied up the table, there was a knock at the door. Ning Xi stood up and opened the door, and then was a little stunned to see that it really was the werewolf from last night, Lu Tingxiao. After what happened last night, it felt a bit awkward to see him now. Lu Tingxiao's expression turned cold as ice when he saw Ning Xi's deathly pale face, and without waiting for her to speak, he took out his cell phone and started to look through his contacts. Out of the corner of her eye, Ning Xi could see his finger stop on the name, Liang Feixing. Liang Feixing, director of public relations at Glory World, had the hands of a magician, which had beautifully resolved many artiste scandals and saved their images. It could be said that he was a textbook example for all public relations personnel to follow. Ning Xi instantly reacted, throwing herself at Lu Tingxiao like a tiger and taking his cell phone away. "What are you doing, Lu Tingxiao?" "Fixing that problem." Lu Tingxiao's expression was very ugly. Obviously he already knew about the online situation. Speechless, Ning Xi looked at this big boss from the enemy side, who without saying a single word, wanted to help her cheat her way out. Last time, when Lu Tingxiao had called Su Yimo's personal stylist to come over and save her, that had really frightened her, and luckily no one had noticed. She really couldn't bear it to happen again. If Glory World suddenly got involved in this situation, she would be accused of yet another thing, being disloyal with her foot in two camps. Ning Xi said easily, "If I can't take even this small strike, how can I survive in the entertainment industry? Didn't you say last time that you believed in me? But you don't look convincing at all right now." Lu Tingxiao had a solemn expression on his face. Ning Xi was confused by his words, then she finally remembered her makeover, so she explained, "This pale face and the dark circles are all just makeup which I did myself. I'm not pretending to be happy or tough, I can wipe it off to show you if you don't believe me." Lu Tingxiao suddenly reached out before she finished speaking, and touched her cheeks and eyes gently. It was just a gentle touch, but Ning Xi felt like she had been electrocuted, and couldn't contain a shiver. Ning Xi's reaction made Lu Tingxiao more concerned, and he quickly took his hand back. "Don't try to be tough." Ning Xi laughed. "I won't. If I can't handle it, I'll definitely fly right back to you and hug your thigh." Ruffled feathers smoothed down, Lu Tingxiao slowly relaxed. Good. After that, Ning Xi scratched her head and looked at him as if she had something to say. Something you want to say? Lu Tingxiao asked in a gentle voice, like he was a totally different person from last night. Ning Xi looked at him with a complicated expression on her face for a long time, and in the end couldn't help saying, Lu Tingxiao, have you ever thought about finding a woman to keep you company? What do you mean? Lu Tingxiao's expression immediately turned cold. Don't blame me for being nosy, I just think. Ning Xi considered her words carefully, then patted him sincerely on his shoulder. I think you need a woman. In some matters, holding it in for too long is not good for your health. Wasn't there a saying, one dreams at night what one thinks about in the day? Lu Tingxiao looked like he kept his distance from girls, but from last night, it was clear that he really needed it. Lu Tingxiao's face was now thoroughly black. Damn woman, who do you think did this to me? Who do you think left me in an awkward position and forced me to endure after I had tasted the flesh in my mouth? Seeing Lu Tingxiao's expression turn worse and worse, Ning Xi coughed and quickly sneaked away. I'm going to be late. I'm going to say goodbye to Little Treasure then head out to filming. Bye. Movie backlot in the suburbs. The moment Ning Xi appeared, a group of Zhang Mai's fans, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately ran at her in a frenzy. Ning Xi, Ning Xi's here. That whore is here. I can't believe she dared to come. Disgusting B***TCH. You're not allowed to get close to our Muya. Hurry and leave the production. Ning Xi, leave the production. Ning Xi, leave the entertainment industry. Leave. It was a chaotic scene. Only a few guards protected Ning Xi as they moved forward. The rest of the production crew was just enjoying the spectacle, now and then pointing and sneering at her. The attention on her was like knives cutting into her inch by inch, and the malicious looks were like sinister poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts, ready to tear her to pieces. Ning Xi couldn't help thinking about a female movie star last year, who had been at the height of her popularity, but in the end committed suicide because of vicious rumors. After she died, her suicide note only had a few words: rumors are lethal. The crowd continually threw rotten eggs and vegetables at her, and someone even threw a rock, which almost hit her. Seeing that the rock was about to hit the stylist Amy, who was enjoying the spectacle, Ning Xi's expression changed, and she leapt agilely to block that rock with her arm, when it was about half a meter away from hitting Amy. In the next second, the spot where her arm had been hit started to bleed severely. The frenzied fans at the scene were stunned when they saw this, and Amy was also scared witless. With a pale face, Ning Xi's cold gaze swept over the fans. If you want to make trouble, come at me, don't hurt innocent bystanders. You, stop being so hypocritical. Yeah, stop pretending to be a good person. You're such a shameless fox. Ning Xi's eyes became sharper. What are you using to decide whether I am a good or bad person? An unsubstantiated Weibo post, or a groundless rumor? You're young, but I hope you can use your brain before you act. Idols are the ones who have to pay for their fans' behavior. What you say or do represents your idol. Don't let someone else use you without your knowing, otherwise you'll tarnish your idol's reputation for no reason. Ning Xi knew that they wouldn't listen to whatever she said at the moment, except when it was related to the idol they cared about. How is it your place to lecture us? Actually, I think she has a point. The person who threw the rock just now, come out. Didn't we already agree that we're not allowed to use violence, and at the most just eggs? Yeah, who was it? We're here for justice, not to tarnish Mai's reputation. The rioting fans had calmed down for the moment, and Ning Xi finally squeezed her way into the filming site. When Guo Kasheng saw that she had come, he hurriedly called her into the lounge. Ning Xi, you're here. Come and sit down. Director Guo, I'm sorry for causing the production team trouble. Ning Xi's face was full of guilt, and she bowed deeply. Looking at the girl's haggard appearance, Guo Kasheng quickly consoled her. The one who stirred up trouble wasn't you, it was someone who doesn't understand you. I'm very clear on this. Saying that you can't act, that is simply rubbish. As for saying that you slept with members of the production team, how can I not understand, as an involved party? I've seen this kind of thing happen a lot. I am clear in my heart on who is right or wrong. Thank you, Director. She really appreciated that Guo Kasheng could still stand by her at this time. But this really has been too hard on you, you look so haggard. How about you take a few days off and have a good rest? Guo Kasheng suggested. Ning Xi immediately said, no need. Director, I would like to continue filming. The film crew has already suffered a lot because of my matter. If filming is slowed down because of me, I wouldn't be able to absolve myself of the guilt even if I die 1,000 times. Seeing her resolute attitude, Guo Kasheng was satisfied. Well, all right, but if you can't go on, you must tell me. After parting with the director, Ning Xi was suddenly pulled by a strong force into an empty corner. The man's face was so anxious that even his golden hair looked listless. Ning Xi, is your arm okay? A minor injury, I've dealt with it. Ning Xi didn't care. Zhang Muya was irritated. I was going to make a statement to explain the situation to my fans, but Brother Ming changed my Weibo password to prevent me from logging in, and said that I would be doing you more harm than good if I stepped out now. Ning Xi patted her chest with a happy expression. Luckily Brother Ming is intelligent. Zhang Muya instantly looked hurt. Woman with no conscience, I was going to help you. Ning Xi said with resignation. If you really want to help me, then I'll give you a warning ahead of time. Later, I'm going to pretend to be a little white flower, cooperate with me. Don't go overboard, otherwise don't blame me if I really cut all ties with you. Zhang Muya dug out his ears and made an incredulous expression. What did you say you were going to pretend to be? A little white flower, got a problem with that? Are you sure that a tyrannical flower like you can accomplish such a difficult challenge? Get lost. It was also a coincidence that today, most of Ning Xi's scenes would be with Jia Qingqing. As Ning Xi was sitting in the shade of a tree and studying the script, an odd voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Yo, isn't this our big star? Ning Xi, you're really famous now, everyone knows you. Hee hee, I knew you did all those disgraceful things. You're really so shameless, to dare come here after what's happened. Jia Qingqing said with a gloating expression on her face. As long as Ning Xi was kicked out of the production, she could seize this chance to replace her, then she could play opposite Brother Muya. Ning Xi bit her lip and her body trembled, she silently looked embarrassed. Jia Qingqing was even more satisfied seeing this. She approached Zhang Muya and said girlishly, Brother Muya, you should stay away from this sort of person, otherwise she will ruin your reputation. She's already making you start to lose fans. As Jia Qingqing drew near, a strong smell of perfume immediately drifted over. The veins on Zhang Mai's forehead popped. He was about to blow up on the spot, but at the thought of Ning Xi's warning, he took a deep breath and managed to bear it. Seeing how Zhang Muya wasn't responding to her, Jia Qingqing thought that encountering this situation had put him in a bad mood, so she thoughtfully consoled him. Brother Muya, don't worry. Sooner or later, the production team will be pressured to switch Ning Xi out. You're very noisy. Zhang Muya had to exert all his self-control to replace all the curses he wanted to say with 3 words. Sorry, Brother Muya, I won't disturb your rest. Feeling a little aggrieved, Jia Qingqing walked away. She was unhappy that Zhang Mai's cold attitude was still unchanged, but after thinking for a bit, she quickly felt reassured. Anyway, once she landed the role of the second female lead, she would have the opportunity to get along with Brother Muya. At the thought of the intimate scenes, she couldn't contain her excitement. Having said that, why did the director still want her to come today and continue acting with Ning Xi? What a waste of time. But she really liked the scene they would be filming today, since there was a part where she would slap Ning Xi's face. HMPH, I'll definitely show you then. Director, I think for this scene, the effect would be better if I really slapped her. What do you think? Jia Qingqing, who had never shown much interest in shooting, actually sought out the director of her own accord to talk about the scene. How could Guo Kasheng not know what she was thinking? He said heavily, for the majority of it we'll do a cheat, at most it's enough for you to just touch her face. Got it. While Jia Qingqing's mouth replied agreeably, she completely had no intention of following his words. She had made up her mind to deliver a real slap, and to do it several times, and make this B*TCH suffer. Anyway, this wouldn't be the first time she had taken personal revenge through her acting, and she had always been successful. When all the departments were ready, filming began. In this scene, Meng Changge had just entered the palace under the alias Nan Wumeng. She was only a little palace maid, but because the emperor had been eyeing her, Princess Xian had become envious, and had called her to her chambers to embarrass her. Shameless B***tch, you dare seduce the emperor right under my nose. After Princess Xian had finished speaking, she slapped her hard. The moment Jia Qingqing brought her hand down, Ning Xi's eyes narrowed slightly, and she turned a little to the side, cleverly avoiding the camera and Jia Qingqing's hand. But her body looked as if it had been struck with huge strength, sending her whole person falling to the ground. Then her face twisted, and with a "P2E" sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ning Xi, Guo Kasheng was shocked, and the other staff who were watching were also stunned as they gathered around her. Jia Qingqing, is this your first day acting? You can't even control your own strength. Guo Kasheng, who was usually good-natured, was really angry this time. He could not meddle in things outside of the movie, but if someone took such a cheap shot in his movie, there was no way he would tolerate it. Jia Qingqing herself was also shocked. While it was true that she had deliberately used some strength, it was definitely not to the point that could make Ning Xi fall down and spit blood. Also, just now, she clearly felt that Ning Xi had avoided her, and she had not hit her at all. Hence, she straightened her neck and cried out in protest, I just slapped her gently, I didn't use any strength at all. She's pretending. In filmography, to cheat is to change the relative positions of actors or props in order to shoot the same scene from different. Unfortunately for Jia Qingqing, she had a very bad reputation in the entertainment industry, and she often did this kind of thing. Furthermore, she had been targeting Ning Xi from the start, so no one believed her. Director, I'm fine, I just have a small cut in my mouth, it'll be alright after I put some ice on it for a bit. Sister Qingqing might have just wanted to create a better effect. There's no need to be angry. Ning Xi's face showed that she had been treated unjustly, but that she was struggling to bear it. Her expression was one of tolerance and understanding. Seeing that expression made not just the director, but also everyone else sympathize with her. Zhang Muya was watching nearby, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he almost died from shock. This person could really pretend to be a little white flower. Seeing her frail and delicate appearance, Jia Qingqing immediately blew her top. Ning Xi, you faker. You clearly did it on purpose. You're the one who bit yourself. Do you have a blood capsule hidden in your mouth? Jia Qingqing, enough. Guo Kasheng rebuked her sternly. Next to her, Jia Qingqing's assistant was afraid that the situation would get out of hand, so she hurriedly pulled her back and persuaded her, Sister Qingqing, forget it. Don't make the director angry. After all, we're also to blame. Obviously, she also thought that Jia Qingqing had deliberately hit Ning Xi. She who was always around Jia Qingqing had seen this type of thing many times. Jia Qingqing backhanded the assistant across the face. Get lost. How is it your place to tell me what to do? Like Ning Xi, the assistant also fell to the ground after being hit, and blood dribbled out of the corner of her mouth. The staff around them, especially those who, like the assistant, didn't have very high status, all rushed to help her up, and they looked at Jia Qingqing in disgust. Although Ning Xi's private life was chaotic, she had never let it affect other people, and she was committed to acting. But this Jia Qingqing, simply put, was a shrew. This was the first time that Jia Qingqing had been unfairly accused. When she saw that everyone didn't believe her, her face turned blue, as if she was going to pass out from fury in the next second. Just as she lost control and was about to recklessly tear Ning Xi apart, suddenly a person came up to her and grabbed her wrist. Qingqing, really, I know you want to perform well so that the director would see you in a new light, but you don't have to be so serious. People who know you will say you're committed to your work, but what about the people who don't understand you? The person speaking was Ning Xueluo, who had just arrived. Ning Xueluo didn't have any scenes today, so she didn't actually need to come. But she still came, for the purpose of seeing Ning Xi's hapless state. Who would have thought that she would arrive to such a scene? What the hell was this Jia Qingqing doing? She had such good cards, how could she play them like this? Seeing how everyone was starting to feel sorry for Ning Xi because of the extremely loathsome Jia Qingqing, Ning Xueluo hurriedly stepped in to salvage the situation. When Jia Qingqing saw Ning Xueluo, it was as if she was seeing her family member. She immediately took her hands and started to cry. Sister Shuiluo, this B*TCH is slandering me. Afraid that Jia Qingqing's big mouth would annoy people again, Ning Shuiluo dragged her into a corner. Why did you lose your cool? Ning Xi will be kicked out sooner or later, why are you provoking her now? Jia Qingqing was incoherent with rage. At the beginning I wanted to teach her a small lesson, but I didn't even touch her at all. She was the one who dodged it herself, and even deliberately made it look like I had hit her hard enough for her to spit out blood. Looking at how the director continually comforted Ning Xi, who had a magnanimous expression on her face, Ning Shuiluo could immediately see what she was scheming, and hastily thought of a way to save the situation. Qingqing, it's no use if I believe you, the problem is that no one else believes you. Because you didn't explain the situation clearly, the best thing now is for you to apologize to Ning Xi immediately. Hearing this, Jia Qingqing blew up. What? Me apologize? I won't. Sister Shuiluo, how can you stand on her side and defend her? This brainless moron was quickly angering Ning Shuiluo to death. Don't you see, because of this situation, everyone is starting to sympathize with her. Are you going to let her stand up and continue to partner with your brother Muya? Jia Qingqing hesitated for a moment, but refused to relent. Anyway, I won't go. Want me to apologize to that B*TCH, might as well ask me to die. What kind of effect could such a small incident have? She just needed to buy some small gifts later to shut these people up. Seeing that she couldn't be persuaded in the slightest, Ning Shuiluo could only give up and hope that she wouldn't make any more mistakes from now on. It was a foregone conclusion that Ning Xi's reputation was ruined. No matter what schemes she had, she could only play this type of small trick. How could she possibly turn things around? It wouldn't be long before the anonymous sponsor dumped her. Who would want a lover with a messy reputation who would cheat on him? At the thought of this, Ning Shuiluo calmed down a little. In the end, Guo Kasheng decided to avoid conflict, and didn't have them redo the scene. They would just use the clip of Ning Xi spitting up blood after being hit. The second scene to be shot today was when Meng Changge was declared the imperial concubine, and Princess Xian, who had lost the emperor's favor, was banished to the Cold Palace. Meng Changge went to the Cold Palace to visit Princess Xian and reveal her true identity to her. Luckily it was a safer scene, which didn't involve much action, and was focused instead on expressions and dialogue. 3, 2, 1, action. Filming began. In the Cold Palace, Princess Da sat on a wide chair and looked disdainfully at the pathetic woman who had fallen at her feet as if she was already dead. Princess Xian, do you know why I hate you so much? Why I have to put you to death? BTCH. You're just jealous of me. Jealous that the emperor likes me. Jealous that I have his favor. Princess Da laughed as if she had heard a really good joke. Me, jealous. Jealous that you have that disgusting old man's favor. Princess Da, are you crazy? I'll tell the emperor. I'll tell the emperor that you were being insulting. Princess Da suddenly looked at her with somber eyes, silencing Princess Xian. Then she said, very slowly, Princess Xian, do you know who I am? Do you still remember the name Meng Changge? You, even after a long while, Jia Qingqing couldn't say anything more than that. Guo Kasheng yelled, cut, again. The second take started. Princess Xian, do you know who I am? Do you still remember the name Meng Changge? This time, Ning Xi's eyes were sharper than in the previous take, like a hangman's noose strangling the other party to death. You are. Stop, again. The third take started. Princess Xian, do you know who I am? Do you still remember the name Meng Changge? With each take, Ning Xi's mood had become more and more intense. This time, she said the line in the tone of a malevolent, vengeful spirit, and even the people watching could feel her endless, overflowing anger and resentment. You're Meng Changge. How can you be? Jia Qingqing was like a stuck radio, and she forgot the words yet again. Cut. Guo Kasheng finally lost his patience this time, and he dropped the script in a furious temper. Jia Qingqing, what's the matter with you? You can't even recite such a simple line, have you even read the script at all? Guo Kasheng really couldn't be blamed for his anger. Ning Xi's mood this time had been so amazing, he couldn't help but be excited. He could have had the perfect take, but it was ruined by Jia Qingqing's idiotic mistake. The staff who were watching this all showed scornful expressions. As Jia Qingqing retorted, repeating the same line over and over again, even I can recite it now. You are Meng Changge. How can you be Meng Changge? Meng Changge is already dead. Such a short line, how hard can it be to memorize it? That post said that Ning Xi's acting sucks, but they really should see Jia Qingqing, then they will know what real bullshit is. Actually, Ning Xi's a good actress. Do you realize that up to now, all her scenes were done after only one take? Her only NGs were because of mistakes by other people. You're right, I thought she was just being herself, but she did a great job pulling off a young Meng Changge yesterday. Even though she was teasing Zhang Muya, for some reason, it didn't make me feel uncomfortable, instead, it actually made my heart speed up. That's right, that's right. I was so excited watching it yesterday. If someone else is switched in, I wouldn't be happy about it at all. It feels like in my heart, Ning Xi really is Meng Changge. Ning Xueluo hadn't expected that an even worse situation would occur, and she immediately cursed Jia Qingqing hundreds of times in her heart. On the surface, she pretended to show concern as she walked over to her. Qingqing, what happened? Are you not feeling okay today? Jia Qingqing was caught up in her anger, and going crazy. I also don't know what's wrong with me today. When I look at Ning Xi, my mind just blanks out, like I've been cursed. How is that possible? Ning Xueluo actually didn't believe Jia Qingqing, and assumed it was because of her own normally bad acting and laziness. However, she held on to her patience and comforted her. Take it slow, I'll run the lines with you. Ning Xueluo ran the scene with her, and in the end, Jia Qingqing recited the lines fluently. See, you can do it, right? Ning Xueluo encouraged her. Jia Qingqing immediately regained her confidence, and ran to look for the director. Director, I'm ready now. During this time, Guo Kasheng had calmed down, and his expression was more relaxed. Then let's start. However, this time, Jia Qingqing still forgot all her lines. She was unsatisfied, and tried again and again. In the end, she continuously NG'd 28 times in total. It was such an easy scene, yet the two of them filmed until night fell, and still weren't done. In the end, the whole production crew wound up complaining. They were filming a movie, not a TV show, and had to use a lot of film. That many NGs was a waste of manpower and money. By the 33rd ing, Jia Qingqing stood there blankly, then suddenly screamed like a maniac, and rushed furiously at Ning Xi. Ning Xi, UB*TCH, what did you do to me? Why can't I remember my lines? Why, it's you. You did this. All the assistants waiting by the side quickly ran to pull her away, but in her madness she pushed all of them off her, even scratching Ning Xueluo, who was trying to help. This really made everyone hate her. She is such a retard, still able to blame others for the fact she can't remember her lines. Does she think other people can drill into her brain to steal her lines? She doesn't even feel the least bit guilty for making everyone work so late. Poor Ning Xi, to have provoked someone like that. Don't you think what happened last night was pretty weird? This thing happened to Ning Xi as soon as Zhang Muya came on set. If Ning Xi was kicked out of the production, who would benefit the most? Do you still need to ask? At these words, everyone had knowing looks on their faces. In the end, everyone wrapped up unhappily, and after Jia Qingqing's outburst, the director stopped filming for 2 days for Jia Qingqing to get herself together. As Ning Xi was about to leave after getting her makeup taken off, Ning Xueluo came in without her noticing, and crossed her arms as she looked down on Ning Xi. Ning Xi, I never knew you were such a schemer. Huh, am I? Ning Xi looked with a half-smile at the wound on Ning Xueluo's arm where Jia Qingqing had scratched her, then blinked, an innocent look on her face. Isn't it that you have too good an eye, and really know how to pick your teammate? You, Ning Xueluo gritted her teeth, her chest aching with anger. How was she to know that Jia Qingqing could be so brainless? There was already so much dirt on Ning Xi, yet Jia Qingqing was able to wipe her clean of it, to the point that everyone's attitude towards Ning Xi was starting to change. She had to think of a way to counter Ning Xi's next move. She couldn't let her stand back up again, no matter what. As Ning Xi walked out after that little confrontation with Ning Xueluo, her cell phone beeped with an incoming message. Evil Fairy King. I'm waiting for you at the alley in the front. Ning Xi replied cautiously. We leave separately, see you at home, I'll look for you at your place. An hour later, at the Platinum Palace number 6. As soon as Ning Xi arrived at the door, Zhang Muya immediately pulled her inside, peering left and right as if he was an underground spy. Before, he hadn't minded if people thought that there was something between him and Ning Xi. In fact, he had actually wanted people to know that they were acquainted, but after this incident, he couldn't help thinking about all his previous actions. Ning Xi put her bag down, kicked off her shoes, and sat cross-legged on the sofa. The first thing she asked, with her hand out, was, "Did you take the video?" Zhang Muya looked speechlessly at how she didn't care about her image. This damn woman, she had never seen him as a man, had she? Why was she always so casual and thoughtless in front of him, like a hooligan, exactly like the one she was in the movie? Do you think I'm also a pig teammate? Of course I filmed it. Zhang Muya ill-naturedly handed his phone to her. When she had said she was going to pretend to be a little white flower, he had guessed what she was going to do, so of course he had recorded the highlights. Ning Xi took the phone and pressed play, nodding in satisfaction. Good job. One more drumstick for you. After saying that, she logged onto Weibo and put up a post on her official account. Of course it wasn't an apology, like Chongli wanted, but just one phrase, clean hands need no washing. After she posted it, she logged into her side account and messaged a gossip blogger who covered everything about Glory World, and sent him the video of Jia Qingqing's continuous NGs. As expected of two companies that were sworn enemies, it wasn't long after Ning Xi messaged the blogger that he immediately posted the video, along with an eye-catching title, NG 33 times, #1 flower vase in the entertainment industry gives you an example of real shiti acting. Zhang Muya looked at her. You only sent this one. You're not going to use the others. It was hard for me to film secretly. Ning Xi was busy reading comments. This one is enough to get the ball rolling. Do you think you were the only one who took videos? By the way, why didn't you use that move earlier on Jia Qingqing? If you had done it sooner, she would have been switched out long ago, and all this drama wouldn't have happened. I still had to endure that woman for 2 days. Zhang Muya grumbled in complaint. Not one person on set understood why Jia Qingqing had NG'd non-stop, only Zhang Muya knew exactly what had happened. In Chinese slang, flower vase has the same meaning as eye candy. It was because of Ning Xi's deliberate, pressure acting. Pressure acting was something only very experienced actors could pull off. By deliberately amping up their acting, an actor could put extreme mental pressure on the other party, making them act abnormally, forget lines continually, or more seriously, even leave the other party with a lifelong psychological trauma which would be hard to overcome. An NBSP. There were very few in the entertainment industry who could do this. The most important thing was that it was very difficult to pick out, as you couldn't be sure whether the other party was just acting really well or was deliberately, pressure acting. Therefore, it could be said that this method could hurt people invisibly, without leaving any trace. Ning Xi gave him a haughty look. Of course you can't simply let loose your ultimate move. This method could only work under certain circumstances, like in today's scene with Jia Qingqing. The other thing about this method was that it seriously slowed down the speed of filming, so she would only use it as a last resort. Zhang Muya couldn't help recalling some unpleasant memories, and he curled his lips. Then I really am honored to be one of the few on whom you let loose your ultimate move. Ning Xi had used this pressure method on him years before, but he wasn't like Jia Qingqing that trash. In the end, he had stood firm and overcame it, and his acting had developed by leaps and bounds for it. After speaking, Zhang Muya stared at her with a sudden light in his eyes. Dinner tonight. You promised to eat with me, just the two of us. You also promised to play PC games with me. It was true that last time, Ning Xi had been in the wrong, so she could only sigh and say, okay, I'll eat with you and play PC games with you, okay. Just let me text Lu Tingxiao to let him know. Hearing this, Zhang Mai's expression instantly changed. You're just a temporary sedative, why do you have to report to him that you're not going back? What is really going on between you and Lu Tingxiao? Even though this text is to Lu Tingxiao, it's for Little Treasure, okay. Ning Xi was lazy to respond to him, and focused on texting. Sweet darling, Auntie is busy tonight and will probably be home very late. Make sure you eat properly and sleep well. Next time Auntie is free, I'll buy you some cute outfits. Love you, Mua Mua. Seeing the text, Zhang Muya got so angry that his eyes turned red. Why are you being so gentle with little treasure? When you were with me, you were never that gentle, and instead you always beat me up at a single word. Ning Xi slanted a look at him. You deserved it. Little treasure is so cute, how can you compare with him? Flames burned in Zhang Mai's beautiful eyes. Ning Xi, did you ever like me at all? Did you get close to me just to? Ning Xi looked at him in surprise. Nonsense, of course not. You, Zhang Muya pointed at her, unable to speak at all. Ning Xi cradled her jaw and smiled as she looked at him. So, are you done being angry? Still want to eat? Zhang Muya gritted his teeth. Yes. He definitely couldn't fall into her trap. At the same time, at the Lu residence, Lu Jingli sat on the sofa with a pillow in his arms. If he had a tail, it would be wagging fast enough to fly off. Bro, tell me, what on earth happened last night? Because of Ning Xi's comment that morning that he needed a woman, Lu Tingxiao's face was still gloomy, and he wasn't in the mood at all to satisfy Lu Jingli's gossipy heart. Was it because you couldn't restrain the flames of love, lost control, and ran off to attack her in the middle of the night, but in the end, before you got serious, you woke Xiao Shishi up, and you found yourself in a dilemma, so you simply decided to pretend you were sleepwalking? Lu Jingli's ability to fantasize was the real deal. Lu Tingxiao raised his eyes to look at him. Did this person use all his intelligence on this kind of thing? Lu Jingli knew he had guessed right after seeing his brother's expression, and immediately started to think highly of himself. My God, I'm just too smart. Brother, am I not the apple of your eye? Lu Jingli looked like he was expecting praise and a reward. Lu Tingxiao responded generously. Vacation extended to a month. Lu Jingli was so excited he almost jumped up to do a whole set of exercises right there, but instantly he felt immeasurable regret. Brother, you'll start to lose momentum if you let this drag on. Why didn't you seize the chance to go all the way with her? Such a pity. Lu Tingxiao looked at him coldly. What do you think the consequences would be if I had done that? Lu Jingli stroked his jaw, and spoke in a low voice. You've been using little treasure as an excuse all this time to make her lower her guard, so that she would slowly become less wary of you. If you give the game away now, Xiao Shishi would immediately run for the hills. Lu Tingxiao, even though it was the truth, hearing Lu Jingli lay it all out so bluntly really spoiled his mood. Actually, he had intended to go all the way with her last night regardless of anything, but Ning Xi's extreme rejection and fearful reaction had cleared his head in a flash. What happened after that proved that his method for dealing with it had been right, otherwise he might have really scared Ning Xi away in that situation. Why had she reacted that way? What had she experienced before? Brother, can I ask you something? Why has your mood been so erratic lately? Did something happen? Lu Jingli asked cautiously. Actually, Lu Jingli was putting it mildly. In reality, his brother had been acting just like a woman on her period, with an irritable and unstable temper. Lu Tingxiao tapped out a rhythm on the arm of his chair with one long finger, and said quietly, Zhang Muya was the one who sent the flowers that day. What did you say? Lu Jingli blanked out for quite a while before reacting to what Lu Tingxiao had said, and he immediately jumped to his feet in anger. Cheat! Zhang Muya is the evil fairy king. Didn't he just get back the day before yesterday? I even got word that he was going to play the second male lead in Less Than the World Greater Than. He didn't expect Zhang Muya and Xiao Shishi to have this type of connection. There had to be a hidden reason for why that kid had suddenly returned to the country, and why the first movie he was starring in after coming back happened to be this one. If it was because he knew that he and Xiao Shishi would have many intimate scenes together, tisk tisk. Let me think, did he and Xiao Shishi meet up? And you saw them, and furthermore, what you saw was an incriminating scene. Lu Tingxiao, Lu Jingli's guesses, all correct. My God, no wonder you've been acting so strange lately. Lu Jingli paced back and forth. I can't believe we have a traitor in our midst. What about YS? Did you discover anything? There was a dark light in Lu Tingxiao's eyes. The man who delivered the diamond disappeared after leaving the set, and the diamond's origin can't be traced, most likely, it was smuggled in. Lu Jingli's lips curled, and he was a little speechless. Yet another headache. Don't tell me it's someone who is also connected to the Lu family. Why, is there anyone with these initials around us? I don't recall there being any. Sigh, his brother's love life was so complicated. Other people had the romantic comedy, his brother had the detective mystery. At this moment, Lu Tingxiao's cell phone beeped. It was a text from Ning Xi. After reading it, a dangerous creature slumbering in Lu Tingxiao's eyes started to move. Curious, Lu Jingli approached him. Xiaoxi's eyes text, what did she say? Why did his brother look like his wife had cheated on him? Lu Tingxiao stared at the text for a few seconds, then made a direct call. In Villa number 6, Ning Xi quickly picked up the call. Hello, Lu Tingxiao, what's up? Did you see my text? Don't forget to show it to Little Treasure. I saw it, where are you? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi looked at Zhang Muya, who was busy in the kitchen trying to show off his cooking skills. I'm at Zhang Mai's place, I have something I need to discuss with him, plus he just returned from overseas, so we're eating together as a welcome for him. Okay, got it, I'll be there soon, Lu Tingxiao said calmly. Ning Xi on the other end was shocked. Ah, you're coming. Why, problem? Lu Tingxiao answered with his own question, his tone cold. No, I guess. Lu Tingxiao sounded so matter-of-fact, that she couldn't object in that moment. Seeing Ning Xi's complicated expression after the call, Zhang Muya asked, what's up? Who was it? Your uncle, he said he's coming. What? The soup spoon dropped from Zhang Mai's hand to the floor. Heartbroken, he pointed at her accusingly. Ning Xi, you said nothing was going on between you and him. This is our dinner together, did you ask him to come? Calm down, can you not get angry so easily? Ning Xi gave him a haughty look. I didn't invite him, he asked where I was, and I replied truthfully that I was going to give you a welcome dinner, then he said he was coming. Maybe he's coming here to have dinner together because as your elder, he feels he should show you some concern. This is normal logic. Zhang Muya threw a bowl on the floor. Normal your butt. Do you think Lu Tingxiao is that amiable and approachable a person? Even eating with me, when my mom invites him over for dinner, she has to be scheduled in, sometimes up to 6 months later. Unapproachable is his middle name. Ning Xi threw a pillow at him impatiently. You hopeless kid, can't someone show you some concern? And why do you always put me and Lu Tingxiao together? In what way are we actually compatible? Zhang Muya murmured to himself, this is a man's instinct, what do you know? As they were fighting, the doorbell rang. Ning Xi glared at Zhang Muya to warn him not to speak nonsense, then stood up to answer the door. As soon as the door opened, Ning Xi's eyes lit up, because a little bun was standing next to Lu Tingxiao. As soon as Little Treasure saw her, he threw himself at her with open arms, like a little sparrow seeing its mama. Ning Xi's heart melted as she quickly picked an NBSP, him up and hugged him. Darling, you came too. Just now Auntie was still feeling sad that I couldn't have dinner with you tonight. In the house, Zhang Muya looked at Ning Xi holding Little Treasure, then at Lu Tingxiao, who was looking at the two of them indulgently. They gave the impression of being a family of 3. He didn't expect Ning Xi to be this close to Little Treasure. Little Treasure was an even more difficult existence than his dad. As for Lu Tingxiao, his attitude towards Ning Xi was very strange. Even if it was for Little Treasure's sake, given Lu Tingxiao's personality, how could he tolerate living under the same roof with an unfamiliar woman? Hey, don't forget me, I'm also here. Clothes on their heels, Lu Jingli elbowed his way in, 2 bottles of wine in his arms. Looking at the 3 Lu family members, Ning Xi instantly gave Zhang Muya a C. They organized a group visit to show care for a junior family member. You think too much, look. Eldest uncle, second uncle, even Little Treasure is here. Come in. Zhang Muya had to obediently invite them in even if he wasn't happy to. Who asked him to have a low rank in the family? After the 3 people came, things basically had nothing to do with Zhang Muya. Lu Tingxiao invited Michelin star chefs to come and cook for them. Lu Jingli had brought 2 bottles of fine wine from home, and Little Treasure monopolized Ning Xi. 5 people sat around the table in a strange atmosphere. It was fortunate that Lu Jingli was here, which helped prevent an awkward silence. They ate and chatted idly. Come, let's welcome home our big star. Second uncle raises a glass to you. Thank you. By the way, I haven't been able to ask you yet, how do you know Xiao Shishi? Lu Jingli fished for information casually for his brother. Hearing this question, Zhang Mai's expression turned a little bad. It seemed he was reluctant to talk about it, and he replied vaguely, we knew each other at school overseas. We graduated in the same year. Lu Jingli squinted at him, and spoke meaningfully. I don't think it was that simple, right? Don't tell me she was one of the ex-girlfriends you chased and then dumped. After all, the women around you, if they're not your mother or your fans, they're your ex-girlfriends. Zhang Muya. Ning Xi laughed and gave Lu Jingli a thumbs up. Second young master, you're brilliant. Oh, it seems I guessed right. Lu Jingli was pleased with himself. As expected, there was nothing in this world that he couldn't guess correctly, haha. Only half right. Zhang Muya contradicted with a blue face. What do you mean? Lu Jingli didn't understand. She's my ex-girlfriend, that's true, but she was the one who chased me, and she was also the one who dumped me. Zhang Muya said, glaring at Ning Xi in front of him like a bitter housewife. After he said that, there was a faint gleam in Lu Tingxiao's cold eyes, as he helped to cut up steak for Ning Xi and Little Treasure. Even Lu Jingli was stunned. After all, it was the first time his guess was wrong. He slapped his hands on the table with a bang, and asked excitedly, really? True or not? This doesn't make sense. Whatever Ning Xi did when she was abroad, she couldn't have been as absurd as Zhang Muya this kid, so he always thought that of the two, he could at least be sure that it had been Zhang Muya who made the first move. Who would have thought that in the end? Zhang Muya poked angrily at a steak rib. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Why did this issue have to be dragged up again when everything was going so well? Ning Xi said helplessly, it was a complete accident. Lu Jingli, who at first had simply intended to fish for information for his brother, was now thoroughly fired up by the gossip, and was insanely curious to hear more. What on earth is going on? Quick, tell me, quick, quick, quick. Zhang Muya was speechless. You're an elder, should you be gossiping about your junior's private life? Ning Xi saw how ugly Zhang Mai's face had become, and she also didn't intend to embarrass him in front of his elders, so she replied, nothing special. At that time, so many girls in the school liked him, and I was just one of them. As for breaking up, it was probably because after we got together, I realized he was different from what I had imagined, so I was a bit disillusioned. Ning Xi's words didn't seem odd, but Lu Jingli knew that things weren't that simple, otherwise Zhang Mai's expression wouldn't be like that. Tisk, later I'll force Zhang Muya that kid to drink a little more wine, then see if I can get anything more out of him. Because Little Treasure was there, Ning Xi didn't drink tonight. After she finished eating, she sat at the table feeling a little bored, so she asked, Mr. Lu, can I take Little Treasure to go play games for a while? Lu Tingxiao nodded. Go ahead. The way he spoke to Ning Xi didn't seem very different, but it gave off the feeling that he was gentler with her than with other people. Zhang Muya looked gloomy. It was clearly his game console, and the latest equipment that he had specially brought back home, yet she asked another man for permission, and took yet another man to go play. Even if that man was only 5 years old. 2 hours later, Lu Jingli had sacrificed himself gloriously, but before he passed out, he still hadn't been able to get even half a word out of Zhang Muya that kid. In fact, Zhang Muya was also on his last legs, but it was clear that Lu Jingli had been trying to get words out of his mouth, so he had endured until now. It was really hard having such a gossipy uncle. He had the vague feeling that there seemed to be some other reason for Lu Jingli being so determined to figure this thing out, but his mind was mush by now, and there was no way he could think properly. Lu Tingxiao was the only sober one at the table. Lu Tingxiao called his butler over to pick up Lu Jingli. Then he stood up and headed for the living room. The huge game screen had one big word, pass, on it. Ning Xi and Little Treasure were sprawled on the sofa fast asleep. Lu Tingxiao walked over lightly. The girl held a white, soft little bun in her arms. Her sweet sleeping face made him want to impulsively give up all his fame and power, and just like this, accompany her in peaceful sleep for the rest of their lives. In the dining room, Zhang Muya in his thick haze saw Lu Tingxiao slowly lean closer and closer towards Ning X. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he immediately regained his sense. Lu Tingxiao almost couldn't help kissing the girl's sleeping face, but he stopped at the last minute, and turned to Little Treasure to wake him up gently. Little Bun rubbed his sleepy eyes, his hair sticking up in bunches on his head. He looked cuter than usual when he had just woken up. Lu Tingxiao rubbed his little head. Can you walk by yourself? Little Bun nodded. Lu Tingxiao showed a satisfied expression. Then he bent to gently pick up Ning Xi, who was still sleeping, and lowered his eyes to look at Little Bun. Let's go. Little Bun obediently followed his papa, without the slightest awareness that anything was wrong. Zhang Muya rubbed his eyes vigorously. He must be so drunk that he was hallucinating, right? That must be it. Why was Lu Tingxiao behaving so unusually? He had the butler come to pick up his younger brother, shook awake his son who had been sleeping soundly, was careful not to wake Ning Xi up, and carried her back himself. Seeing Lu Tingxiao carry Ning Xi in his arms, with Little Bun following behind him as they left, Zhang Muya still felt confused. In the end, he toppled forward onto the table, and finally passed out drunk. Lu residence. Little Bun wanted to sleep together with Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao, men and women shouldn't touch. Little Bun raised 5 fingers, which meant, I'm only 5 years old. Lu Tingxiao nodded. Very good, you know you're not a 3-year-old child but a 5-year-old adult. Now go back to your room and sleep by yourself. Little Bun. Lu Tingxiao's face became serious. Do you want to be Auntie Xiaozai's darling forever? I can only get her to stay for 3 months at the most. If I can't marry her by then, she'll leave you for good. Hearing this, Little Bun's face finally changed, and he flattened his lips as if he had been wronged. He looked wistfully at Ning Xi, turning back to look at her with every step he took as he finally left. Lu Tingxiao sighed softly. Although Little Treasure was his biggest help, he was also his biggest obstacle. It was fortunate that he could finally be persuaded for the time being. Lu Tingxiao gently laid Ning Xi on the bed and took off her shoes. He then called the maid to come up and help change her clothes. In a daze, Ning Xi felt she was back in her soft bed, and there was a blurry figure in front of the bed. Drowsily, she reached out her hand to touch that familiar presence. Lu Tingxiao, are you sleepwalking again? Lu Tingxiao had been taken aback when she had touched him of her own accord, and he immediately covered her small, warm hand with his own big palm. Yes. Ning Xi frowned and muttered, it's a disease, should be treated. He chuckled in a low and husky tone, and kissed her palm. Only you can cure me. Late at night, Public Relations Department of Glory World Group. Liang Feixing was stressing over the scandal of Su Yimo driving while drunk and hitting someone, when his personal cell phone suddenly rang. He had been prepared to impatiently throw his phone aside, but in the next second he was frightened into a cold sweat when he saw the caller ID. He immediately flipped over to sit up, and received the call in a flurry. Hello, President Lu, my apologies. We're dealing with this matter, and will definitely solve it latest by tomorrow evening. What? The man's cold and distant voice came through the phone. Ah, it's about Su Yimo's drunk driving. You weren't looking for me because of this. Liang Feixing was confused. So Big Boss wasn't calling this late at night to interrogate him? No, Liang Feixing immediately sighed in relief. He was really very busy, and President Lu had never gotten involved in the business of Glory World. Even if the matter involving Glory World's first sister Su Yimo was a huge issue in their eyes, for Lu Tingxiao, it likely didn't make even the smallest ripple. So, why was Big Boss personally calling him at this time? Liang Feixing felt even more uneasy. So the reason you've called me? Make Jia Qingqing leave the entertainment industry within 24 hours. Lu Tingxiao directly gave him an order. Jia Qingqing. President Lu, which Jia Qingqing is that? Starlight Entertainment. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Liang Feixing was greatly surprised. So it was that gaudy-looking Jia Qingqing who nevertheless had been hyped up by Starlight Entertainment as the #1 beauty in the entertainment industry. He had wondered what type of big shot it was. Liang Feixing was still bewildered, but he dared not ask too many questions. He responded readily, Yes, President Lu, I understand. As far as I know, Jia Qingqing recently had a falling out with a female artiste in their company. The other party wasn't the good type either, and she had a lot of blackmail material on Jia Qingqing. She really knew how to get someone else to do her dirty work, and she gave the lot to a big V gossip blogger on our company's operations team. Jia Qingqing has offended too many people. This time, everyone's going to kick her when she's down. I reckon it'll be hard for her to get away. But if we want to force her to leave the entertainment industry, we'll need to fan the flames. Handle it quietly, Lu Tingxiao instructed him. Yes. Don't worry, President Lu. After hanging up the phone, Liang Feixing immediately passed everything he had been handling to the deputy director, then dealt with this matter himself. The matter this time really was too easy. Asking him to handle it was simply like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The artiste who had been fighting with Jia Qingqing had already done 80% of the work, he just needed to deal the last blow. But she was just a small, B-list artiste. What on earth had she done for Big Boss to personally command that she be blacklisted? No matter how much Liang Feixing tried, there was no way he would have guessed that Lu Tingxiao's real purpose was not to blacklist Jia Qingqing, but to support Ning Xi, a little actress who was even less famous than Jia Qingqing, and whose name till now Liang Feixing probably didn't even remember. The next morning, after Ning Xi woke up, she was a bit confused. Why was she in the Lu residence? She clearly remembered that she had played games continuously with Little Treasure for 2 hours, and finally had been so tired that she had fallen asleep on the sofa in Zhang Mai's living room. While she was puzzling this out, suddenly there was a bang at the window behind the bed. Startled, Ning Xi quickly went over to see what was going on. As soon as she opened the window, she saw a golden head. Black lines appeared on Ning Xi's head. Zhang Muya, what are you doing? Zhang Muya, who paid the most attention to his image, was actually still wearing the same clothes from last night, now crumpled, and his hair was also a mess. He had an agitated expression on his face. Ning Xi, get down here. I need to talk to you about something. Hurry up. Head aching, Ning Xi sighed. She had known it wouldn't be a good thing for this person to know that she was staying here. He actually came running early in the morning to smash her window. Big V, Da V, a verified account, usually on Weibo, with a large number of followers. Big V, Da V, a verified account, usually on Weibo, with a large number of followers. Jump straight down, quickly. Don't pretend to be a lady. Zhang Muya urged her agitatedly. Ning Xi's mouth twitched with speechlessness. Placing her hands on the sill, she jumped down from the window. Zhang Muya immediately dragged her over, spun her around a few times to see if she had any suspicious marks on her, then stared at her with bright eyes. Did anything happen last night? Ning Xi almost passed out from him spinning her round, and she said crossly, Zhang Muya, what's wrong with you? It's still early in the morning, shouldn't you still be asleep? I was sleeping so well, what could have happened to me? The veins on Zhang Mai's forehead popped violently. Ning Xi, are you a pig? Don't tell me you don't know how you got back here last night. I really don't know. Ning Xi had an innocent look on her face. Zhang Muya took a deep breath as he calmed down. He gnashed his teeth. How is it you haven't been sold off when you're this stupid? Last night it was Lu Tingxiao who personally carried you back here. Ning Xi was a bit alarmed to hear that, and immediately argued, so what? It was definitely because darling Little Treasure was reluctant to wake me up, so he asked his father to carry me back. Because it was like that time in the bar. Little Treasure wouldn't allow anyone to touch her except Lu Tingxiao, so she didn't think it was anything strange. Zhang Muya was half dead with anger. Ning Xi, can't you be a little more careful? Lu Tingxiao obviously has a thing for you, okay. Ning Xi sighed deeply, then placed her hands on Zhang Mai's shoulders, and said earnestly, brother, this sister is aiming for the stars, I won't stop for the flowers or grass. Therefore, even if you kneel down to cry and beg me to become your eldest auntie, I won't give you this opportunity, okay? Please stop being delusional, go back, take a shower, and sleep. Hearing this, Zhang Mai's mood became very complicated. He sighed in relief, but at the same time, looked at her with confusion. Are you really prepared to be unmarried forever? What if you meet someone you like? Miss Little Ning Xi, your way of thinking is dangerous and no good, do you understand? Let me tell you, even though work is important, for a woman, it's marriage that, Ning Xi couldn't stand it any longer and kicked him. Zhang Muya, are you done? Did you deliberately come here to pick on me? It looks like it's been too long since your last beating that your body can't stand it. You just beat me up the day before yesterday. Obviously I didn't beat you enough last time. Today, this sister has to beat you into submission. Let's see if you still dare to spout nonsense all day. Ning Xi rolled up her sleeves, ready to take action. Zhang Muya covered his head and fled in terror, but he suddenly looked behind her and said, "Uncle." Ning Xi smiled darkly. "Rescue. However hard you yell today, no one will come to rescue you." Before Ning Xi's devil claws dropped down, Zhang Muya shouted, "No, it's my uncle." Ning Xi's back stiffened. She turned her head mechanically, then saw Lu Tingxiao standing against the light, dressed in a tracksuit. Sweat was rolling off his skin. It looked like he had just finished his morning run. Caught red-handed about to beat his nephew up, Ning Xi racked her brains, then immediately pointed at Zhang Muya and opened her mouth. "Mr. Lu, this person came running early in the morning to smash your house window. In the end, I found out, and I was just about to help you beat him up." Zhang Muya stared at her. "Shameless. You still dare say you didn't." Ning Xi spoke in a righteous tone. Lu Tingxiao reached out a hand to remove a blade of grass in the girl's hair, then his big palm rubbed her head in a natural gesture. "Don't be mischievous, go wash up, it's time for breakfast." "Yes, right away." She made a face at Zhang Muya and ran away. At that moment, Zhang Muya really wanted to grab Ning Xi and yell at her. Once. Twice. 3 times. "Lu Tingxiao is so obvious, are your titanium alloy dog eyes blind?" In Chinese, the words, uncle, and, help, share the same pinyin phonetic alphabet Ju. This is actually a pun on the actual expression, Liang Sha Wo de Tai A Jin Go Yan, which literally translates to, so bright it blinds my titanium alloy dog eyes, and describes something incredibly mind-boggling or shocking. After returning to the room, Ning Xi suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to do something very important. After causing a stir with that video, she had yet to check how things had developed after that. It was all Zhang Muya that guy's fault. Ever since coming back, he had created a lot of trouble for her. Ning Xi booted up her laptop and quickly skimmed all related news. Last night, the video of Jia Qingqing's 33 NGs had been pushed to the top of the list of hot topics. The comments below were filled with criticism, while Ning Xi, who had surprised people with her exquisite acting, received a lot of positive comments. Instantly, one after another, people started to suspect that the online post about Ning Xi sleeping her way up was untrue. Soon after that, anonymous side accounts disclosed how Jia Qingqing took advantage of filming to act out her personal grudge. She slapped Ning Xi on purpose during filming. In private she was arrogant and domineering, and had slapped her assistant. She acted like a diva on set and made things difficult for the staff. Eventually, artistes and staff who couldn't stand Jia Qingqing all joined the battle as they shared similar experiences, thoroughly destroying the fake mask which Jia Qingqing put on in front of her fans. Stylist Amy: "At the beginning I hated Ning Xi, because Jia Qingqing usually targeted her, and to make things difficult for Ning Xi, she would take out her anger on a staff. Similarly, to make Ning Xi wait, she would find non-stop excuses to make me redo her makeup over and over again. This happened almost every day. At first, I thought I suffered because of Ning Xi, so I hated her for a long time. In fact, she did nothing wrong at all. I know by saying this, I will definitely get in trouble with some people, but I would feel guilty if I didn't say anything. That day when Zhang Mai's fans created trouble on set, if it wasn't for Ning Xi directly using her own arm to help block a rock thrown in my direction, my face would have been ruined." Production assistant Xiao Li: "What, frank and outspoken, abhor sin and lies. Jia Qingqing is an arrogant and domineering diva, the cancer on the production crew. She is late almost every day, and leaves early without telling anyone. She's always ordering us around arrogantly, and completely doesn't see us staff as human. I can't count how many times she makes me run around doing things for her in a day. Does she think I'm her servant?" As for Ning Xi, even though she's usually on her own, and looks a little aloof, she is always polite to us staff, and always thanks everyone each time filming wraps up. Even though we were biased towards her and never replied, she still did this every time. Assistant Director: "I'm nobody, but I still want to clarify something. The only time that someone sent gifts to Ning Xi was on the first day of production, and I've never seen Ning Xi act intimately with any guy. It's normal for a beautiful woman to have a few admirers. Who knew the news would change and spread like that? Director of photography. Ning Xi's professionalism is faultless, the camera favors her, and she knows what to do. Unless it is because of other people, she basically completes all her scenes in one take, so filming her is the most relaxing for me. As for Jia Qingqing, she is probably every DP's nightmare. She's had too much plastic surgery, her nose is a weird shape, and she always complains it's because my skills are terrible. Does she think I have to Photoshop everything for her? Director Guo Kasheng. The rumors online about Ning Xi are all untrue. This is an insult not just to Ning Xi, but also to the whole production. At first we planned to wait until the movie was released, so that everyone who saw Ning Xi's acting would be clear about the truth. But now, since things have escalated to the point that it is seriously affecting the filming progress, we are releasing an early tidbit, so you can see for yourself. Video. Producer Wang Taihei. Sigh, since everyone has expressed their opinions, I'll also say something. I have seen so many people say that our movie suddenly received an additional 50 million yuan investment because of a sponsor backing Ning Xi. To clear up this rumor, I obtained permission from the investor to reveal his identity as at Fancy Little Carp Prince. Ning Xi had anticipated that for a lot of people in the production crew, their tolerance of Jia Qingqing had already reached the limit. It only took one person saying something first, then everything else came pouring out. But she hadn't thought that as they condemned Jia Qingqing, they would also give Ning Xi some praise, which was an unexpected bonus. After all, it was always nice to have one's efforts recognized. Wang Taihei's post intrigued her, and she hurriedly clicked on the Fancy Little Carp Prince ID to see who the investor was. In the next second, Ning Xi's head was covered with black lines. The Fancy Little Carp Prince ID was verified as CEO of Glory World Entertainment, Lu Tingxiao. You are the boss of a big entertainment company, can you not use such a lame ID? It's like some freaking 13-year-old. Who knew the last-minute investor would turn out to be Lu Tingxiao, but it wasn't unexpected, and in fact it made sense. After all, this was Zhang Mai's first film after returning from abroad, it was natural for Glory World to give him full support. But 50 million for a mere second male lead, no wonder people said Glory World was the richest company in the industry. Wang Taihei's Weibo post cleared up the situation, and all the stains on Ning Xi's reputation had been completely wiped out. Jia Qingqing ended up with the reputation as a difficult diva and trashy actress. Anyone with good sense could see that it was Jia Qingqing who had been secretly slandering Ning Xi. It was a shame there was no concrete evidence to prove it. Up to this point, everything had gone according to Ning Xi's expectations, but she never thought that there would be even more shocking developments after this. In the early hours of the morning, Jia Qingqing's manager Han Ying put up a Weibo post. Han Ying posted evidence that Jia Qingqing had hired her water army to slander Ning Xi, even arranging for people with side accounts to infiltrate Zhang Mai's fanbase and rile them up, to use the fans to attack Ning Xi. What was even more shocking, Han Ying actually exposed the fact that Jia Qingqing wasn't the daughter of the rich man she called her father, but his mistress. The rich man Jia Qingqing spoke of as her father was not her real father at all, and instead was her sugar daddy. He was even married with kids. Han Ying's Weibo post contained plenty incriminating chat records and scandalous photos. No matter what Jia Qingqing said, she wouldn't be able to deny it. There was only one road for Jia Qingqing now, retirement. Even if she could still make a comeback, in the entertainment industry, where the new was always replacing the old, her chances of making a comeback was next to none. After violating the professional code by exposing the private life of an artiste under her care, Han Ying's own career as a manager was also ruined. Who knew what kind of conflict she had with Jia Qingqing, that Han Ying would take her down with her in such an intense way. After the issue blew up, Starlight Entertainment attempted to delete all posts, topics, and comments, but there were too many to be able to do so. Furthermore, this only made online users even angrier. So to appease public anger, Starlight could only release a statement saying that they would seriously investigate Jia Qingqing for her role in maliciously slandering Ning Xi. As for the matter of Jia Qingqing being a kept woman, the company so far was tight-lipped. They had released a neutral statement about investigating that matter further, but obviously, they were reluctant to give up on Jia Qingqing, for the big money they had spent on her. Ning Xi didn't have any scenes today, and at first she was prepared to rest at home for the day, but because this issue had blown up so much, she received a call after breakfast to go to the company. In the meeting room, Ning Xueluo, Chang Li, and Jia Qingqing were all present, along with the Director of Public Relations, Feng Haoyang. Jia Qingqing had her head down, and there were huge dark circles under her eyes. As soon as she saw Ning Xi walk in, she stood up in extreme agitation. Ning Xi, UB*TCH. Now are you satisfied? I won't let you get away with this. Ning Xi picked helplessly at her ear. It was more or less the same speech each time. She was getting calluses from listening to it so many times. Shut your mouth, don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Feng Haoyang rebuked her impatiently. Jia Qingqing was extremely unwilling, but she only could sit down feeling aggrieved. Her cowardly sugar daddy had disappeared after the truth of their relationship had been revealed. Her entire fate now lay in Feng Haoyang's hands. Sit, Feng Haoyang said shortly to Ning Xi, his head expression full of hesitation, as if he was still deciding something. At this moment, Chang Li spoke up. Ning Xi, you should already know what happened last night. Here's the thing, in a short while, Qingqing is going to post a public apology for slandering you. When you respond, say that you were also at fault, be a little more generous, and say that you've forgiven her. Ning Xueluo also spoke up to persuade her. Sister Ning, I know you're not comfortable, but after all, you really were at fault. You can't drag the company down because of this personal drama between the both of you. The only way to resolve this now is to minimize the impact. Ning Xi looked at Ning Xueluo, who appeared as if her main concern was to protect the company, and murmured, Senior sister, if I remember correctly, from the beginning to the end, it was Jia Qingqing who targeted me and framed me. I have always been mindful of Sister Cheng's teachings to not embarrass the company and to always prioritize the company. I suffered in silence until now. Even when I was being slandered, I didn't dare trouble the company, until some kind-hearted online friend stood up for me. Only then was my reputation wiped clean. Now what the online users and fans are angry over is Jia Qingqing being a mistress. Clearly, Jia Qingqing is the one who is not thinking about the company, framing an artiste from the same company and tarnishing the company's image, right? Senior sister, are you saying that if a mad dog chases someone down and bites him, and in the end falls into a ditch and dies, it is still that person's fault? If she posted on Weibo forgiving Jia Qingqing, all her hard-won efforts to regain her reputation would definitely crumble at this last hurdle. To indulgently forgive this type of person during this furore, did they think she was stupid? Ning Xueluo almost choked to death at Ning Xi's words. What kind-hearted online friend? It was clear that Ning Xi was the one who had released that blackmail material, yet she could say all that with calm innocence. On the side, Jia Qingqing, who hadn't been quiet for very long, immediately exploded at these words. Ning Xi, who are you saying is a mad dog? Say it clearly, you. Seeing that Jia Qingqing was getting worked up again, Feng Haoyang spoke up to cut her off. No need to put up a public apology. Really, Jia Qingqing was instantly happy, but in the next second, she heard Feng Haoyang continue, Qingqing, write a statement to say you're leaving the entertainment industry. Jia Qingqing immediately screamed, what? You're making me leave the entertainment industry? Why should I leave? There's no way I'm writing that kind of thing. Feng Haoyang became impatient. I'm already giving you face by letting you write that statement yourself. Don't take my last kindness for granted. Don't tell me it's because of being a kept woman. There are so many female stars in the entertainment industry who are kept women, so many who become mistresses, why should I be the one to leave? Jia Qingqing wasn't convinced. Because you are the only one dumb enough to let the whole world know about it. What's that got to do with me? It's all because Han Ying that B*TCH betrayed me. Why haven't you gone after her? How can I, when she's already resigned? Han Ying was the most easygoing manager in the whole company, so ask yourself, besides her, who else would have been able to tolerate your temper? It was bad enough that you were always yelling at her, but when her son had a fever of more than 40 C and she wanted to take him to the hospital, you wouldn't let her go no matter what. In the end, when she rushed there in the middle of the night, her son was so sick he had to be admitted into the ICU. So far he is still in critical condition. Feng Haoyang listed her misdeeds. It wasn't just Han Ying, he had already long been fed up with having to deal with Jia Qingqing's mess nonstop. Jia Qingqing didn't think she was wrong in the slightest, and said in a careless manner, "He didn't die, right? There are doctors for that sort of thing, what use would it have been even if she went? She would destroy me over something like that." Jia Qingqing still didn't understand how someone with a timid personality like Han Ying could suddenly do something like this. She was divorced, and her son was a chronic invalid. Every month, she spent so much on medical expenses. Without this job, how could she make a living? She could never have guessed that a powerful figure like Liang Feixing would deal with a nobody like her personally. Feng Haoyang pinched the skin between his eyebrows and finally gave up on communicating with her. Trying to compete with a fool was the most idiotic thing to do. The company had spent a lot of effort on Jia Qingqing, but because of this matter, things were beyond recovery. However great the loss was, she could only be discarded. Seeing that Feng Haoyang had made up his mind, Jia Qingqing rushed to Ning Xueluo, clutching at straws. "Sister Xueluo, help me. Let Sister Chang manage me. I guarantee I'll definitely be obedient. I promise that I'll post a letter of apology." When Chang Li heard this, she instantly became frightened. Get her to take over Jia Qingqing. Ning Xueluo wouldn't trap her like that, right? Of course, Ning Xueluo wasn't as brainless as Jia Qingqing, so she put on a troubled expression and she lamented regretfully, "Qingqing, it's not that I'm not helping you. You heard Ning Xi's words just now, she's not willing to help. Besides, this is the company's decision, I also have no choice." After this issue had come out, she knew Jia Qingqing was finished, but she still wanted to use her to the very end to drag Ning Xi down with her. It was a pity that Feng Haoyang had realized early on that an apology would be completely useless, and might also drag another company artiste into trouble. In the end, he just directly gave up on Jia Qingqing. She had thought Jia Qingqing would be a good knife to use in dealing with Ning Xi, who knew she was stupid enough to get pulled in herself, and even make Ning Xi's popularity soar. There was no way she would continue wasting energy on this type of person. Ning Xi, UB*TCH. BTCH. BTCH. Wait and see, even if I die, I'll drag you down to die with me. Jia Qingqing finally lost hope, and took her anger out on Ning Xi, until Feng Haoyang called security and she was dragged away. Towards this kind of person, Ning Xi didn't even bother to hate her, and could only pity her. Even until now, she still didn't know that she had been used as cannon fodder. Feng Haoyang looked at Ning Xi with a far more relaxed expression on his face. "Ning Xi, act well in this movie. If the outcome is good, the company will focus on cultivating you." But what Ning Xueluo said just now makes sense. You should keep your head down for now, and don't stir up unnecessary trouble. The whole affair was simply the perfect public relations crisis management scenario, from Ning Xi being knee-deep in scandal to being washed completely clean, and instead Jia Qingqing being forced to leave the entertainment industry. Although Feng Haoyang suspected that someone was working behind the scenes, he couldn't find the slightest flaw, and could only attribute it to Ning Xi's good luck. "Thank you, Director Feng, I will." Ning Xi pretended to be surprised and nervous. After coming out of the meeting room, Ning Xi went to the washroom, and Ning Xueluo followed her in. Ning Xueluo crossed her arms over her chest and sneered at her. "Ning Xi, you're so good at digging up dirt on other people, aren't you afraid your own unsavory past will be exposed one day?" Ning Xi's eyes narrowed slightly and turned cold. She turned around, and said unconcernedly, "Who doesn't have dirt on them, in this industry?" "You don't, eldest Miss Ning." Ning Xi deliberately emphasized this form of address, "Eldest Miss Ning," then pretended to be suddenly enlightened. "Ah, I've just realized, Jia Qingqing's title, fake daughter, real mistress, unexpectedly is also very suitable for describing you. When the time comes for me to expose you, doesn't it save me the trouble of finding a title for you?" This hit Ning Xueluo's sore spot, and she immediately got furious. "What false daughter, real mistress? Since I was born, I've always been part of the Ning family. I'm the only daughter father has recognized. As for Su Yan, you're the one who was useless and couldn't keep his heart. Do you think anyone would believe your nonsense?" Ning Xi heaved a long sigh. "Then, shall we test it? Go ahead and expose that dark part of my past." There are so many people out there, so I haven't been able to find the whereabouts of the 2 male hookers you bought off. Who knows, perhaps the general public might help me strike unexpected gold. This time, Ning Xueluo's face changed completely, and she almost screamed out. Ning Xi, you lunatic. She wasn't afraid of Ning Xi, who was getting ahead of herself, competing with her for status or a man. The thing she was most afraid of was that she would reveal everything in order to ruin her. Hee, looking at how Ning Xueluo had turned white with fear, Ning Xi couldn't help laughing, and patted her shoulder with a relaxed expression. Eldest Miss Ning, relax, I'm just kidding. It's not worth dying together with scum like you. At this point, Ning Xi's unconcerned gaze suddenly became incomparably cold. She lowered her voice, her tone like that of a devil which had crawled out of hell in Ning Xueluo's ears. But if you threaten me with that again, I cannot say for sure that I'll be able to control myself from doing something terrible. To use the words of your pig teammate, even if I die, I'll drag you down to die with me. Jia Qingqing, that idiot, was just all talk and couldn't back it up, but I'm different. After she was done, Ning Xi let go of Ning Xueluo's shoulder and walked out with her head high. Ning Xueluo, who had meant to threaten Ning Xi, was the one who had been threatened instead. The instant Ning Xi left, her whole slumped to the floor. Then her face became very dark, and she kicked the door hard. No, she had to think of a way to completely destroy Ning Xi. Otherwise, as long as she existed for even just one day, all the things she had could disappear at any moment. She would never allow this to happen. After leaving the company, Ning Xi had nothing on in the afternoon, so she got ready to go to the shopping mall, since last time, she had promised to buy clothes for Little Treasure. The moment she thought of Little Treasure, her gloomy mood instantly became sunny, and she happily went shopping. When Ning Xi arrived, she went straight to the children's clothes section. There were so many different types and styles of children's clothes, as far as the eye could see. Ning Xi simply dove right in, as if she had been injected with stimulants. She went even crazier than when buying clothes for herself. Having said that, some aspects of her life had really changed a lot since she met Little Treasure. Before, she would detour around stores selling baby products, children's clothes, and other similar places. But now she associated them not with her suffocating memories, but with the adorable little bun. As long as she saw cute, interesting things, she wanted to buy them for him. It felt the same as being in love. All the things in this mall were of famous brands, and were generally very expensive. It was the same for the children's clothes. But because they were for Little Treasure, she was naturally very willing to buy them. She just had to buy less makeup, and she would be able to afford them. Today, Ning Xi was wearing a dress by a designer she liked very much, but who wasn't very famous. Although it looked good, it couldn't compare with a big logo. The sales girls liked to judge based on appearance, so they ignored her, and instead, they gallantly followed behind a lady dressed in full Chanel. Ning Xi walked around, and finally, in one corner, saw something that really excited her. It was a little sapphire blue suit. It wasn't just the color that was dazzling. On the breast pocket, there was also an adorable printed badge of the Superman's logo. Most importantly, she had many Superman-themed clothes, so she could wear matching parent and child outfits with Little Treasure at any time. The words, parent and child outfits, popping suddenly into Ning Xi's mind made her stomach drop a bit. She was startled to suddenly realize that this feeling, which was similar to love, of always wanting to give your partner the best things, was actually also how parents treated their children. Ning Xi's mood was complicated, and she was silent for quite a while before she came back to reality. Then she went to look for a salesgirl. "Miss, I'll take this suit, please wrap it up for me." The salesgirl didn't respond immediately, but instead, pointed out in a cold tone, "This suit costs 12,000 yuan. I know, I saw the tag. Help me wrap it up." Only then did the salesgirl's face become a little more pleasant, and she smiled slightly. "Do you need me to help you pack it in a gift box?" Before Ning Xi could respond, a hand with a jade bracelet on it suddenly shot forward and snatched the outfit. "Oh, this is not bad. I'll take it." I'm sorry, this lady has already taken a fancy to this outfit," the salesgirl pointed out apologetically. The woman who had grabbed the outfit happened to be the lady who was wearing Chanel. When she heard this, she raised her chin unhappily. Has she paid for it? That, not yet. As it hasn't been paid for, no one owns it. I'll take it. Give me the bill right away. Chanel ordered, as if it was a matter of course. But right after she spoke, her hand was suddenly empty, and the outfit was back in Ning Xi's hand. Chanel instantly got furious. What do you think you're doing, snatching my clothes? Ning Xi's tone was even more matter-of-fact than hers had been. Didn't you say that since it hasn't been paid for, no one owns it? What, you can snatch it away, but no one else can. You, Chanel was about to blow her top, but suddenly she stopped and stared at Ning Xi's face in surprise and doubt. Ning Xi, are you Ning Xi? As if she had discovered something really funny, Chanel dragged her companion over. Xuan, quick, come here and see who it is. That Ning family country bumpkin is actually in this type of place fighting me for clothes. Did you say Ning Xi? Impossible. Seeing the woman in front of her, her companion was surprised. She had long, black hair with natural curls, and her classic makeup was perfect. She was wearing a light purple strapless dress that wasn't a famous designer brand, but which specially showcased her disposition. Her whole being gave off a proud and noble air. There wasn't even a shadow of the timid and spineless country wench from before. It's her. I won't mistake that face. A peasant girl is a peasant girl. She might have changed her wardrobe, but she's still inferior stock. Chanel said in a sure tone. Her companion looked again carefully, and realized that that face really did belong to Ning Xi. Actually, 5 years ago, Ning Xi had had a good foundation, but she completely didn't know how to make herself up, and was always dressed in uncool styles. At the banquet that year, she had worn an A-line dress that was obviously one size too big and in an old-fashioned color, which left a deep impression on people. Why is she buying children's clothes? I haven't heard that she's married. Who knows which wild man the kid belongs to? Maybe it was an illegitimate pregnancy. Wasn't the reason Su Yan dumped her before was that she had been having an affair with another man? As the two women traded words back and forth for a long time, Ning Xi finally remembered who they were. Chanel was called Ying Fangolin, and her companion was Jin Xuan. They were both socialites in that circle, Ning Shuiluo's group of girlfriends. Back then, these were the two who had laughed at her the most. Later on, she heard that Ying Fangolin had married well, and in the first year, she had given her husband a son, so she had become even more arrogant. Jin Xuan also had a fiancé from a well-off family. Who knew she would encounter these high-quality goods, wandering around the children's clothes section? It seemed that these two didn't know that she had entered the entertainment industry, and Ning Xi didn't want to quarrel with other people in a public place, so she directly ignored them and said to the salesgirl, "Miss, the bill, please." Although those two didn't look easy to deal with, it was Ning Xi, after all, who had seen the suit first, so the salesgirl hurriedly gave her the bill and swiped her card. But a problem popped up with the card. The salesgirl's face looked a little ugly. "I'm sorry, miss, you have insufficient balance on your card." Ning Xi looked at her blankly. Only then did Ning Xi recall that last month, she had switched out the engine in her beloved car for an imported one, so there wasn't actually much money on her card. When Ying Fangolin saw the situation, she immediately started to laugh mockingly. "Ha ha ha, you're really killing me. You have no money, but you still want to bite off more than you can chew." Jin Xuan also shrugged her shoulders disdainfully. "I would have thought in these last few years studying overseas, you would have progressed a little. As expected, a pheasant is still a pheasant, and will never ever become a phoenix." Ying Fangolin looked smugly at the salesgirl. "Miss, can you give this outfit to me now?" "Yes, madam." After replying, the salesgirl was about to take the outfit out of Ning Xi's hands. Ning Xi held on and refused to let go. Ying Fangolin immediately yelled, "What, you have no money and you're still trying to act tough? Do you think this is the country?" With the outfit in one hand, Ning Xi used the other to rummage around in her bag and take out a black card, which she passed to the salesgirl. "Swipe this one." At first, Ning Xi had been prepared to pay with her own money, and buy it for Little Bun as a gift. She never expected this awkward situation to happen. She really liked this outfit, and thinking how something that was meant for Little Bun would be snatched away by someone like Ying Fangolin, her whole body couldn't bear it. In the end, she took out the black card which Lu Tingxiao had given her. When Ning Xi took the card out, it was the salesgirl and those two women's turn to stare dumbly. The salesgirl was very experienced and knowledgeable, and with one glance she had recognized the card. Ying Fenggelin and Jin Xuanxuan had never seen the real thing before, but women in that circle were inherently sensitive to this kind of thing, so they also instantly recognized that this was the king of all cards, only a few of which existed in the world, the legendary infinite black credit card. The limit on this card was extremely high, and the annual fee was shocking, but the cardholder would receive first-class service worldwide. As a result, it wasn't available to the public, and you couldn't apply for it. Only 1% of platinum card holders were selected and invited to hold this card, so even the wealthy couldn't necessarily hold it. The only ones who could obtain this card were important politicians, billionaires, or celebrities in society. Ying Fenggelin's face was stiff, and she hmphed coldly. It's probably a fake card. Miss, you have to check it properly. While the salesgirl had seen it before, it had actually only been once. She took the card cautiously, and then started the process of swiping it. After 10 seconds, the salesgirl instantly had a megawatt smile on her face, and she gave Ning Xi a 90-degree bow. Miss, you're all set, I'll wrap the suit up for you right away. Ning Xi nodded. Thank you. Ying Fenggelin and Jin Xuanxuan stood there in shock. They exchanged looks, and stared at Ning Xi like they had seen a ghost. Ning Xi picked up the wrapped outfit and straightaway turned around to leave. Seeing Ning Xi leave in her high heels, Ying Fenggelin gnashed her teeth, her face full of malice. So what, it's definitely because she's become some rich man's mistress. Does she think if she gives birth to a son, she can marry into blue blood? That's right, the real wife will definitely make her suffer to death one day. Jin Xuanxuan echoed the sentiment. After leaving the children's clothes section, Ning Xi passed by the men's section on the floor below. That over there looked like the brand Lu Tingxiao usually wore. It was totally Lu Tingxiao's style, mainly in shades of black, white and gray, and looked aristocratic yet restrained. After staring at it for a bit, her gaze fell on a newer brand which had become quite popular in recent years. Comparing them, the newer brand had more vibrant colors and trendier styles. Ning Xi stroked her chin, and suddenly wanted to buy some clothes for Lu Tingxiao. That was women for you. They'd go out intending to just buy a pair of shoes, but in the end, come back with a pile of other things like clothes, bags and accessories. So after buying something for little Bun, she couldn't help the urge to fix Lu Tingxiao's style. After hesitating for 3 minutes, Ning Xi decided, buy. So she entered the shop and straightaway bought the suit off the mannequin at the entrance, which was in the same shade of sapphire blue as Little Treasure's clothes. At the same time, in the CEO's office at Lu Corporation, Lu Tingxiao, who was listening to Lu Jingli's reports, received 2 text messages. Checking them, they were message notifications from his bank. Ning Xi had used his card. A contented smile suddenly appeared on Lu Tingxiao's cold face. Seeing that expression, Lu Jingli understood clearly. A text from sister-in-law. Lu Tingxiao. No, that was strange. Curious, Lu Jingli approached the table for a look. Wasn't this 2 message notifications from the bank? And they were expense notifications, not income notifications. Did he have to look so contented over them? It was really hard to understand a man who was in love. Once night fell, Ning Xi returned to the Lu residence with her purchases. Seeing the old butler watering flowers at the entrance, Ning Xi greeted him in a hurry. Grandpa Butler, where's darling Little Treasure? The old butler was in a black tailcoat, with a neat bow tie. Seeing Ning Xi, he said respectfully, Miss Xiao Xi, you're back, little young master is drawing in the garden. He's drawing, then I won't disturb him. Then, where is Mr. Lu? Eldest young master is upstairs. Okay, thank you. Ning Xi went upstairs happily. Looking at the energetic back of the girl, the old butler was in a complicated mood. In the time that he had come to know her, no matter how guarded he had been, he couldn't help developing a good feeling about this girl. A beautiful girl with good manners would be welcomed anywhere. What was unexpected was that she was mindful of her actions. She never tried to cross the line with the eldest young master, and even at times didn't pay any attention to her image at all. It was actually very easy to see if a woman had intentions towards a man. At the most you could hide it for 1 or 2 days, but certainly not for very long. Likewise, it was also very easy to see if a man had intentions towards a woman. Perhaps other people couldn't tell, but he had seen everything from the beginning to the end, so he was the one who was most clear on this matter. The eldest young master obvious had feelings for this girl. He had actually designed the guest room she was staying in himself, even personally picking out the bedsheets and curtains, and the clothes and accessories in her closet. Not only that, the first day she arrived, he had told the chef about her eating habits, and always had some food saved for her each time she came back late. There were other similar details, too many to count. Even if it was because she had saved the little young master's life, the eldest young master's meticulous actions seemed a bit too much. Actually, if she was a nice young lady with a spotless background, it would be a happy thing if they became a couple. After this young lady had moved into the house, the eldest young master had become more animated and the little young master more cheerful. The old butler had watched the both of them grow up, so naturally he was overjoyed to see all this. So, what he was worried about now was not that Ning Xi had wicked intentions, but that she didn't have any at all. Upstairs, Ning Xi couldn't wait to show off her purchases, so she straightaway opened the door to Lu Tingxiao's room. As soon as she opened the door, her vision was filled with flesh. Lu Tingxiao's hair was wet and he was half naked, a white towel wrapped around his waist. Water drops slid down his toned abs and into his V-line. It was a scene you couldn't turn away from, so her first reaction was not to close her eyes, but to open them wider. She was a little put off by the idea of sex, but that didn't stop her from appreciating beautiful things. Maybe the trauma after being betrayed that year had been too much. She herself didn't know when she had changed. 5 years ago, she would have blushed to see a man even in a simple tank and underwear. Aside from Su Yan, she had never spoken to any unfamiliar men, and no matter how good-looking they were, she never paid any attention to them. It was probably a full 5 seconds before Ning Xi regained her senses, and with a swoosh, she turned around and covered her eyes with her hands, still carrying the 2 shopping bags. I'm sorry, I forgot to knock. Lu Tingxiao laughed lightly. My fault, I forgot to lock the door. In reality, he hadn't forgotten, he had left his door unlocked even since she got back. Did you need something? Wait a moment, I'll put on some clothes first. The girl had stared at him for a short yet long time, and it had felt like a fire burning his skin inch by inch. Fortunately, she had turned away in time, otherwise, the uncontrollable reaction of a certain part of his body would have given him away. Lu Tingxiao was about to open his closet to get some clothes, but behind him, Ning Xi suddenly shouted, "Ah, no. Don't put on any clothes." Never expecting that the girl would make such a request of him, Lu Tingxiao was obviously taken aback. He looked at her back and asked lightly, "Why?" Even though he was very happy to satisfy such a wonderful request by this girl. Realizing that her words were too ambiguous, Ning Xi quickly made a "pay" sound. Don't misunderstand. I meant it literally, there wasn't any deeper meaning. Actually, the literal meaning also seems very dirty. In short, what I meant was I bought you some clothes when I was shopping today, do you want to try it on? Trying it on now saves you having to change clothes and take them off and change again. Aren't I clever? Lu Tingxiao looked a little surprised at her words, and seemed a bit overwhelmed by her consideration. You bought it for me. He thought that she had definitely bought them for Little Treasure. Yes, but, I used your card. Ning Xi looked a bit embarrassed as she scratched her nose. Actually, I was prepared to use my own money, and to buy it as a gift for Little Treasure. But who knew after getting a new car motor last month, my card would have no money on it, so I had to use yours. Then, on the way back, I saw a man's suit in the men's section which perfectly matched the color of the clothes I bought for Little Treasure, so I couldn't help buying it. I see. Even though she hadn't specifically intended to buy something for him, it was enough to cheer him up. I asked the salesgirl, if you try it on and don't like it, you can return it. Quick, go try it on and see whether you like it or not. Ning Xi rushed him. Lu Tingxiao didn't hesitate at all. I like it. She bought it herself, and it was the first time she bought him clothes. How could he not like it? You haven't even seen what it looks like. Ning Xi muttered, before stepping back and handing him one of the shopping bags. Lu Tingxiao took the bag. You only bought for me and little treasure, you didn't buy anything for yourself. Ning Xi sighed. I don't have money, wait, till I earn some, then I'll buy. Just as Lu Tingxiao was about to say that she could swipe his card, Ning Xi took out a black card from her bag. Oh, right, here you go. Using this was just so cool. Today, it made a woman who was fighting me for the clothes I wanted to buy jealous to death. Lu Tingxiao could only sigh and say, keep it, I'm usually too busy to have time to buy things for little treasure. If you see anything suitable, buy it straight away. Of course, I would be very happy if you helped pick something out for me. Are you that confident in my taste? Then don't change your mind later when you try it on. Ning Xi didn't stand on ceremony with him, and took the card back straight away. Then I'll give this back to you when I move out. I'll leave you to get changed. Just as she was about to go, behind her, the man suddenly grabbed the hand that was free. That startled Ning Xi, and she was about to turn around again when she remembered that Lu Tingxiao was still half naked, so she could only remain in that twisted position, her arm caught behind her. What is it? Lu Tingxiao tightened his grip on her hand slightly. Ning Xi, little treasure's condition has improved a lot recently, and he's not always bothering you anymore. He listens well, doesn't disturb you, and doesn't disrupt your work. As long as every day, he can see you, wait for you to come home, and know that you're sleeping in the next room, he's very happy and calm. I know I no longer have a reason to keep you here, but as little treasure's father, I haven't done enough for him at all, and I really hope for this kind of happiness to last a little longer for little treasure. 3 months, can you stay for 3 more months, at the most? If you want to leave after that, I won't force you to stay. During this time, you can treat this place as your own home, do whatever you want, you don't have to be polite. You can swear when you're angry, eat durian and garlic, drink at a bar and come back late. I only have one request. In these 3 months, can you show some restraint, and don't bring men back here? Ning Xi had almost been moved to tears by the first part of his speech, but by the end of it, she almost vomited 3 liters of blood. The more she listened, the more Lu Tingxiao sounded like a gentle and virtuous wife, while she was the scummy, degenerate husband. Ning Xi said sullenly, Lu Tingxiao, are we really going to talk in this kind of position? Why don't you put some clothes on first? Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to focus on the issue. Fine, Lu Tingxiao finally said behind her. It was as if Ning Xi had been given a pardon, and she hurriedly fled the room. Sigh, Lu Tingxiao was certainly a natural public speaker. In a few words, he had managed to pull at her heartstrings, especially when it was related to little treasure. It was just that if she continued to stay here, and for 3 more months at that, she was afraid that it really would be a little inappropriate. As she was debating the issue, she suddenly felt something soft on her leg. Looking down, she saw it was little treasure, who had come running without her noticing. As usual, he hugged her leg, and in one hand he held a painting. Ning Xi bent to hug the little guy. Darling, you've finished drawing. Little treasure nodded. What did you draw? Can Auntie see it? Little treasure instantly gave her the picture. With one look, Ning Xi's eyes filled with tears. It was her in the picture. The colors in the painting were bright and dreamy. She was lying on a small bed with a storybook in her hand. Little treasure had drawn it from his point of view, as if he was lying next to her and looking up. The whole painting radiated little treasure's happiness and satisfaction at being glued to her side as he lifted his head to listen to her tell him a story. Darling, this is amazing. The scales in Ning Xi's heart had completely tipped to one side. She drew a deep breath to calm herself down. Then she kissed the little guy on his forehead and said happily, Auntie bought you new clothes, do you want to try it on? Little treasure nodded with sparkles in his eyes. After Ning Xi helped little treasure change and was just about to look for Lu Tingxiao walked out of his room after also getting changed. Ning Xi had been confident with the outfit she had picked out for little treasure, but she hadn't been as certain with Lu Tingxiao's outfit. After all, she had never seen Lu Tingxiao wear anything that was not black, white or gray, let alone a vibrant color like sapphire blue. But after seeing Lu Tingxiao in the outfit, she was completely dumbstruck. This fit him too perfectly. At first she had thought it might look too out of place or awkward. she never expected such an amazing result. The suit showed off his wide shoulders, narrow hip and long legs perfectly. Most importantly, his heavy and solemn temperament had instantly become brighter, and even made him look a lot younger. Lu Tingxiao was pleased by the admiration in the girl's eyes. So, Ning Xi nodded, so handsome. Pin a big red flower to your chest, and you can become a groom straight away. Lu Tingxiao, the way this girl praised people was really unique. Little treasure, don't you think so? Isn't your papa handsome? Ning Xi lowered her head to ask the little bun, who was a mini version of Lu Tingxiao. Even though little treasure didn't care too much for his dad, he had to admit that this version of his daddy looked much better than the normally black one, so he nodded generously. Ning Xi was instantly pleased with herself, and she snapped her fingers. I never realized my eye was that good. Of course, CEO Lu already has a good foundation, you look handsome in anything. But I think you should wear bright colors like this more often, it'll lift your employees' moods, and they'll become more productive. Hearing the words, good foundation, and, you look handsome in anything, Lu Tingxiao couldn't help curling his lips. In the future, if you see anything else suitable, buy it for me. Okay, leave it to me. Ning Xi patted her chest confidently. The more she looked at these two, one big and one small, the more excited she became. I can't take it anymore. I really want to take photos of the two of you. Come here, stand together, a little closer, hold hands. With each instruction she gave, father and son posed for her very cooperatively. With each photo Ning Xi took, she became more and more addicted, and completely turned into a fangirl. Out on the balcony and in the small garden, she took photos non-stop of the father and son pair. Standing next to her, Lu Tingxiao leaned in closer to take a look, and praised her. Well taken. Ning Xi waved her hands modestly. My technical skills are so-so, plus I'm using a phone. But the two of you are such good models, and the background is also amazing, so all the photos look like magazine shots. By the way, Lu Tingxiao, do you have WeChat? I'll add you and send you all the photos. I've been meaning to say, no one uses SMS anymore nowadays, it's too troublesome. And later, teach little treasure how to use WeChat, too. I do, search for my number. Lu Tingxiao was starting to rejoice that Lu Jingli had forced him to open a WeChat account. What? Your ID is just Lu Tingxiao? That's too boring. Ning Xi teased as she instantly added him as a friend. Lu Tingxiao lifted an eyebrow, and when he instinctively looked at Ning Xi's nickname, he realized that he actually didn't recognize some of the characters in it. Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void. Why was this nickname so strange? What did it mean? Lu Tingxiao really wanted to ask, but was worried that this was online slang. Asking would expose the generation gap between him and her, like the last time, so he decided to keep silent. After adding each other as friends, Ning Xi sent him all the photos. When Lu Tingxiao received the pictures, he inadvertently noticed Ning Xi's personal signature. By the sword in my hand, I will one day exterminate every last cheating dog in the world. Lu Tingxiao. Only after she had finished sending the photos did Ning Xi realize that Lu Tingxiao was staring at her signature with a complicated expression on his face. She immediately became embarrassed as she explained that, well, I created this signature when I was going through a phase in middle school, and I forgot to change it since. Ridiculous, isn't it? Lu Tingxiao laughed softly. Not bad. There was going to be a day when he would become the reason for her to change this signature. And my nickname, cough cough, it's Martian language, it was quite popular online back then. It looks silly now, but I've gotten used to it, so I haven't bothered changing it. Ning Xi scratched her head as she explained. Not bad, can you help me switch to something similar? Lu Tingxiao requested. You really think it's not bad? Ning Xi was shocked at Lu Tingxiao's taste. Yes. Lu Tingxiao looked very serious. Then I'll think of something for you. Ning Xi regretted it as soon as she made the promise. She couldn't imagine how his circle of friends on WeChat would react when they saw his nickname change to one in Martian. That scene would be simply too beautiful. Thank you. Lu Tingxiao hardly ever used WeChat, so after signing in this time, it wasn't long before a lot of messages popped up in the family group chat. It looked like the Lu family elders were complaining to their relatives that they hadn't seen their good grandson for so long, because lately, it seemed that their eldest son had a girl he liked, and was actively trying to court her, so they didn't dare disturb him. This wasn't complaining, but in fact, showing off. He, our eldest son finally has a girl he likes. It's a girl. Lu Tingxiao didn't know whether to cry or laugh at his parents' words. Then he simply sent all the photos Ning Xi had just taken to the group. A few seconds later, the whole family group chat exploded. Martian language is the unconventional expression of Chinese characters online. Web links. Everyone's first reaction was, the king of eternal lurking, Lu Tingxiao, had actually showed up in the family group chat. The second reaction was, my god, this father and son pair were simply too much, as if they had stepped out of a magazine. Really wanted to steal little treasure away. Really wanted to marry their daughters into that family. It was only because marriage between relatives was forbidden in contemporary society, that the countless family members who had daughters weren't already beating each other's brains out for the opportunity. Iya, my good grandson is too cute. Iya, my son is too handsome. Madame Lu was so excited she didn't know who to praise first. Tingxiao ah, who picked the clothes for you and little treasure? Was it the girl you like? With one glance, Madame Lu could tell that this was not her son's style at all. Yes, I knew it, you would never choose this style. Look at how bright the color is, it looks so good. It's nothing like the dull clothes you wear all the time, and little treasure has to suffer the same dull style too. As expected, this house does need a woman. She also took these photos. Master Lu couldn't help asking. Yes. Lu Tingxiao was still a man of few words. Not bad. Master Lu was obviously very pleased. Since he was young, Lu Tingxiao hated taking photos, little treasure even more so. So there were very few photos of the two, and even less of them together. Acting in unison, the two elders secretly saved all the photos. Damn, my future sister-in-law is unbelievable. She can actually make you wear this color, and you even let her take photos. I gave you some clothes in a similar color before, and you looked at me so scornfully. You even belittled my taste. This time it was Lu Jingli who spoke. Since Lu Jingli had also joined the chat, calling the other party, future sister-in-law, all the aunties couldn't hold it in anymore, and all of them started asking Lu Tingxiao which family's young miss it was. Lu Tingxiao directly replied with 2 words, it's private. Meaning this is my own private affair, no one is allowed to interfere. Just as they were about to pester him for details, all of them no longer dared to act rashly. The Lu family clan was massive, and the core person who stood at its helm was Lu Tingxiao. He was like a dragon leader. The brilliance and glory of the Lu family, the respect and wealth which they possessed, was all dependent on him. His words could not be doubted, and were like imperial edicts. At the same time, there was someone else in the group who had seen the photos and the chat, Zhang Muya. Zhang Muya stared hard at the words, was it the girl you like? For a long time, then messaged Ning Xi privately. Ning Xiaoxi, did you take photos of Lu Tingxiao and little treasure? Yeah, how'd you know? You saw us. Ning Xi recalled Zhang Muya also didn't have any scenes today. Don't tell me this person came running over sneakily. Huh, my uncle posted them in the family group. Everyone is talking about them now. Seeing this, Ning Xi was happy, and she replied quickly, ha ha ha, really? Are they praising my photography skills? Zhang Muya was so angry he almost threw his cell phone. Can you focus on the main point? What should I be focusing on? I tell you, just now. Zhang Muya wanted to tell her that Lu Tingxiao had admitted himself in the group chat that all the photos had been taken by the girl he likes, but he remembered how he had already told her 3 times in a row, and she still hadn't believed him. He also felt that this evidence wasn't enough, and in the end she might just beat him up again, so he decided to collect irrefutable proof first in order to convince her. Tomorrow, we'll be shooting together, don't be late. Zhang Muya changed the topic. When have I ever been late? If I remember correctly, it's a kissing scene. If you dare eat garlic or durian before that, you're dead, you hear me? After dithering for a while, Ning Xi went to look for Lu Tingxiao after dinner. On the quiet balcony, Lu Tingxiao wasn't in a hurry, and just stood there waiting patiently for her response. Ning Xi took a deep breath, turned to the man next to her, and finally said determinedly, Lu Tingxiao, that thing you talked about, I've thought about it. I promise I'll stay for another 3 months, but I really will have to leave after that. Even if there was nothing going on between them, it would be suspicious for an unmarried woman to stay in someone else's house, and would easily create unnecessary misunderstandings. Thank you. Lu Tingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a dark light flashed unnoticed in his eyes. You have filming tomorrow? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi gave a long sigh and nodded. Yes. Seeing her uncomfortable expression, Lu Tingxiao asked concernedly, what's wrong, is tomorrow's scene very difficult? Ning Xi cradled her chin, leaned against the railing, and said, I wouldn't say it's difficult, it's just a kissing scene, but with Zhang Muya. I'm really worried that I won't stay in character. What if halfway through acting, I can't take it anymore and I hit him? It could also turn into a blooper. Kissing scene, Lu Tingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he knew there would be kissing scenes in the film, he had been painstakingly trying to avoid this issue, for he was worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself from doing something that would make her despise him. At this moment, Ning Xi suddenly thought of something, and patted her head. Ah, right, Lu Tingxiao, there's something I need to thank you for. What? Lu Tingxiao asked a little distractedly. I just found out that it was second young Master Lu who invested the additional amount into the movie, so you were the one who privately instructed that I should be the second female lead, right? So, thank you. Ning Xi thanked him sincerely. I'm glad you don't blame me for doing that. I'm not that ignorant, I know when to be thankful. You're welcome, it was just convenient. The truth was, he had done it all for her, the one for whom it was convenient was Zhang Muya. Ning Xi tried her best to convey what she wanted to say. Even if it was just convenient, it was a huge gain for me. It's not enough for me to just say thanks. How about next time I'm free, I'll cook for you and little treasure. Normally I'm too lazy to cook for myself, but I'm actually a good cook. If I hadn't entered the entertainment industry, I might have already become a chef. Lu Tingxiao smiled. I look forward to it. The next day, when Ning Xi arrived at the movie backlot, she saw in the distance a large group of girls near the film set. There was one particularly eye-catching golden head in their midst. With one glance, she knew it was Zhang Muya and his female fans. Ning Xi instinctively was about to make a detour, but she didn't expect that just as she was about to slip away, someone in the crowd screamed, ah! It's Ning Xi. In her heart, Ning Xi thought she was done for, and was about to protect her face. She never expected the group of girls to line up in rows, bow, and speak in unison. We're sorry. After apologizing, the girls all looked at her with stars in their eyes, and talked all at once. Miss Ning Xi, we're sorry, we misunderstood you. Please don't hate us, you must keep playing the role of Meng Chengge. That's right, that's right. Your acting is really amazing, we all love you and Muya acting together. I played the 10-second scene of you and Muya on repeat for a whole day at home. Dazed by these girls' actions, Ning Xi looked instinctively at Zhang Muya. Zhang Muya was in a good mood as he came over to explain. Didn't director Guo post a behind-the-scenes clip? It included the bondage scene which we shot that day. After that, they turned from being your haters into your fans. Really, is everyone so happy to see me being pushed down? Ah, so that was it. Fans were infatuated with their stars, but very few wanted to have any interaction with them in real life, since it was too impossible. Hence, films and other media had become channels through which fans could fantasize. If a female star was going to co-star with your male god, your first reaction might be a little jealousy. In particular, if that actress was very terrible, fans would feel that it was unfair to their idol, which would create a mood of huge resistance. But if the opposite was the case, fans would imagine themselves as the person playing opposite their idol, which was the ultimate satisfaction. This was Ning Xi's current situation. Muya, I heard the two of you have a lot of intimate scenes, is that true? Is there a kissing scene? A fan asked excitedly. Zhang Muya raised an eyebrow. Yes, there's one today. Ah! Immediately, there was a wave of excited screams. Can we watch? Can we? The girls created a racket as they asked repeatedly. Today's scene will be filmed outside, you should be able to see it from the fringes, but at that distance it might not be very clear, Zhang Muya replied. No problem, we brought our equipment. The girls took out binoculars, which were a must-have for a fan. Ning Xi was speechless. With so many people watching, the pressure on her was going to be intense. In the lounge, Ning Xi couldn't help asking, it's a kissing scene, but which one is it? Because too many things had happened recently, the schedule had changed a lot. She only had a general idea and hadn't been given specifics. Zhang Muya flipped through the script excitedly. It's the one of the Lantern Festival. I asked the director last night. Ning Xi immediately recalled the story. Lantern Festival, isn't that the scene where Meng Chang'e and Sun Wanqing kiss for the first time? That's right, that's the one. After saying that, Zhang Muya approached her warily and sniffed her. Do you remember what I said yesterday? You didn't eat anything you shouldn't have, right? Ning Xi slapped him away. Do I seem like such an unprofessional person? Remember what you just said, otherwise, if you've cheated me, I'll tell the director. Zhang Muya stared at her distrustfully. She had played too many tricks on him, he didn't dare lower his guard at all. Ning Xi gave him a haughty look. You're so old already, yet you're still playing at tattling to the teacher. Are you a kid? Zhang Muya snorted and turned away. I'm not talking to you anymore, I want to study how to act in this scene. Ning Xi swung his chair around. What do you need to study? Anyway, when the time comes, I'll be the one to force a kiss on you. Now come here, I have something to ask you. Zhang Muya, the heck, can't he study how to be forcibly kissed? What do you want to ask? Zhang Muya said unhappily. How are they going to deal with Jia Qingqing's role now? Of course she's going to be replaced. I heard from Brother Ming that she'll be replaced with someone from our glory world. It seems it's a new Singer. Her looks are not bad, but she doesn't have any acting experience at all. I don't think she can act well. That's right, have you heard about Jia Qingqing? What happened to Jia Qingqing? Ning Xi was confused. What else could it be? The issue became so big that the man's legal wife found out. She got people to strip her on the streets and beat her up, and told her to leave the capital, otherwise next time she would just kill her straight away. At first, I was still worried what that woman would do to you after being driven into a corner. Now it looks like there's nothing to be worried about. As Zhang Muya spoke, he felt that something didn't seem right. Ning Xi, why do I feel that all this is going along too smoothly and too well? At this moment, the director's voice came from outside. Ning Xi, Muya, get your makeup done, the next scene is yours. At present, night had just fallen and the light was perfect. The props team had already set up the scene, and all the actors were in their places. After changing into his costume, Zhang Muya was unexpectedly a little nervous. Although he and Ning Xi had dated before, he hadn't even touched a finger, let alone kiss her. He had never expected that the first time they would kiss wouldn't be when they were in a relationship, but instead while they were acting. He was about to take a deep breath to adjust his mood, but was suddenly hit in the back by a huge force. It was Ning Xi, who was in a smart, tight-fitting costume with her hair up in a high ponytail. Lazily, she put one arm around his shoulders. What's the matter, Blondie? Don't tell me you're nervous. Get lost. Who's nervous? I've shot more kissing scenes than you have eaten rice. Zhang Muya pushed her away ill-naturedly, and the shoulder she had been leaning on felt like it was burning. At this moment, Guo Kasheng walked over to them anxiously. We can't clear the film site, will the two of you be okay? When filming this kind of scene, the site would sometimes be cleared so that only staff remained, to avoid actors becoming too embarrassed to act well. Ning Xi's face was relaxed as she shrugged. I'm okay. Senior Zhang says he has filmed more kissing scenes than I have eaten rice, so it's unnecessary to clear the site. Guo Kasheng laughed loudly. Then let's start. After saying that, he comforted the both of them. Because this is the most important kiss in the whole film, I'm going to ask more of you. But after all, both of you are just starting to adapt to each other, so it doesn't matter if you can't do well at first, we'll take it slow. It's fine for you to try it several more times. Hearing the director say they could try several more times, Zhang Mai's mouth twitched. He totally didn't feel he was being comforted, instead, his heart beat faster. What the actual hell, it's just a kissing scene. Why is your heart beating so fast? No one realized that above their heads, a few mini HD camera drones were hovering in the sky. Furthermore, less than 100 meters from the film site, a black car was parked quietly on a street corner. In the backseat of the car, multiple frames of the scene were being clearly projected onto a screen. Lu Tingxiao was in a dark-colored suit, his shirt scrupulously buttoned to the top. He braced slender fingers against his forehead, and his dark pupils reflected the light of the screen. He looked silently at the girl who had appeared on the screen after changing into her costume. Beside him, Lu Jingli poked his head out of the car to look around one moment, then watched the screen inside the car the next. He had a bewildered look on his face. "Brother, are you really just going to watch them like this, and do nothing at all? Then wouldn't it have been better for you to stay home? Out of sight, out of mind. Isn't this just asking to be tortured?" With that, he stared in dread at his brother's perfect profile in the dim light, and murmured to himself, "If you don't explode in the silence, you'll die in it. Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" After all, he had grown up with Lu Tingxiao, and he understood his personality too well. On the outside, this guy might seem particularly cold, proud and desirous of nothing, when in fact, he was scarily possessive of anything that he had deemed as belonging to his territory. Ever since Ning Xi had shown up, almost all the expressions Lu Tingxiao wore showed his bright and gentle side. But Lu Jingli knew, as long as there was something he wanted, there was nothing he couldn't obtain. This was the patience of a beast on a hunt. This appearance was just a flimsy one. It was hard to say when it would give way with a bang, blasted into bits. Lately, he had been living on tenterhooks. After discovering that Zhang Muyu, that kid, had actually dated Ning Xi before, he had sweated a lot for him. For the sake of that boy who was his nephew, he had to find an opportunity later to give him a warning. Otherwise, when the time came, he wouldn't know how he had died. Hawkers selling lanterns or hosting lantern riddles lined the streets, and people bustled about with lanterns in their hands. There was cheerful chatter and laughter everywhere. Sun Wanqing had been confined in his clinic seeing patients, so Meng Chengge had dragged him out. The camera followed the two people. Under the lens, a boy and a girl ran along Chenggen Street, which was ablaze with light. It was an incomparably beautiful scene. This scene didn't have a lot of dialogue, and focused mainly on the scenery and changes in the main character's expressions. Meng Chengge was in high spirits. Sun Wanqing had been reluctant in the beginning, but was eventually infected by the girl's enthusiasm. They walked together in the crowd. After a while, Sun Wanqing suddenly realized that the girl was still pulling on his hand, so he hurriedly struggled to free himself. Meng Chengge held on obstinately, her expression proclaiming that the hand belonged to her. Sun Wanqing said urgently, "Miss Meng, please behave yourself. Men and women are forbidden to have intimate contact." Meng Chengge frowned as she stared at him. "You nerd, if I let go and we're separated, then what? If we get separated, then so be it." Sun Wanqing was so annoyed and ashamed that he spoke without thinking. "Sun Wanqing, you," angry, Meng Chengge threw his hand away and ran into the crowd. Seeing the red of her clothes gradually disappear into the crowd, Sun Wanqing's expression gradually became more anxious. Recently, there had been rumors of a rapist in the capital, and girls from a number of households had already gone missing. It was so chaotic in the street today, and she was just a girl. What if something happened to her? At this moment, Sun Wanqing only felt concern for Meng Chengge, completely forgetting that she was a little devil. Even if she encountered the rapist, he would be the unlucky one. The camera lens began to follow Sun Wanqing as he searched non-stop for Meng Chengge. Just as Sun Wanqing was about to collapse, someone suddenly patted him from behind on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw a lively person in a mask standing in front of him, who spoke in a triumphant voice. "Dr. Sun, you were looking for me." Hearing the girl's familiar voice, Sun Wanqing came alive again with joy, and pulled her into his arms. Sun Wanqing was always so pedantic and conservative, and it was clear that Meng Chengge hadn't expected him to act that way, so she instantly froze. The next scene was when Meng Chengge would initiate a kiss with Sun Wanqing. The fans watching at a distance held their breaths in excitement, and were afraid to make a sound. Just imagining the first kiss between the two people, they knew it would definitely be the most beautiful scene. At the same time, there was a person who was even more afraid to make a sound, and that was Lu Jingli, sitting in the black car. Lu Jingli curled up against the window as far away from his brother as possible, so scared he didn't even dare open his eyes to look. He definitely didn't believe that his brother could watch them without doing anything. Just now, seeing Ning Xi hold Zhang Mai's hand, and the image of the two people hugging, the temperature in the car had already plunged to freezing. What would happen when they actually kissed? There wasn't going to be a bloody scene later, was there? Whatever Lu Jingli let himself think, he still couldn't figure out how his brother would stop the scene without making Ning Xi angry. Lu Jingli carefully looked at the screen between his fingers, and saw Ning Xi slowly remove her mask. She looked at Zhang Muya with deep affection, reached out to pull Zhang Muya down by the neck. Over, it was over. Someone was going to die. As Lu Jingli wailed in his heart, he suddenly saw the lanterns on set go out one by one, as if they were being extinguished by his brother's silently burning rage. What a terrifying sight. Ah, it's raining, there was a cry from the crowd. Because the lanterns were made of paper, and some of the lotus-shaped ones weren't even covered, they were instantly put out by the rain. Ning Xi, who had been just about to kiss Zhang Muya, stopped because of this sudden change, and instinctively covered her head with her hands. Why is it raining? Ouch, it hurts. Why does it seem that it's even hailing? Zhang Muya had been so nervous that his heart had nearly stopped beating, but as a result of the abrupt stop to the scene, he almost passed out from lack of air. Damn it, hasn't there been a drought recently? It hasn't rained for months. And why the hell is it hailing on such a hot day? In the car, Lu Jingli was baffled. Raining. The weather had been fine, how could it be raining? Wait, hearing the thumps on the roof of the car, it seemed like it was even hailing heavily. At this moment, Lu Jingli had a flash of realization. His mouth twitched as he stared speechlessly at his elder brother, who was still as a mountain and didn't look the least bit surprised. You actually made it rain, brother, you're defying the heavens. And isn't this a little too fierce? It's even hailing. Seeing how filming had been forced to stop, the pressure around Lu Tingxiao retreated like a tide, and his thin lips spit out one cold word: drive. Yes, eldest young master. The driver started the engine, and in the dark, the black car silently left the filming site. Guo Kasheng also hadn't expected such a situation to happen, and was very distraught. If the filming earlier had continued, it would definitely have been an incredibly beautiful image. Ah, forget it, nothing good comes easy. Let's call it a day. But don't leave yet, let's have dinner together. Last time we weren't able to have a dinner to welcome Muya, so we must do it today. Guo Kasheng said to everyone. The production crew had been suffering a lot of setbacks recently, so this was a good time to mingle and bond with each other. The staff who had been listless because of the sudden change in weather instantly perked up and cheered. Zhang Muya gave an enthusiastic response. He was clearly in a bad mood. Ning Xi threw a towel at him. What kind of expression is that? Are you disappointed that I didn't force a kiss on you? Rubbish, I'm just not happy that I have to act it out with you again. Zhang Muya glared at her, then said in a warning tone, don't tell me you're busy again tonight. I'm not, why would I be busy? Ning Xi said as she sent Lu Tingxiao a message out of habit to let him know. Zhang Muya sneaked a look at her phone to see the text she was sending, then realized something wasn't right. Ning Xiaoxi, why did you change your WeChat nickname? The original, loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, had been changed to Sugar Xiaoxi. Because of Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi replied. Zhang Mai's pupils contracted. Lu Tingxiao made you change it. He told you to change, then you did. You used that nickname for so many years. No matter how much I laughed at you before, you were too lazy to change it. But you actually changed it when he made you do it. Ning Xi looked haughtily at him. Can you not get so worked up? He didn't ask me to change it, okay. Then why did you change it? It's because he didn't make me change it, and he even said my nickname wasn't bad, and wanted me to help think of a similar one for him. Zhang Muya, F***. His uncle had savage skills in picking up girls. Even this could work. Ning Xi sighed. You know, it's fine for a rough guy like me to use such a shocking name. But he is the CEO of a listed corporation. If I lead him astray with Martian language, wouldn't I be committing too big a sin? So I spent a long time trying to persuade him that Martian language was obsolete, and to prove it, I even changed my own nickname. Ning Xi was too lazy to type, so she directly sent a voice message. Mr. Lu, the production crew is having dinner together tonight. Can you please let little treasure know, and tell him not to wait for me to eat? Very quickly, her phone buzzed with Lu Tingxiao's reply, which was also a voice message. Ning Xi opened it, and Lu Tingxiao's clear and caring tone came through the phone. Okay, have fun. Ning Xiaoxi. Next to her, Zhang Muya gloomily said her name. What? You're not just blind, are you deaf, too? Don't you think there's something wrong with the way my uncle talks to you? Zhang Muya, do you want to get beaten up again? Zhang Muya resolutely stayed silent. Hee, Ning Xiaoxi, you just wait. By the end of tonight, I'll definitely find evidence to convince you. Vince. You. Pearl Hotel. This time, basically all the people in the production came to the dinner party. Even Ning Xueluo and the others who had had no scenes today came. One after another, everyone welcomed Zhang Muya, and the atmosphere in the room was very warm. After 3 rounds of drinks, Amy suddenly picked up a glass of wine and stood up. Ning Xi, I misunderstood you before. This toast is to you, take it as my apology as well as my thanks. You're too kind, Sister Amy. Ning Xi drained the wine in the cup she was holding. All the people cheered. After that, many people came over to drink a toast to Ning Xi, and she didn't refuse any of them, as if they were resolving all hard feelings with wine. Seeing Ning Xi get along well with the people on the crew, Ning Xueluo smiled slightly with a satisfied expression on her face. Just as I said, there's no way little junior sister can be that kind of person. Towards the end of the meal, suddenly a slender figure knocked at the door and came in. Aiya, it's young Master Su. Young Master Su is here. Brother Yan, why are you here? Seeing him arrive, Ning Xueluo immediately went to greet him, her face full of surprised happiness. In one corner, a drunk Zhang Muya immediately regained his senses. His eyes burned like torches as he glared at the man in the doorway who was wearing a white suit and displayed a courteous manner. Su Yan. So that was Su Yan. The only man it was said that Ning Xi had ever loved. Su Yan, the perfect boyfriend, would show up every time Ning Xueluo needed backup. At the moment, Ning Xueluo held on to his arm, and his face was kind as he said hello to everyone. I invited some friends to eat here, and heard from Xueluo that all of you were also here. You can order whatever you want, and put it on my tab. Everyone cheered. Wow, young Master Sus too rich. It feels like we're always benefiting because of Teacher Ning. Then we'll help ourselves. At this moment, there came a cold snort from the corner. Why should I let you pay for my dinner party? I'll pay for it. This was probably the battle of jealousy between exes. When Su Yan appeared, Zhang Muya hadn't bothered to disguise his hostility. A man was always very sensitive to another man's hostility. From the beginning, Su Yan had already felt that Zhang Muya wasn't very friendly towards him, but he still had a warm smile on his face as he spoke steadily. Since this is a reception banquet for Mr. Zhang, it stands to reason that Mr. Zhang shouldn't be the one to pay for it himself. That's right, let us treat you. You can regard it our duty as hosts, Ning Xueluo echoed. What duty as hosts? I'm capital born and bred, okay. Why do I need you to perform a duty as the host? As Zhang Muya was about to drunkenly blow his top, next to him, Ning Xi subtly gripped his shoulder behind him, and drew close to his ear. Are you retarded? He's a sucker with more money than sense, why wouldn't you use him? Let him pay. Zhang Mai's face turned even uglier. HMPH, are you sure you're not defending him? He's your ex-boyfriend, after all. Ning Xi raised an eyebrow. Aren't you also my ex-boyfriend? Ning Xiaoxi, don't change the subject. Hearing this, Zhang Mai's mood grew even more sour, and he thought in his heart, even if I'm your ex-boyfriend, can I compare with your brother Yan, who is your childhood friend? You even call out his name when you're dreaming. Ning Xi was helpless. Fine. But I'm not changing the topic. Why does it seem like you're being so noisy because you want to expose my relationship with you and also with Su Yan, in front of everyone? When will this guy stop being so childish? Finally, Zhang Muya subsided. If you want to pay, go ahead. In the end, Zhang Muya simply threw out a perfunctory remark. Su Yan saw Ning Xi whispering in Zhang Mai's ear, and he frowned subtly. Was it his imagination? He had always felt that Ning Xi and Zhang Mai's relationship was as more than just colleagues. Noticing that Su Yan was looking blankly in Ning Xi's direction, Ning Xueluo shook his arm to draw his attention back, and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Yan, did you bring the thing I asked for?" Su Yan came back to himself. "Yes, I did." With that, he passed her a stack of invitation cards, then said to everyone, "Tomorrow is Xueluo's birthday. I hope everyone can come to her birthday banquet tomorrow evening." "Ah, it's Teacher Ning's birthday tomorrow. I must go. Teacher Ning's birthday banquet will definitely be a high-class affair. We have to experience it for ourselves." Ning Xueluo smiled sweetly as she gave out the invitation cards one by one. When she gave one to Ning Xi, she didn't forget to specially say, "Junior sister, you must come." Ning Xi turned the cup around in her hands aimlessly, her face expressionless as she stared at the red invitation. When she was about to give the invitation to Zhang Muya, he didn't move. "Don't bother, I'm not going." Hearing this, Ning Xueluo's face stiffened slightly, but in the next second, it smoothed back into a soft expression as she asked concernedly, "Muya, do you have something on tomorrow? Can you postpone it? I really do hope you can come. Please, please." She had already promised a number of her close friends who liked Zhang Muya that she would definitely have him come. There was no way any man could resist a request made by a gorgeous beauty in such a pleading tone. But Zhang Muya didn't buy it at all, and his eyes even showed a bit of disdain as he said impatiently, "I can't postpone it, it's also one of my friend's birthday tomorrow." Saying that, he glanced in Ning Xi's direction. Ning Xi took a sip of wine, and said nothing. "Ah, what a coincidence. Your friend has the same birthday as me. It must be a very important friend to you. That's really a pity. Once you're done, feel free to come over any time, as our party will run through the night." Ning Xueluo said considerately. Damn it, if she failed to invite Zhang Muya, wouldn't she lose face in front of so many of her close friends? Who on earth was Zhang Mai's friend? Not only did they have the same birthday as her, they were also important enough for Zhang Muya to turn down her invitation in front of so many people. Wait, the same birthday tomorrow. Bewildered, Ning Xueluo looked hesitantly in Ning Xi's direction. She suddenly remembered that Ning Xi also shared the same birthday, and it was also tomorrow. Don't tell me the friend Zhang Muya was talking about was Ning Xi. Just then, she suddenly remembered something. Wang Taihei had announced that the person who invested the additional funds into the movie was Lu Jingli. Her father had also told her that the other party had surreptitiously arranged with the director to have Ning Xi take the second female lead. Why did Glory World's Lu Jingli want Ning Xi to be the second female lead? If her speculation was correct, and Ning Xi and Zhang Muya were actually acquainted, then it had to be Zhang Muya who had helped Ning Xi out by putting in a good word for her. If that was the case, everything that had happened until now made sense. This Ning Xi, had she seduced Zhang Muya? After Su Yan left, Zhang Muya was still in a bad mood. He slanted Ning Xi a sideways glance and snorted coldly. "That was the guy you were once hopelessly in love with. There's really something wrong with your eyes." Ning Xi glanced at him casually. "I think it's your eyes that aren't working. Out of 10 points, Su Yan, this type of man can get at least 9 points, okay." Hearing this, Zhang Muya exploded. Why is it 9 points, so high? How can he get so many points? Ning Xi said matter-of-factly, "Because he's a man I once loved." If I say he's bad, wouldn't that mean I'm just smacking myself in the face? And regardless of my bias, there's no denying that he is indeed worth 9 points, objectively speaking. Su Yan's appearance is not like yours, which blinds people with just one glance. He wins in terms of temperament, and he has a gentle and elegant style. In a fairy tale world, he would be the prince. In ancient times, he would be the son of nobility. A man of unparalleled dignity and elegance. In short, he was the type one liked the most when I was a young girl, the kind that I would fall for at first sight. The fire in Zhang Mai's chest burned even hotter. Ning Xiaoxi, do you still have feelings for him? You're praising him to high heaven. Ning Xi looked askance at him. It's only because I really don't care that I can talk with you about him in such a calm and objective way, alright? Why is your IQ so low? Furthermore, the person she was describing was the lively and perfect teenage boy who lived in her memories, not the current Su Yan. Sometimes it was because the memory was too perfect that the reality was even more brutal in comparison. It took Zhang Muya a long time before he calmed down, and asked in a thick voice. Then how many points would you give me? Ning Xi stroked her chin, and under Zhang Mai's nervous gaze, said, 9.9 points. Your face can already get you that many points. After hearing this, Zhang Muya was immediately soothed, and he touched his face with a bit of pride. Of course, this brother depends on his face to make a living. But why did you deduct 0.1 point? Ning Xi looked at him like he was an idiot. Do you still need to ask? It was obviously deducted because of your IQ. Zhang Muya, forget it, forget it. He already had a high score of 9.9 points, there was no point arguing with this damn girl. Zhang Mai's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help asking, then, what about Lu Tingxiao? How many points would you give him? What kind of man do you think he is? Lu Tingxiao. This question was a bit hard for Ning Xi to answer. She thought about it for a long time before she replied, I don't dare grade the big demon king. As for the type of man he is, one way to describe him is that he can be appreciated at a distance, but cannot be played around with. The sea may seem calm on the surface, but you never know how scary the dark currents of the deep ocean can be. This kind of man is unfathomable. If you rashly draw too close to him, you'll probably meet your end at the bottom of the sea. Zhang Mai's face softened a lot at her words. HMPH, so you do still have a little sanity. But, Ning Xi mused again. But what? Zhang Muya nervously asked. With her chin in one hand, Ning Xi smiled, but, if I die beneath a peony, I'll still be charming as a ghost. Sheet. Ning Xiao Shi. Ha ha ha, just kidding, don't get so excited. Zhang Muya was almost angered to death. I think the wine's loosened your tongue. From the beginning, I already suspected you had designs on Lu Tingxiao. Do you really want to sleep with him? If I die beneath a peony, I'll still be charming as a ghost, can also be whimsically translated as, if my body should perish, girls I'll still cherish. Is there a woman in this whole country who doesn't want to sleep with Lu Tingxiao? Ning Xi retorted. Well, all the women in this country want to sleep with me too, but you didn't. Zhang Muya blurted out. Ning Xi raised her voice as she said, how do you know I didn't? Zhang Muya was taken aback, then his ears instantly flushed red. In the next second, Ning Xi let loose a poochie sound as she laughed aloud. Zhang Muya realized that he had been tricked, and got angry. Ning Xi, stop right there, I'm not done with you. If not for the other people around them, he would have already gone all out against her. Realizing that she had finally really pissed him off, Ning Xi quickly waved her hands and ran off to the restroom. She really had drunk too much tonight. She loved to tease people when she was drunk, especially Zhang Muya, that bonehead. After using the restroom, Ning Xi wobbled her way back, but there were so many turns in the hotel corridors, and it took her a long time to finally find the room. But when she opened the door, she stared dumbly. The room was full of strangers. Furthermore, it was clearly bigger and far more sumptuous than the room the production team were using. To describe it as gold and jade in glorious splendor would be putting it mildly. Sorry, wrong room. After apologizing, Ning Xi was about to leave when a fat, oily hand suddenly grabbed her wrist, then a mouth stinking strongly of alcohol almost touched her face. Aiya, where did this little lost lamb come from? This must be fate. How about staying and have a drink with us? That man who had grabbed her wrist and refused to let go was probably in his late 40s. He was very fat, his cheeks were flushed red, and his eyes were filled with lust as he looked her up and down as if she was naked, his gaze finally stopping on her chest. The room instantly filled with mocking laughter. At first, Ning Xi's instinctive reaction was to throw him over her shoulder, but as her gaze swept across the room, she realized that there were many faces which often appeared on the covers of financial magazines. She looked more carefully. Holy shit, half of the top 10 tycoons in the capital were here. What were the chances? This was like a little eunuch blundering into the throne room in the middle of morning court after taking a wrong turn. In short, there was no one in this room she could afford to offend, so Ning Xi immediately withdrew thoughts of violence. It looked like it would be hard to get away tonight, it just had to happen when she had had too much to drink and was still dizzy. Come, pretty girl, come in quickly. That fatty dragged her into the room, not forgetting to grope her at the same time. With great effort, Ning Xi broke free of the fatty's hand, and said apologetically, "Excuse me sir, I really did walk into the wrong room, I have friends who are still waiting for me." Hearing this, the fatty suddenly became furious. "You slut, you clearly entered the wrong room on purpose, what's the use of pretending to be innocent? You should consider yourself lucky that I've taken an interest in you." Ning Xi cursed silently. A top 10 ranked tycoon had this sort of character. She recognized this fatty as the 10th and at the bottom of the ranking. He was the CEO of Feng Rui Real Estate, Zhu Shangcheng, and was known as an especially lecherous person. That fatty reached out to grab her again, and seeing that he wanted to pull her down onto the sofa, Ning Xi racked her brain for a way to escape. At this moment, there was a sudden weight on her shoulders. From behind her, a familiar aura, as cold as a glacier, wrapped tightly around her. Then the weight on her shoulder pulled her to take a step back with great but gentle strength. In the next second, she was already in a pair of strong and warm arms. Gold and jade in glorious splendor is an idiom to describe something that is utterly luxurious and magnificent. Boss Lu, just now he had still refused to stop bothering Ning Xi, which had instantly turned into shock. But his expression quickly turned fawning. Boss Lu is also interested in this chick. If that's the case, you first. In the room, everyone who had been enjoying the spectacle changed. What was going on? That Lu Tingxiao who, when he attended any social engagement, was always cold as ice and never showed interest in any woman. Today, why was he interested in a drunk woman who had stumbled into the wrong room? Ignoring their reactions, Lu Tingxiao only had one person in his eyes at that moment. He knitted his eyebrows together as he looked at the tipsy girl in his arms. What's going on? Lu, Ning Xi almost called him by name before she stopped herself in time, and murmured, "I walked into the wrong room." The light in the room had been quite dim, so she hadn't realized Lu Tingxiao was there. Amidst a sea of beer bellies, Lu Tingxiao's presence was simply a breath of fresh air. "Which room are you in? I'll walk you back." Lu Tingxiao didn't care about all the stares behind him as he walked Ning Xi out. Earlier he had been resting with his eyes closed. He had heard the laughter in the room faintly, but hadn't really paid attention, until he heard Ning Xi's familiar voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhu Shangcheng about to pull Ning Xi in and make a move on her. In that moment, he had felt the impulse to surge forward and break that man's hand. But he couldn't scare his girl, so he tamped down his rage with effort, and pretended to be a stranger as he rescued her. After they left the room, Ning Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Lu Tingxiao, thank you, if not for you, I reckon I would have caused a lot of trouble tonight." For she would have become violent, if that man had refused to listen to her. "So what if you cause trouble? I'll help you clean it up. If you encounter a situation like this next time, don't let yourself be taken advantage of again." Lu Tingxiao lectured her with a serious expression. Ning Xi laughed and sighed. It feels good for someone to have my back." Once she left the Lu home, and Little Bun no longer needed, did they mean she and Lu Tingxiao would become strangers too? For some reason, thinking of that made her feel a little sad. Lu Tingxiao stroked the girl's head. "As long as you agree, I'll have your back for the rest of our lives." Ning Xi waved away thoughts she shouldn't be having. "I'm fine now, I can make it back on my own." "Are you sure you'll be fine on your own?" Lu Tingxiao's face showed that he wasn't convinced. Yes, hurry and go back." Ning Xi waved her hand as she backed away. Lu Tingxiao had known the production crew would be eating here tonight, which was why he had accepted that boring party invitation from those people. Of course, he was very clear on which room Ning Xi was in. So when he saw Ning Xi heading in the opposite direction, he sighed helplessly and caught up to her with long strides. "Forget it, it's better that I walk you back. What's your room number?" It's 801. 801 is not in this direction." Lu Tingxiao guided her in the right direction. Only when he had walked her to the door did Lu Tingxiao stop. "Go in, don't run around anymore after this. If you're going to the restroom, make sure you find a friend to go with you. If you can't find anyone, Zhang Muya will do." look for Zhang Muya to accompany her to the restroom. Got it. Thank you Big Boss Lu for walking me back personally. Ning Xi made a heart with her fingers. Lu Tingxiao's lips curled up, and the last bit of his dark thoughts were swept away. Text me when you're done, we'll go back together. After Ning Xi came back, Zhang Muya finally breathed a sigh of relief. What took you so long? I thought you fell into the toilet. Worse than a toilet, I fell into a den of wolves. Ning Xi sank down onto a sofa, still in shock. What do you mean? Zhang Muya frowned. I walked into the wrong room. You won't believe it, it was all the tycoons in the capital under one roof. There was even one disgusting fatty who wouldn't let me go, and forced me to drink with him. What? Zhang Mai's face instantly changed, and he checked her anxiously from head to toe. Then how did you escape? Ning Xi snorted. Because I was lucky, and bumped into the biggest boss of all the bosses. Hearing this, Zhang Mai's facial expression darkened. Don't tell me it was Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi snapped her fingers. Bingo. Correct, Big Boss Lu was so cool and saved me in time, he even walked me back to the room in person. Zhang Muya, where was the rumored high IQ and low EQ? Was this person who was so good at picking up girls really the Lu Tingxiao that he knew? After the gathering, everyone said their farewells. Ning Xi, how are you getting back? Do you want me to give you a lift? Yi Ling Long asked. Thank you Sister Yi, it's okay, my friend is nearby, and will give me a lift back. Then I'm heading off. Okay, drive safe. What about Muya, how are you getting back? Guo Kasheng asked. I'll wait for my manager. Okay, then I will see you two tomorrow. If the weather is good, we'll pick up from where we left off today. Today's rain and hail was really too strange. Guo Kasheng muttered gloomily. After everyone in the production crew left, Zhang Muya and Ning Xi were the last two waiting at the main entrance. Ning Xi was both sleepy and drunk. It was clear that she was fast becoming unable to prop herself up, and she leaned on the golden pillar behind her, squinting like a dead dog. Zhang Muya slanted her a look. Brother Ming will be here in a bit, what friend are you waiting for? Just directly go back with me. Wait, don't me you're waiting for. Before he had finished speaking, a man in a suit and leather shoes walked out of the hotel lobby. Under the moonlight, his steady steps drew closer to the sleepy Ning Xi, and his voice was like a summer night's breeze. Ning Xi. Ning Xi could barely open her eyes. Lu Tingxiao. To her, the man before her eyes had already become synonymous with safety. As soon as he appeared in her field of vision, she finally let go of the last bit of her consciousness, her body relaxing and falling to one side. Beside her, Zhang Muya was alarmed, and was about to reach out and help her, but someone else was faster, and had already taken a step forward so that the girl fell right into his arms. Lu Tingxiao's gaze was tender as he helped the girl fix her messy hair, then one arm went under her knees to gently lift her up. At the same time, a black Maybach came to a silent stop in front of the entrance. The driver quickly got out of the car to open the car door. Seeing Lu Tingxiao act as if he wasn't there as he carried Ning Xi into the car, Zhang Muya couldn't take it anymore. He turned on the voice recorder on his cell phone, then called out from behind. Uncle. Lu Tingxiao slowed down and turned his body slightly, his eyes asking if something was wrong. Zhang Muya gritted his teeth. He still needed to ask if something was wrong. Could he not look so matter-of-fact about it? What exactly are your intentions towards Ning Xi? Zhang Muya asked directly, giving him a deadly stare. Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl in his arms. Towards Ning Xi. Yes. Don't you think your attitude towards her is too strange and too intimate? Under the huge pressure from Lu Tingxiao's presence, Zhang Muya forced himself to keep talking, and held his phone in a death grip at the same time, waiting for an answer nervously. Lu Tingxiao looked indifferently at the youth in front of him. I thought I was already obvious enough, but since you still don't understand. In the next second, Zhang Mai's pupils contracted sharply. The man in the dark in front of him didn't speak directly, and instead lowered his head to gently kiss the girl on the lips. 3 seconds later, the expression of profound adoration which the man had been wearing changed, replaced by an icy cold gaze as he stared at the youth gaping in dumb shock. Do you understand now? Late night, Platinum Palace number 6. On top of the bed, a golden retriever rolled around like a spinning top. F asterisk 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 F asterisk 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 F asterisk 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 F asterisk 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 F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lei Ming was sitting on the sofa opposite, his face one of helplessness as he yawned. You've said F asterisk 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 258 times already, what on earth happened tonight? Immediately Zhang Mai's eyes burned with rage, and even his tiger canines glinted coldly. Don't mention 250 to me. I'm really a total 250. Ning Xi said that the last 0.1 point was deducted for my low IQ, and she was absolutely right. F asterisk 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 F asterisk 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 F asterisk asterisk. I'm really so stupid, there's no cure for me. What damn use is a voice recording? Why didn't I secretly record a video? Why? Lei Ming's mouth twitched. He had no clue at all why he was acting all crazy. But there was one thing he understood, watching him like this. Every time he acted crazy, it had something to do with Ning Xi. Muya, do you want to get back together with Ning Xi? Zhang Muya froze like stone, and said furiously with a hang sound, I would be nuts to want to get back together with that asshole. It's because of her that I still have nightmares even now. Lei Ming looked silently at the expression on Zhang Mai's face, which was like a woman scorned. He clearly liked her, but still refused to admit it. Actually, he had always suspected that back then, Zhang Mai's play acting had turned into real feelings for Ning Xi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry after knowing the truth. As for how he felt about Ning Xi now, could it be hatred caused by love? But it could also be that what is unattainable is forever the best. As Zhang Muya continued to roll around, his cell phone at the head of the bed rang. Zhang Muya was not in a mood to answer it at all. In the end, it was Lei Ming who picked up his phone to take a look. It's your father. My dad. Instantly, Zhang Muya sat up. He and his father had fought like enemies over him entering the entertainment industry. Why would he take the initiative to call him? There was a faint spark of unease in Zhang Mai's heart, and he instantly picked up the phone. They hadn't spoken for too long, and still had unfinished business with each other, so Zhang Muya didn't greet his father, and just asked bluntly in an NBSP, cold voice, this late at night, what business does CEO Zhang have with me? There was a helpless sigh on the other end of the line, and a man said in a tired voice, Muya, coma back, the company's about to collapse. Zhang Mai's expression changed instantly. What do you mean the company's about to collapse? What happened? There's a spy in the company, and there's been a problem in our collaboration with HN. Right now, I can't trust anyone, the only one I can rely on is you. Don't tell me you have the heart to just watch everything I've worked for my whole life be destroyed in one go. Zhang Tingguang sounded like he was almost begging. Zhang Muya gripped his phone even tighter. I won't leave the entertainment industry. And I've already told you that I won't take over your company. Muya, I'm not asking you to leave the entertainment industry, and it's your decision whether you want to take over the company or not. I'm just hoping you can spare a bit of time to come back and help me. Zhang Muya was a very stubborn person, but hearing his domineering father, who was like a tyrannosaurus at home, speak to him in such a disheartened way for the very first time, there was no way he could bear it, so he didn't immediately refuse, but said vaguely, but I've been very busy recently, let me think about it. After Zhang Muya hung up, Lei Ming immediately asked concernedly, did something happen at your dad's company? Family is important, I can help you make adjustments at work. 250 in Chinese pinyin is, bai wu, which in Chinese slang refers to a stupid person. Hatred caused by love is a Chinese idiom to describe growing to hate someone because of unrequited love for that person. Zhang Muya had a huge headache. But what about the movie I'm in the middle of doing, do I have to drop out? Lei Ming muttered to himself, then concluded, not necessarily. Less Than the World Greater Than is a movie set in ancient times, and has a lot of large scenes, so the shooting schedule runs for a bit longer. I can speak to the director about moving all your scenes to the end of the schedule, and we'll take responsibility for any losses during this period of time. I believe Guo Kasheng will agree to it. Zhang Muya grabbed his hair in agitation. Looks like this is the only way. Shit, why has the whole world been against me lately? That collaboration with HN was a done deal, what could have gone wrong there? And filming a kissing scene in summer, only for it to even hail. The more Zhang Muya spoke, the more he felt something was off, and finally, he punched the mattress. Lu Tingxiao, you are just too shameless. Lu residence. Seeing Papa bring a drunk Auntie Xiaoxi back, Little Treasure's face was filled with blame and accusations. Lu Tingxiao laid Ning Xi on top of her bed, then met his son's gaze with a raised eyebrow as he explained, I wasn't the one who made her drink. Little Treasure still looked accusing. Lu Tingxiao was helpless. Fine, it was my fault, I didn't take care of her properly. Hearing the sincerity in his papa's voice, Little Treasure finally stopped looking unhappy. He ran dengadeng to the bathroom, and not long after, came out with a hot towel. Taking off his shoes, he climbed onto the bed and sat by Ning Xi's side as he carefully and seriously wiped her face clean, then her hands. Watching him act like the perfect filial son, Lu Tingxiao was pleased, yet he sighed. He had never received such treatment, even though he was the real father. Ah, my head hurts. Little Bun's heart hurt so much when he heard Ning Xi's murmurs of discomfort that he hurriedly bent over Ning Xi to blow the pain away. There was a glint in Lu Tingxiao's eyes as he looked at his son and said, this is part of Auntie Xiaoxi's job, and even I can't interfere. But if it's you, you can try persuading her to drink less from now on, she listens to you more. Little Bun thought that this was a very decent suggestion, and with a serious face, he nodded to indicate that he would take on this important task. The next morning, when Ning Xi woke up, she saw Little Bun leaning over the edge of her bed with a stern little face. He looked very unhappy. Ning Xi hurriedly sat up. What's wrong, darling? Has something happened? Why this face? You look like your dad. She laughed and squeezed his little face. Little Bun swiftly took out writing pad from behind his back, and started flipping the pages one by one. Teacher Little Bun had drawn a vivid comic book, with excellent illustrations and text describing the harmful effects which drinking can have on NBSP, on the heart, blood, bones, stomach, liver, and so on. After he had finished flipping through all the pages, Little Bun continued to look at her with that serious face, and his meaning was clear. Ning Xi coughed softly. That, little darling, actually drinking is not as scary as you think it is. It can help to reduce cholesterol, increase your confidence, stimulate the brain, even control your weight gain. Ning Xi listed the benefits on her fingers. She knew that Little Bun was worried about her, but she couldn't simply promise a little kid something she couldn't do. How could she quit drinking in this business? Hearing this, Little Bun's black eyes filled with anger and disappointment, and he turned around to run out of the room. Don't go, Ning Xi grabbed her hair in embarrassment. After a while, Ning Xi went downstairs after washing up, and greeted Little Bun as usual. Hi darling, morning. But Little Bun ignored her, and even turned his face away. Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao had been reading the newspaper at the table. Seeing this surprising situation, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Ning Xi questioningly. Did the two of you quarrel? That was really rare. Ning Xi rubbed her nose. Little Treasure just advised me to give up drinking, and I told him that drinking actually has a lot of benefits. Then he got angry. So that was it. Lu Tingxiao nodded understandingly. Ning Xi had a flash of inspiration, and instantly looked for an ally. Lu Tingxiao, can you tell Little Treasure, there are a lot of benefits to drinking, right? She assumed that Lu Tingxiao would also need to drink at the social engagements which he attended regularly, so he would definitely stand on her side. Lu Tingxiao looked at an expectant Ning Xi on his right, and at his son's angry expression on his left, and coughed into his fist. Drinking is indeed beneficial. Immediately, Ning Xi was so excited that she slapped her thigh. Little Bun, see, what I said wasn't wrong. Little Bun instantly cast an extremely contemptuous look at his dad. He was the one who proposed it last night, yet he had switched sides the moment Auntie Xiaoxi asked for his help. He had no principles whatsoever. Noticing his son looking at him like he was a traitor, Lu Tingxiao couldn't help laughing, and he continued speaking. However, the harm far outweighs the benefits. Besides, it is only beneficial in moderation. So unless it's particularly difficult to avoid, it's better to drink less if possible. With these words, he also added, recently, I've started to abstain from drinking. As he finished speaking, Ning Xi instantly showed a listless expression as she bent over the table. Lord Boss, we were supposed to be allies. After a long while, she finally accepted the fact that Big Bun and Little Bun were in an alliance together, and raised her hands in surrender. All right, I got it. From now on, if I can drink less, I'll drink as little as possible. No showing off, no drinking competitions, no drinking non-stop. Can you forgive me now, darling? Little Treasure looked carefully at her expression to determine that she was sincere before he finally nodded. Then he reached out a hand that had filled out a fair bit recently to rub her head gently, mimicking her usual way of encouraging him, as if he was saying that she was a good kid like this. Ning Xi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But beyond that, her heart was filled with warmth from his care and concern. She hugged Little Bun and kissed him with a mua. Darling, you're so cute even when you're angry. What do? I simply love you a little more every day. Little Treasure's eyes shone brightly, and he was very happy. Opposite them, Lu Tingxiao, who suffered abuse every day. For the thing his son could obtain as long as he acted cute and adorable, he had to plan deliberately, work assiduously and overcome the 81 calamities. Chairman of the board's office at Feng Rui Real Estate. Zhu Shangcheng's fierce-looking face trembled as he banged the table and stood up. This is impossible, we've always done things this way and Lu Corporation has never complained. Why is there a problem this time? The manager also looked very anxious. It may be because of recent changes in Lu Corporation's policy, and they're stricter now about quality control. This matter all depends on what Lu Corporation has to say. If they turn a blind eye to it, we'll pass, but if they get serious, then it comes down to our problem with quality control, and we would be the ones breaking the contract. Irritated, Zhu Shangcheng paced back and forth. Then what should we do now? I heard that it was Lu Tingxiao who personally gave the order to reject the arrangement, so it seems we can only solve this by approaching the man himself, the manager mused. When Zhu Shangcheng heard this, he became even more irritated. Lu Tingxiao, that person won't be persuaded or coerced, money and women won't work on him. Trying to approach him is just a dead end. No, wait, women, maybe there is someone who can. The 81 calamities refer to the 81 dangers or trials which the monk Tripitaka and his disciples underwent in the Chinese classic novel. When Ning Xi arrived on set, she was informed that the whole filming schedule had been changed because Zhang Muya had asked for extended leave to attend to family matters. That guy would chatter constantly about every little thing to her, but this time when such a big thing happened, why hadn't he said anything to her at all? Ning Xi immediately called him to ask. From his tone, Zhang Muya sounded in a very bad mood. Why would I need to tell you? Don't you hate me causing you trouble, or being a busybody? Weren't you eager for me to stay as far away from you as possible? Now you've gotten your wish. Hearing this, Ning Xi also got angry. Zhang Muya, why are you in such a temper? Zhang Muya felt depressed. He was angry at himself for being too stupid. Finally, he forced himself to calm down as he spoke. I'm at my dad's company at the moment, and today I've been working like a dog. There is definitely no way I'll be able to get away. If you're free in the evening, log into the game. I sent you something. Happy birthday. Also, I sent a few things to your inbox. Go see it for yourself. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. That's it. Bye. This guy. Ning Xi looked helplessly at the phone after he hung up. At this moment, Guo Kasheng came to let her know, Ning Xi, you probably know about Muya. We were going to continue to shoot your kissing scene from yesterday, but given the adjustments, we'll be doing the scene where you fight Ning Xueluo. Later I'll get someone to give you the new shooting schedule. Ning Xi nodded. Got it, director. After speaking with him, she found a secluded corner under the shade of a tree to read the script. While she was absorbed in her reading, she heard the sound of footsteps, and out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a figure that disgusted her. It was Su Yan who had come over. Su Yan had sent Ning Xueluo to the set today. Because it was her birthday, Su Yan had specially taken a day off to spend the whole of it accompanying her, and the girls in the production crew were all going crazy with envy. Ning Xi had no patience to speak to him, and only lifted her gaze as a way of asking him what he wanted. Su Yan offered her a bottle of iced drink, and asked carefully, Xiao Xi, will you be coming to Xueluo's birthday party? Ning Xi didn't take it, and looked at him like he was an idiot. Are you sure you want to ask me such a brainless question? Xiao Xi, today is also your birthday. If you can come back, we can help you celebrate. I've already spoken to uncle and auntie, they've already agreed. Ning Xi rolled her eyes. Thank you so much for helping me celebrate my birthday in passing. Su Yan frowned slightly and heaved a deep sigh. Ning Xi, I really hardly recognize you anymore. When will you return to the kind and considerate Ning Xi? Back then it was all my fault. If it wasn't for me, Shuiluo wouldn't have done that. If you want to blame someone, blame me, Shuiluo's innocent. She has been living with the guilt all these years, and her biggest wish is to receive your blessing. I really hope you will be able to come. Guilt. Every time Ning Xi spoke to Su Yan, she felt like she was listening to a joke. Guilty of snatching my identity. Guilty of stealing my parents. Guilty of sleeping with my man. Then she has a lot of guilt. Also, don't mention the word, kind, to me. Back then I wasn't kind, but stupid. Su Yan's face was unsightly, and then he said firmly, Xiaoxi, as long as you can forgive Shuiluo, I'll do whatever you want, except for testifying in court. Are you sure? Ning Xi raised an eyebrow. Yes. Su Yan nodded. Ning Xi put down the script in her hand and looked at him with calm composure. Very well, I want you to dump Ning Shuiluo at the birthday party tonight. Compared with the humiliation I suffered back then, you only need to dump her. Isn't that very kind and considerate of me? Su Yan's face paled slightly. Xiaoxi, this. Ning Xi, how could you? Ning Shuiluo's tearful voice suddenly came from behind her. Ning Xi crossed her arms across her chest and said in a leisurely tone, how can I what? Ning Shuiluo looked at her with anger and pity. You hate me so much because you still can't let go of Brother Yan, and I stole him from you. But how can you be so selfish to use this despicable tactic to tear us apart? Brother Yan doesn't love you at all, what's the point of you doing this? Seeing that Ning Shuiluo was getting too agitated, almost as if she was gasping for breath, Su Yan hurriedly patted her on the back. Shuiluo, calm down, I'm sure it was a careless remark, and Xiaoxi didn't mean anything by it. Ning Xi smiled widely as she watched the two people act out a life and death scene. I didn't say it carelessly, unless what you said just now about doing whatever I want was your careless promise. Brother Yan, look at her. We've begged her sincerely for forgiveness, but what does she do? She makes things difficult for us again and again. You won't really agree to such a brazen request, will you? Ning Shuiluo looked up at Su Yan with a face full of panic and helplessness. Silly girl, how could I? Su Yan touched her head, then looked sternly at Ning Xi. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I cannot agree to this request. Ning Xi finally stopped playing around and sneered with fading interest. In the next second, her eyes were like blades. Then get out of my sight. Ning Xi, what is with your attitude? If there is fault, then it was my fault, and has nothing to do with Brother Yan. How can you treat him like that? Ning Shuiluo stood up for Su Yan as if defending him from injustice. Ning Xi clapped her hands as she applauded them. Your feelings are so touching, they can move people to tears. So, Ning Shuiluo, you must be willing to do anything to atone, and you'll do anything for Su Yan, right? Hearing her words, Ning Shuiluo frowned. Who knew what trap this woman had dug for her? But she could only have one answer for this question, of course. Now what do you want? Ning Xi deliberately mused for a long time, and under Ning Shuiluo's watchful gaze, said, if that's the case, Su Yan doesn't have to dump you. You just need to give up the identity of eldest Miss Ning in the capital and go back to Tang Village in Chunfeng Town to be Tang Shuiluo, then all the debts among the three of us will be settled. How about it? Ning Shuiluo widened her eyes as if she had heard something extremely terrible, and she shook her head wildly. No, you can't. Ning Xi, how can you be so cruel? How can you force me to leave my father and mother, to leave the place where I've lived for more than 20 years? Ning Xi impatiently waved her hands to interrupt her. Enough, enough. Your acting is so bad, just stop, it's a real eyesore. I've already told the two of you to stay as far away from me as possible, but you're the ones who keep coming to me to ask for forgiveness over and over again, even swearing you'll do anything I want. And when I do tell you, you still give me an expression that says I'm so ruthless, so shameless, so unreasonable. Hey, what reparation? You make it sound so nice, but you're only willing if it's a measly act of charity which doesn't harm your own interests. The fact that you don't think you're being hypocritical is sickening. So I can only give you 2 words. Get lost. Su Yan and Ning Xueluo went back to the dressing room, the two of them feeling frustrated. Ning Xueluo stood in front of him, at a loss. Tears fell from her eyes. Brother Yan, do you blame me? Blame me because I couldn't agree to Ning Xi's request. Su Yan lovingly reached out to wipe away her tears. How could I blame you? Ning Xueluo immediately jumped into his arms, as if she had been redeemed. Brother Yan, thank you. Thank you for believing me and understanding me. It's not the Ning family's wealth or rank that I can't let go of, but I just can't leave father or mother. At the thought of leaving them, at the thought of never seeing them, Hush, don't cry. I know everything. Su Yan patted her gently on the back and sighed. I was too naive to think that she was the same as before. Xueluo, I promise you that from now on, I won't let you be mistreated again because of her, and I won't let her hurt you ever again. Brother Yan, Ning Xueluo looked infatuatedly at the man in front of her. She put her satiny arms around his neck, and kissed him. This is the production set. If someone sees us. So what if they see? You are my boyfriend. Ning Xueluo pouted playfully as she sat directly on his lap. She placed her fingers on his chest and undid his buttons one by one. Hey, Ning Xi, I'm going to sleep with your man, take that. A moment later, amorous gasps came from the dressing room. Brother Yan, you're amazing. Hard, a little harder. Brother Yan, between me and Ning Xi, who do you think is better? Who's better? You, of course. In terms of looks, Ning Xi had an edge, but she was too bashful and timid. In particular, she knew absolutely nothing about sex, let alone think about actively doing something to make him happy. At first, he had actually liked how pure and simple she was compared with other girls, but it became too boring over time. But the current Ning Xi was a completely different person to her old self. Instead, she was just like an alluring spirit. While her personality had become so terrible and so unreasonable, it was impossible to look away from her. The man's gasps became more urgent, and in the last moment, it was that indifferent half-smile that he saw in his mind. Sister Xueluo, filming is going to start soon. Can I call the makeup artist to come in and do your makeup for you? The assistant's face was red as she stood awkwardly outside the door. She had gotten used to such things after being with Ning Xueluo for so long. What fresh and pure virgin, she was clearly a sex fiend. People should listen to how wanton the goddess of their heart was in bed. Ning Xi had already been ready since early on, but she had to wait for half an hour before Ning Xueluo finally strolled over. I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting, but my skin isn't very good today, so it took a while to get my makeup done, Ning Xueluo explained apologetically in a hoarse and languid tone. She looked at Ning Xi with a slightly smug and goading air. When she walked past her, she deliberately pulled at her collar, revealing a red kiss mark on her neck. Her face was flushed, her eyes sparkled, and there was a sweet scent on her, as if she was afraid no one could tell what she had just done. The veins on Ning Xi's forehead bulged slightly. If it wasn't because they were shooting a scene, she didn't want to breathe the same air as her for even a minute, she was just so disgusted. Guo Kasheng clapped his hands. All right, since everyone is now here, let's get started. Everyone take your places, action. At dusk, in a sea of bamboos, 2 women stood opposite each other, one in a gorgeous red dress and the other in a flawless white dress. Shangguan Yingrong had a solemn expression on her face. Meng Changge, you can be forgiven for taking revenge over your brother's death, but just killing Princess Xian wasn't enough for you. Do you want to destroy the world as well? Meng Changge's long red sleeves fluttered like flames in the wind, and she looked contemptuously at the person before her, as if she was looking at an ant. It was my Meng family who lay the foundations of this world to begin with, so what if I destroy it? Hearing this, Shangguan Yingrong was outraged. You are so unreasonable. You were also a general, and you protected the land. Why are you being so narrow-minded now? Are you really willing to see everything burn in the flames of war and let the people suffer for the next 100 years? Her black hair dancing in the wind, Meng Changge lowered her eyes to stroke her delicate, long fingernails, and said in a mad tone, after I die comes the deluge. Perfect. Guo Kasheng was so excited that he didn't know what else to say. Yiling Long had specially visited the site for today's scene. When she was done watching, she breathed a sigh of relief, and felt reassured. Actually, in this movie, the role which I put my heart into writing the most was not Shengguang Yingrong, but Meng Changge. And from the beginning, I didn't set Meng Changge up to be a villain. Whether she is righteous or evil will be up to the audience to interpret it. And how the audience interprets it all depends on how the actress performs. If she can't perform well, she'll be the big villain that is hated by everyone, but if she pulls it off, this role will have great depth. Ning Xi was obviously the latter. Guo Kasheng was very excited, and said in a confident tone, "I have a feeling that Ning Xi will win an award for this role." Wang Taihei also nodded his head repeatedly. She's a good prospect. Starlight lost Jia Qingqing, but Ning Xi emerged. What a huge gain. Cut. Great. Take a break, and we'll continue with the next scene. Again, the scene was completed in just one take, and Guo Kasheng, who had been feeling gloomy because of Zhang Mai's sudden departure, immediately felt a lot better. After returning to the lounge, Ning Shuiluo called her assistant over as soon as she sat down. What were the director and the rest of them talking about? The assistant was about to say something, but stopped, as if she didn't know how to say it. Were they praising Ning Xi? Ning Shuiluo sneered. The assistant nodded. Director Guo said Ning Xi acted perfectly. Writer Yi said Ning Xi's acting was so good that she had turned Meng Changge into a righteous person. Producer Wang also praised Ning Xi, mainly saying that her future development would be better than Jia Qingqing's. And director Guo even said. What did he say? He even said that Ning Xi could win an award for this role, the assistant said weakly. Ning Shui banged on the arm of her chair. Big words. To win an award nowadays you also need backing. Can you get awards just like that? So what if she gets an award? It'll just be for the best supporting actress, and it would be for supporting me. The assistant agreed with everything she said. What Sister Shuiluo is saying is right. She's acting the part of a vixen, how can she compare with you? The audience is not blind. Ning Shuiluo's face softened a bit, but the cloud between her eyebrows still didn't disappear. She lowered her voice. The matter we arranged before, we can carry it out now. The assistant cried out, and then hurriedly covered her mouth. Are we really going to do it? But it's too dangerous. If you don't talk rubbish, just go and do what I've told you to do. Ning Shuiluo looked impatient. Got it. I'll go and tell that person. At this moment, Su Yan's concerned voice came from behind. What's wrong, Shuiluo? You don't look very well. Seeing he had come, Ning Shuiluo's expression instantly turned coy. It's your fault, you wore me out. Hey, you were the one who came onto me. Su Yan said helplessly. He lifted the plastic bag he was holding in one hand. I bought chicken congee so that you can recover your strength since you're always complaining you're tired. Don't tease me, comma. The second scene was a follow-up to the previous one, and was a fight in the bamboo forest. Shengguan Yingrong thought that Meng Changge had become a demon. She wouldn't listen to anything she said. After a short hesitation, she was ready to kill her on the spot to avoid any future trouble. After being instructed by the stunt director for over 2 hours, the two persons were finally more or less ready. At first, the director had been prepared to use stunt doubles, but Ning Xi was good at martial arts, and had even been a stunt double for other people before, so she certainly didn't need it, while Ning Shuiluo also said she wanted to do it herself. Naturally, Guo Kasheng also wanted a better film effect, so he agreed. The professional stunt master helped the two of them into the wire rigs, and checked them many times to make sure that there was no risk at all. Then the shoot started. Meng Changge is dead. Shengguan Yingrong closed her eyes, and said it with pain and regret. Standing before her was just a beautiful and dangerous shell, a lethal weapon which would destroy the world. In the next second, the eyes of Shengguan Yingrong became violently murderous, and she swiftly drew the long sword from her waist and attacked Meng Changge. Meng Changge seemed to have already anticipated her move, and her stance was calm and leisurely. It was only when the sword was a hair's breadth away from her nose that she glided backwards like a bird, her arms spread and her toes brushing the ground, rapidly retreating to avoid Shengguan Yingrong's attack. Shengguan Yingrong snorted coldly and brandished her sword again. Meng Changge took her time avoiding her attack, like a cat playing with a mouse. Finally, She drew out a sword that had been tucked into the waistband of her red gauze dress at the back, and moved to retaliate aggressively. After more than 10 moves, Shengguan Yingrong was gradually getting pushed back, and several times had almost been knocked off the branch by Meng Changge. Even if Shengguan Yingrong was very good, before Meng Changge, who had killed thousands of troops in the past, she was just a child. Shengguan Yingrong thought too highly of herself, and thought that Meng Changge's skills had deteriorated after living in the palace for so long. By the time she helplessly realized that she had underestimated her enemy, it was too late. In the end, Meng Changge had had enough of playing around. With a cold gaze and the might of 10,000 armies, she thrusted the sword at Shengguan Yingrong's chest. Fizz! It was the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. Shengguan Yingrong clutched her chest painfully, and like a broken paper kite, fell from the top of the bamboo sea. The next shot was a close-up of Meng Changge. Guo Kasheng was watching Ning Xi's expression attentively, and realized that something wasn't right. Ning Xueluo's hurt. Save her. Quick! Ning Xi, who was still hanging in the air on wires, suddenly shouted. There was a stunned moment before the staff reacted to the fact that this wasn't a line from the script. Ning Xueluo had really gotten hurt. The scene instantly turned chaotic, and everyone gathered around Ning Xueluo. After getting Ning Xueluo down, Ning Xi hastened to press down on the bleeding wound. Call an ambulance, quickly. Just then, her body was suddenly and violently pushed to one side. It was Su Yan, who had run over in fright. He held Ning Xueluo tightly in his arms. Xueluo, are you all right? Brother Yan, it hurts. Don't be afraid, I'm here. You'll be fine. You'll definitely be. Ning Xi, bloody hell, are you a moron? I'm putting pressure on the wound, you suddenly push me away, then put on a loving face and watch her bleed out. Are you addicted to soap operas? If only because it wasn't the right time for it, Ning Xi really wanted to scold him with her hands on her hips. What's going on? Guo Kasheng ran over with rage on his face. Ning Xi knitted her eyebrows together. I felt something was off after I thrusted the sword at her, the blade didn't bounce back. This was a prop sword, the blade should have bounced back automatically when it met resistance. Nobody expected such an accident to happen. Guo Kasheng was beyond furious. Where is the props master? Come here this instant. I asked you to double-check them a million times to prevent this kind of mistake, what on earth were you thinking? The props master stumbled over, sweat on his forehead. Director Guo, it was fine when I checked it, there definitely shouldn't have been any problems. Guo Kasheng threw the script directly in his face and roared, then how did this happen? Problems kept happening one by one in this production, and he was reaching the limits of his tolerance. At this moment, Wang Taihei suddenly asked, then who was the last person to handle this prop? It should have been Ning Xi. I gave the sword to her after checking it, and she was practicing with it the whole time after that. It's my fault, I should have checked it one more time before shooting. The props master apologized over and over again. Hearing this, Ning Xi's pupils shrank abruptly. If she still didn't understand what was happening after this, then she was wasting her time in the industry. In that moment, everyone on set had varying expressions. Guo Kasheng stared at the props master, and gave Ning Xi a complicated look before finally controlling his temper. We'll talk about this later, get her to the hospital now. Also, block any news about this from leaking out. The First People's Republic Hospital in B City. Su Yan was with Ning Xueluo, dealing with her wound inside the ward, while in the corridor outside, Ning Xi leaned against the cold wall, her brain spinning. Ning Xueluo really was the original little white flower, even her ploys were in a class of their own, hadn't she been scared she could have been stabbed to death. It was a pity that Ning Xi had held back as soon as she had felt something was wrong. The wound wasn't deep, and at most it was a light injury for Ning Xueluo, but the consequences of this incident were going to be very troublesome. What she needed to do now was to think of a way to prove her innocence. As Ning Xi was contemplating, suddenly she heard the sound of anxious steps. She had just raised her head when a burning, solid slap landed on her face. Brute, how could you do such a thing to Xueluo? If you want to hate someone, hate me. I was the one who made her stay in the Ning family, I was the one who loved and pampered her. What wrong has Xueluo done? The person raved hysterically at her, and looked at her as if they were sworn enemies. Ning Xi wiped away the blood on her mouth, and raised her head to look steadily at the elegant, luxuriously dressed lady before her, her mother. Behind Zhuang Lingyu stood Ning Xi's father, Ning Yaohua, who was wearing a similarly hateful look. If Shuiluo is badly injured, I won't let you get away with it. As soon as they had arrived, these two in front of her, one her biological mother and one her biological father, had hit and threatened her without even asking what had happened at all. Ning Xi had so many malicious things that she could say to them to make them foam at the mouths, but in that moment, she felt like she had been drained of all energy. She didn't say anything, and only looked at them with cold. Evil creature, what is with that look? Ning Yaohua was enraged. Just as he was about to explode, the door to the ward was opened from inside. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu forgot about Ning Xi for the moment, and hurriedly went over. Su Yan, how is Shuiluo? For the time being she's fine, you can go in and see her. Su Yan looked tired when he answered, then he looked solemnly at Ning Xi, who was standing outside the door with a swollen, red cheek. Zhuang Lingyu sprang to Ning Shuiluo's bedside, and checked her from head to toe. Mummy's baby, how are you? Does it still hurt? Where does it hurt? Ning Shuiluo smiled weakly. Mom, I'm fine, the doctor said it was only a light injury. Zhuang Lingyu's heart hurt, and she stroked her hair gently. You are a girl, how can it be okay for you to have such a big scar? If the sword had gone in a little deeper, you could have died. That damn girl, how can she be so evil? You still call her your elder sister. Towards me, elder sister. Ning Shuiluo's expression dimmed, and she forced herself to speak. Dad, Mom, don't blame elder sister, it wasn't her fault, it was a problem with the prop. Ning Yaohua made a cold hang sound. Silly child, how can you be so naive? That prop was completely fine, how could there have been a problem with it? Then he shouted furiously at Ning Xi, who was still at the door. Beast, why are you still dumbly standing there? Get yourself in here now and apologize to Shuiluo. The indifferent look on Ning Xi's face was like an impenetrable mask. I have nothing to apologize for. If you want an apology from me, fine, get proof. If there is any, even my life I'll give to you. Ning Yaohua pointed at her with a shaking finger. You still refuse to repent even now. The only reason I'm not investigating it is to give you face. You won't shed a tear until you see a coffin, is that it? Do you really want to make me lose face? Hey, in Ning Yaohua's eyes, face was always the most important thing. Ning Xi laughed coldly. If I really wanted revenge against her, what you would be looking at now is her corpse, then when would you still have a chance to put on this father and daughter drama? Ning Yaohua banged a table hard. Don't get mouthy with me. Ning Xi, are you going to apologize or not? If you properly acknowledge your mistake and apologize, then leave the entertainment industry. I'll pretend this never happened, but if you insist on this path. Thank you, I'll choose my own path. Ning Xi laughed scornfully and waved one hand before she walked away without a backward glance. Zhuang Lingyu's face was filled with disbelief. Look at her, I absolutely cannot believe I gave birth to such a wicked thing. Furious, Ning Yaohua paced in circles. Monster, she's a monster, she makes me so angry. Ning Shuiluo anxiously tried to persuade him. Dad, it's fine, don't be angry at elder sister, it's not good for your health. I already let her get away with it last time, but in the end she did this sort of thing, hurting you with her own hands. Next time she might really kill you, I absolutely cannot leave this as it is. But, Dad, it's fine, leave it to me and don't worry, I'll deal with it. That's right, let your father deal with it, you focus on recovering. Your father will definitely wrap things up satisfyingly for you. Ning Shuiluo's eyes turned red as she struggled not to let her tears fall, her face full of gratitude. Thank you, Mom and Dad, you really don't have to, I'm fine. Su Yan, who had been silent all this time, patted her shoulder. Shuiluo, you are too kind. But Ning Xi really went too far this time. What Uncle said is right, we absolutely cannot let her do whatever she wants anymore. It was already very late at night, when Ning Xi left the hospital. There was not a single star in the sky, no moon, either, only a few bikers and pedestrians on the street. She admitted that Ning Xueluo's schemes were really clumsy and had absolutely no technical content, but she still succeeded. She always used the things that she once cared the most to strike her. Like Su Yan, like her parents. Sometimes she really doubted herself. Maybe it was all her fault. She was the lame one, so unbearable that everyone hated her, brittled her, abandoned her. She even doubted if all her efforts and suffers to this day were meaningless. So what if one day she achieved her goal and owned everything? Nobody would care in this world, she would still be alone. Ning Xi was lost, wandering on the street, didn't realize a black car with no license plate was following her secretly. When she walked to a place with no one was near, two guys came out of the car swiftly, one covered her face with a wet towel, one tied her up with strings, and dragged her into the car with great strength. The whole process didn't last longer than 5 seconds. When Ning Xi finally recovered her consciousness, she already lost all of her strength and was tied up tightly. There was no way she could fight back. A weak smile showed up on Ning Xi's pale face. What a rich birthday. First she was set up, then she was kidnapped. The car drove steadily for a long time. There was a black cloth over Ning Xi's eyes and she didn't know where this car was heading to, no to mention where did these guys come from. Ning Xueluo's people, shouldn't be. She already succeeded today, no need to do this. Then who were shy? Whom did she have an issue with recently? Ning Xi couldn't think of anything. She heard one of the two guys, who sat in front, talking on the phone. Hello, Boss Zhu, yes, all done. We are on our way. Yes, don't worry, we'll deliver her to you on time. She's a knockout, even we have a crush on her. Ha ha ha, we don't have the guts to. She's all yours. Ning Xi was shocked. Boss Zhu. She suddenly thought about the Pearl Hotel issue, when she accidentally went into the wrong box. Boss Zhu was Zhu Shangcheng. He didn't get what he wanted that day, still not letting it go and sent people to kidnap her. Ning Xi was more confident about it as she thought about it more, and cursed him on the inside. When she tried to escape, the anesthetics started to kick in. She became more and more unconscious, fell into a complete darkness at last. When Ning Xi got her consciousness back a little, she was still blindfolded. There were two women voices in the room. She couldn't hear that exactly they were talking about. Only felt that they were getting her clothes off and put her into an extremely thin nightgown, and put petal-like things all over her body. Ning Xi felt something was not right. An impatient person like Zhu Shangcheng wouldn't take so long to get a woman he wants. Must had her as soon as she was here, and now, got her changed, spread petals, even put perfume on her. Nasty fat pig, old pervert, why didn't he just kill her directly, why all this fuss? Zhu Shangcheng heard that there was a business drinking party that night, and that Lu Tingxiao would be there. He got there early and had specially made a few preparations, but as he had expected from the beginning, Lu Tingxiao really could not be coerced or persuaded. Lu Tingxiao hadn't even glanced at the priceless antique calligraphy painting which he had acquired with difficulty, and when he had looked at the fresh, unplucked girl that had been discreetly sent to him, it was no different to as if he was looking at a cauliflower. Zhu Shangcheng was feeling very anxious when his phone rang. Hello, what took you so long, is it all done? Yes, we have her, we're on our way. Hurry up, make sure to get her here in 10 minutes. Room 808, don't get it wrong. Don't worry, we'll get her to you on time. TCH, Boss Zhu, this girl is a knockout, even we were moved. If you dare touch her, don't even think about getting the rest of the money. I have an important use for this woman. There better not be even a single hair missing. Not far away on the opposite end, Lu Tingxiao checked the time on his watch, fixed his sleeves, and stood up, looking as if he was ready to leave. At this moment, a man broke the surface of the swimming pool and tossed his hair, creating a cool and refreshing splash. He had healthy, tan skin, a beautiful six-pack above his belly button, and below it, a mermaid line that countless men enviously wanted. The man lifted his arrogant, handsome face, and with one wet hand, grabbed Lu Tingxiao's leg just as he was about to leave. He said with a dissatisfied air, Hey, Lu Tingxiao, I was the one who organized tonight's event, can't you give me a bit of face? It's only been half an hour and you're leaving. And this is a drinking party, you haven't even had a mouthful since arriving. We have so much wine and women, is there nothing that can make you stay a little longer? Let go. Lu Tingxiao knitted his eyebrows together, and looked like he was going to break his bones in the next second. At this moment, Lu Jingli walked over with a glass of wine in his hand, and laughed. Brother Tian, can't you tell my brother isn't really here tonight? He already gave you face by staying for 30 minutes. Mo Lingtian sat on the edge of the swimming pool, a rakish smile on his face. Where could his heart be if it's not here with me? He doesn't have a woman. Lu Jingli had the look of someone about to reveal something shocking as he humphed. Who says he doesn't? He will very soon. What? That's too much. Mo Lingtian really was shocked, and he straightaway climbed out of the swimming pool, his face full of betrayal. We said we'd be brothers forever, and whoever gets into a relationship first is a dog. Lu Tingxiao gave him an emotionless sideways look. I don't remember agreeing to something so stupid. Lu Jingli couldn't help teasing him. Brother Tian, as a single man, you can fool around as much as you want, but my brother has a son, and he has a responsibility to find him a mother. Then who is the woman? Mo Lingtian frowned as he asked. Lu Tingxiao checked his watch again, his expression clearly showing his impatience. With long strides, he left just like that, actually ignoring him completely. He actually ignored me, choosing a girl over his sworn brother. Mo Lingtian cursed behind him. Lu Jingli followed Lu Tingxiao and also took his leave. Compared with a boring wine party, he'd rather see how his brother picked up girls. Hey, brother, are you rushing back because you want to celebrate sister-in-law's birthday? Tell me quickly, what surprise did you prepare for her? I can give you some suggestions. Lu Jingli was chattering non-stop behind Lu Tingxiao when a fat ball suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. Boss Lu, second young master. The man's forehead was wet with sweat. It seemed like he had rushed to catch up to them. Lu Jingli slowly lifted an eyebrow. Yo, CEO Zhu. Why the rush? I'm looking for Boss Lu. Zhu Shangcheng looked at Lu Tingxiao ingratiatingly, and handed him a thin, golden room key card with both hands. Boss Lu, this is my small gift to you, please accept it. It couldn't be more obvious that he had prepared a woman for Lu Tingxiao in the. Lu Tingxiao wasn't inclined to deal with anyone at the moment, so to prevent the other party from wasting any more of his time, he took the key card directly, then continued walking ahead with long strides. Zhu Shangcheng was relieved to see him accept the card, but was still worried about whether he would actually go or not. Lu Jingli followed behind him with a complicated expression. Wow, brother, you have some luck with women. You forced Zhu Shangcheng into a corner, so he had to prepare something big for you. The woman he found for you must be exceptional. Brother, do you want her or not? But you have sister-in-law already, so you definitely won't even take a look. Then why don't you give the key card to me? I'm really curious about what kind of goddess Zhu Shangcheng has found. Lu Tingxiao flicked a finger, and in the next second, the key card flew over to Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli caught the card between his two fingers and looked excited. Then I'm going. Wow, 808, isn't this the presidential suite? Lu Jingli hummed to himself as he happily headed over to the suite, key card in hand. The elevator reached the top floor, and with one hand in his pocket, Lu Jingli walked towards the room, which was at the end of the corridor. Arriving at the door, he swiped the card, and the door opened with a beep. Before he opened the door, Lu Jingli had an awkward thought. It was only because he was curious that he had come to take a look. What was he going to do if the woman inside fell for him and wouldn't let him go? Even though he didn't believe in marriage, he was still an honorable man, and would only accept serious relationships. The door finally swung open with a squeak. After opening the door, he saw a king-sized bed covered in red rose petals. A woman was lying in the middle, and through the rose petals, he could tell that the nightgown was transparent. Her long legs were white and slender. These beautiful legs were already enough to make any guy fall head over heels. Zhu Shangcheng had really gone all out this time. Lu Jingli took another 2 steps while he was thinking, then he saw the woman's face. Even though her eyes were covered by a white lace cloth, he could still recognize who the woman on the bed was. Holy Mother of F. Lu Jingli was so scared that he jumped and fell backwards, as if he had seen a ferocious beast, and his whole body slammed into the door with a loud sound. Immediately after that, he banged the door shut and ran like the wind downstairs. He ran wildly to the entrance of the parking garage, and saw Lu Tingxiao's car coming out. He immediately flew over to block the car's path. With a loud screech from the brakes, Lu Tingxiao barely stopped the car in time, and his expression was very ugly. Li Jingli slapped repeatedly on the car window, and before Lu Tingxiao could open his mouth to lecture him, he dragged him out of the car and urged him on as if their house was on fire. "Brother, come with me, quickly." "What is it?" "It's urgent. An urgent matter. Just come with me and you'll find out. There is only one thing I care about now. I know right now you're only thinking about sister-in-law, this has something to do with her." Lu Tingxiao followed him immediately. In this way, the two of them rushed back to Presidential Suite 808. Lu Tingxiao glanced at the door in front of him, his face cold as a glacier. His eyes said that Lu Jingli better have a good explanation for why he had suddenly dragged him here. Lu Jingli wiped his face and opened the electronic lock with a beep. "Go see for yourself." Hearing this, Lu Tingxiao's expression changed slightly, and he reacted almost immediately. Could it be, the person in the room was? In the next second, Lu Tingxiao stretched out his arm and quickly pushed the door open, and with one look he was struck dumb. The air quickly became very cold, and the man's eyes were like blades piercing Lu Jingli. "Did you see?" Lu Jingli was so frightened that he stuck to the doorframe, and said in a weak tone, "If I didn't see her, how would I have known she is my sister-in-law? Don't tell me you're jealous over even that. She's covered with petals, and I couldn't see anything. Besides, if it wasn't for my curiosity, I wouldn't have realized it was her. Who knows what could have happened to her tonight? No matter what, my merits outweigh my shortcomings, okay? Except for darling little treasure baby. Where else can you find as godly an assistant as me? Lu Tingxiao, out. Yes, thank you for your kindness, my lord." Lu Jingli, who had had a narrow escape, immediately and swiftly retreated. He already knew curiosity killed the cat, but even if he had escaped death 10,000 times already, he still couldn't break this bad habit. After Lu Jingli left, Lu Tingxiao immediately closed the door. 10 steps away from the bed, his mind instantly went blank. It was a big, white bed, and covered in red petals atop it was skin white as porcelain. The girl's eyelashes trembled under a strip of lace cloth. A thin layer of sweat made the material of what she was wearing cling tightly to her body. Her toes, white as jade, were curled up because of extreme fear and anxiety. This scene was simply cruel torture for Lu Tingxiao, who had endured for a very long time. He felt his throat dry up, and his collar felt so tight he almost couldn't breathe, so he reached up to roughly loosen his tie. Probably because the noise made by the movement was so loud, the girl in the bed was instantly so startled that her whole being began to tremble, and she tried with slight movements to get off the bed. But it seemed she had been drugged, so she had no strength at all. After so much effort, she only moved less than 2 centimeters, and was so tired that she gasped for breath, her chest heaving and the hair at her temples wet with sweat. Such a scene was like a drop of water splashing into boiling oil. As if he was bewitched and under someone else's control, Lu Tingxiao's legs carried him step by step to the bed until he stood beside it. The girl was keenly aware of someone standing by the bed, and she was biting down on her lip hard enough to tear it. She struggled even harder to escape. Lu Tingxiao was in a trance, and he slowly reached out to the girl. The rough pad of one finger finally touched the skin that he had desired for so long, and it felt like the heat traveled through his finger to burn up his whole being. But in the next second, there was a sudden, sharp pain in his finger. The girl had bitten him hard. Bright red blood quickly welled up from the wound on his finger. Seeing the girl's red lips bite down on his finger, even his pain turned to delight. Lu Tingxiao felt he was quickly going crazy. Even the pain didn't clear his head, but in that instant, the girl who had bitten him suddenly lost her strength, and her face showed empty despair. It was like he had been dunked in cold water, and he came to his senses completely. Damn it! What the hell was he doing? He clearly knew how scared she was at that moment, that every minute and every second in darkness was all torture and suffering for her. Lu Tingxiao quickly reached out to remove the lace cloth covering her eyes. The girl's eyelashes flickered violently, then she opened her eyes slowly, like a slow-motion replay of Sleeping Beauty waking up after 1,000 years of deep sleep. In the next second, the girl opened her eyes completely. In the instant that the man's figure was reflected in her limpid and despairing eyes, she froze in confusion at first, then her eyes quickly misted over with tears, which became large drops that rolled down her face one after another, in a seemingly endless fall. Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao was completely flustered by the girl's tears. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? I'm sorry I'm late. Don't cry, I'll take you to the hospital. Please don't cry. His heart almost stopped beating. Ning Xi's eyes were red and her tears still wouldn't stop flowing. She stretched out her hands, but dropped them halfway. Do you want to get up? Lu Tingxiao immediately leaned over to help her sit up. As he was about to help her off the bed, the girl suddenly put her arms around his neck and burrowed her head in his shoulder. She cried hard, her body shaking and her tears quickly making his clothes wet as they flowed down his neck. Lu Tingxiao's heart felt like it had been stabbed. He patted her gently on the back with one wide palm, as if he was handling fragile glass. Don't be afraid, it's all right now, it's all right, I'm sorry. Because of the extreme panic and fear, Ning Xi cried for over 10 minutes before she stopped, then started to hiccup. Lu Tingxiao patiently helped her to smooth out her breathing, but he was afraid to startle her, so he didn't dare move his stiff body. After a long time, Ning Xi finally calmed down, and said hoarsely in his ears in a soft and helpless voice, "Luckily it's you." She said, "Luckily it's you." These words struck him hard in his heart, and echoed over and over again. Maybe she herself didn't realize it, but somehow along the way, she had already come to trust him so much. With some effort, Ning Xi gave him a slight, bitter smile as she said disjointedly, "Lu Tingxiao, you don't know, it's been a really bad day for me. Before I saw you, I was already doubting my life, I was already giving up on this world." She had thought that she was indestructible and that nothing could keep her down, but when what happened that night 5 years ago had been about to happen again, she couldn't take it anymore, and broke down. She had already thought about it, that even if Zhu Shangcheng didn't use her himself, he would definitely give her to some other person. Birds of a feather flocked together, so any man who mixed around with Zhu Shangcheng would definitely be even more disgusting than him. At this moment, she was so glad that her guess had been wrong. She never expected that the person Zhu Shangcheng wanted to please would actually be Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but when he spoke, his voice was gentle. "I'm sorry, I'm the one who got you involved. I only meant to rescue you that night, but Zhu Shangcheng misunderstood the situation. I never anticipated that he would do such a thing. How can I blame you? You did it to help me." Only then did Ning Xi realize that she was still leaning against his shoulder, and she tried to get up as she said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I've dirtied your clothes." The girl knelt there with tears on her cheeks. Without the petals to cover her, the material she was wearing was so thin, it was as if she was wearing nothing at all. Lu Tingxiao coughed slightly and looked away. "It's fine." Ning Xi's body shook as soon as she stood up, and Lu Tingxiao quickly steadied her. "Are you all right? I'll take you to the hospital." Ning Xi blushed and she shook her head. "It's no use going to the hospital for this type of drug." Lu Tingxiao, can I ask one thing of you?" "What?" Lu Tingxiao's nerves became tightened subconsciously. "That piece of cloth for blindfolding, can you use it to blindfold me again?" Ning Xi requested in a low voice. A look of startle flickered across Lu Tingxiao's face. "Why?" Ning Xi said with resignation. "Because, out of sight, out of mind." Although the remark of Ning Xi was very inexplicable, but Lu Tingxiao understood instantly. With a slight cough, he picked up the white lace cloth that had been thrown to the ground, gently covered her eyes and tied it. The desire inside Ning Xi's body flamed up the instant Lu Tingxiao came near, so she hurried to silently read, "Null is 0 and sex is 0. The turmoil in her body slightly calmed down until he had a safe distance from her and her eyes became dark again. If the one who came was a wretched sick man like Zhu Shangcheng, but it was Lu Tingxiao. For her who had had aphrodisiac, Lu Tingxiao was a catalyst that infinitely amplified the drug effect and could make her have lethal chemical reaction. "Is it okay?" asked Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi nodded. "I have another thing need to bother you. I have no strength at all. Would you please help me go to the bathroom? It'll be okay for me to take a cold bath." "Wait a minute, I'll get you water first." "Thanks." The sound of a crash in the bathroom was clear and audible in the quiet room. It was the same situation that her eyes couldn't see, but she felt matchlessly secure. A moment later, the sound of water stopped, and the sound of footsteps came into his ear. "Can you walk?" asked Lu Tingxiao. "I should be okay. Just help me up." Lu Tingxiao stretched out his arm to help her up, and very considerately kept distance with her, only using arms to touch her. After the body of Ning Xi finally dipped into the cold water, she sighed comfortably. Lu Tingxiao became nervous. "I'm going out first. If you have something, you can call me. Don't bath too long to catch a cold." "Okay." Lu Tingxiao turned away and left. His figure was in some haste and discomfiture, as if he was running away. After going out, Lu Tingxiao pulled the hotel door open, and then saw a figure who fell flop in the room without being supported. When Lu Tingxiao climbed up and slapped his butt, he peered into the house, behaving stealthily like a thief. "Oh, haha, I just worry about you, just worry, absolutely don't want to gossip." Lu Tingxiao, who seemed to have expected he would hide at the door, said in a cold voice, "Fetch me the papers in the car." Lu Jingli's mouth opened like an, "Oh, brother, do you make a mistake? You're going to read papers in this case? Are you a man?" Lu Tingxiao gave him a glance flashing with knives and swords. "Need I prove to you?" No. You needn't. I'll go at once. At once." The proving method of his brother must be a specially masculine beating. After bringing the papers upstairs, Lu Jingli listened to the faint sound of water, sighing with extreme grief. What cold bath! Be decisive and be the antidote for her in person. What a waste. Too wasteful. Lu Tingxiao, you can leave now. Actually, I don't want to leave. Actually, I want to stay. Stay with you each spring, summer, autumn and winter. When Lu Jingli sang, he incomparably wistfully left. Back in the room, Lu Tingxiao tried hard to ignore the blurry figure behind the frosted door in the bathroom and forced himself to focus on the papers in his hand. Well, it was rather efficient. He had read 2 pages for half an hour. Just then, there came a sudden cry of Ning Xi in the bathroom. "Lu Tingxiao! Lu Tingxiao! Lu Tingxiao!" Lu Tingxiao quickly dropped the things in his hands and ran to the bathroom door. "Ning Xi, what's the matter?" "Lu Tingxiao, I'm here. Come in. Go in. Hurry up. Hurry up. Ah, what's wrong?" Lu Tingxiao's tone became more and more nervous, but he didn't dare to rashly open the door. "I have a cramp in my leg. Hurry up and help me. Ouch." Lu Tingxiao face-palmed, both relieved and resigned, and hurriedly opened the door to enter. Because the water was cold and there was no steam inside, her wet clothes were completely transparent, and Lu Tingxiao's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Although he wasn't drugged, the extent of his suffering at the moment was not any less than Ning Xi's. "Lu Tingxiao, Lu Tingxiao." Ning Xi's urging brought him back to his senses, and he quickly walked over. "Which leg?" "Right leg, right leg." Ning Xi's face was white with pain. Lu Tingxiao stopped thinking so much, and promptly took hold of her ankle with one hand and stretched and massaged her thigh with the other. "How is it?" "No good, no good. It's still cramping. Harder." "What about now?" "Ah, it hurts. Softer. Is it all right now?" Almost, comma." In just a few minutes, Lu Tingxiao was wet through with sweat. Exhausted, he gently lowered her leg. In the next second, out of the corner of his eye, Lu Tingxiao suddenly noticed that there were several harsh, red marks on her torso and legs, and his face instantly turned cold. "What is that on your body? Did Zhu Shangcheng hurt you?" "On my body." Ning Xi subconsciously stroked where it ached on her thigh. "Do you mean here? These are from the suspension wires today." Only then did Lu Tingxiao's face relax, but then he frowned. "I'll buy you some medicine." Saying that, he looked at her in concern. "Come out of the bath any longer and you'll get sick." Ning Xi subconsciously pulled herself a little further under the water, and stretched out 10 fingers. 10 minutes. Give me 10 more minutes. I was almost ready earlier, but then you came in, so. Lu Tingxiao, all right. Lu Tingxiao left the bathroom, and opened the door of the hotel room again. Sure enough, Lu Jingli rolled inside again. "Lu Tingxiao." "Lu Jingli." Lu Jingli got up in a second, and bowed. "I'm sorry, brother, I'll leave at once." "Wait, go downstairs and help buy me some medicine." Lu Tingxiao stopped him. "What medicine?" Lu Jingli wagged his big tail. There was an ambiguous expression on his face. For swelling and bruising, something like that. Lu Jingli's eyes instantly lit up like a light bulb. Brother, did you finally demonstrate your prowess? Lu Tingxiao stared coldly at him. Lu Jingli, I'm sorry, I was wrong. How can you do so in such a short period of time? Your humble servant will run errands at once. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Jingli came running back with the medicine he bought, and he said brazenly, Brother, how about you let me directly guard the door, and I'll run errands for you anytime you need it. Lu Tingxiao looked sideways at him. If I see you again for the 3rd time, the consequences will be very severe. Lu Jingli could only sigh regretfully, then he slyly took a small, square box out of his pocket. Brother, I also bought this, it's definitely better than whatever the hotel has to offer. Are you sure you don't need it? Ouch. Lu Jingli was kicked out. After putting down the medicine, Lu Tingxiao was about to knock at the bathroom door to ask whether Ning Xi was done, when it was pulled open from inside with a bang. Ning Xi was wrapped up tightly in a huge bath towel, and she was hopping up and down like a caterpillar as she came running out. Watch out! Lu Tingxiao was worried that she could not see and would fall down, so he hurriedly came over to help her. Ning Xi sighed and said meaningfully, It's not me that should be careful, it's you, Lu Tingxiao. What do I need to be careful of? Lu Tingxiao didn't understand. Ning Xi looked at him matter-of-factly. Be careful of me, of course. My strength has recovered a bit after bathing for a while, but the fire in my body could erupt at any time, like a dormant volcano. So it's better if you stay away from me. If my inner beast comes out, the consequences would be terrible. Let me tell you, even I am afraid of myself when I go crazy. The corner of Lu Tingxiao's mouth tilted upwards slightly. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh at her exaggerated words. In fact, he looked forward to such a consequence. The medicine is here, do you need me to help you? Lu Tingxiao asked. Of course not. For the sake of your virtue, I better do it myself. Ning Xi said righteously. My virtue, Lu Tingxiao curled his lips. Ning Xi blinked. Didn't you say before that you would only accept a sexual relationship as part of marriage? This type of good man who was disciplined and righteous was like a needle in a haystack. She would be committing a huge sin if she was the one to destroy his principles. Lu Tingxiao pinched the skin between his eyebrows. Was it too late for him now to take those words back? Ning Xi then said vaguely, I'm not wearing clothes inside. Lu Tingxiao nodded, handed her the medicine, then stepped back. I'll wait for you outside. Okay, oh, by the way, please help me see if my own clothes and bag are outside. Okay. Lu Tingxiao walked into the living room, and after a short search, found a clothes basket in one corner with all of Ning Xi's things inside. There was a flash of light inside her bag. It was an incoming call on her phone, which she had muted. Lu Tingxiao took a casual glance, and in the next second, his pupils abruptly contracted. 2 letters flashed clearly on the caller display, YS. It was the man whose identity he hadn't been able to discover until now. The call didn't cut off, and the screen kept flashing. Lu Tingxiao stared at it for 10 seconds, then with slender fingers, picked up the phone and pressed the button to accept the call. On the other end of the line, there was a faint sound like someone pouring wine, and then came a husky male voice. Hello, sissy, did you receive the gift? Happy birthday. Lu Tingxiao said nothing. Hello. About 5 seconds later, as Lu Tingxiao wondered whether the man would say anything more, that slightly evil-sounding voice sounded again. Hey, you aren't Ning Xi, are you? Lu Tingxiao remained silent. Following that was the familiar sound of a wine glass tapping against glassware, and the man continued to speak in an interested tone. Then who are you? Let me guess, it must be a man who is still with her at this time of night, a one-night stand. Or are you dating? The man paused, then chuckled huskily before speaking in a tone filled with dangerous malice. Hey, if you're in a relationship, then has she told you, she has one foot in 2 camps? Yes, that's right, the other camp is me. What did he mean? Just as Lu Tingxiao was about to prod him for more information, the phone suddenly went dark. It had actually running out of battery, and had turned off automatically. They had been thinking that YS was one of Ning Xi's ex-boyfriends. But hearing what the person had said on the phone, were he and Ning Xi still together? Otherwise, why would he use the phrase, have a foot in both camps? Ning Xi had a boyfriend, but she just never mentioned it. At the thought of this possibility, Lu Tingxiao's face instantly turned stormy. But he calmed down quickly, since he couldn't exclude the very high possibility that the other party had deliberately said such a thing to strike his love rival a blow. Lu Tingxiao, I've rubbed on the medicine. Are my things here? Yes. Lu Tingxiao came to himself, and took her things in. After Ning Xi changed her clothes, Lu Tingxiao walked in again. After changing into her own clothes, Ning Xi felt much more comfortable. The atmosphere was also not that strange anymore, so she took the blindfold off. As soon as she removed the blindfold, she saw Lu Tingxiao looking at her with a complicated expression. She subconsciously touched her face and asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Lu Tingxiao sat down by the bed. "Can you tell me about yourself, Ning Xi?" "About me? What about me? Anything is fine." Ning Xi was sure that Lu Tingxiao was deliberately trying to distract her, so she thought for a while before she said, "In that case, let me tell you something about my hometown." It was not the answer he expected, but it was just using different means to reach the same goal, and it would eventually lead to that matter. Furthermore, it was the only time, and also the first time, that she was speaking about herself in front of him. So Lu Tingxiao nodded. "All right, Lu Tingxiao, there is a small town outside Sea City called Chunfeng Town. Do you know it?" It's so small, you definitely wouldn't." "I do, the scenery is not bad. Was less than hero in troubled times greater than shot there." When Ning Xi heard this, she became excited. Yes, you actually do know. The scene in Less Than Hero in Troubled Times Greater Than where the actor and the actress make love in the billowing wheat was shot in our town." Ah, damn, making love. Why did she mention making love at this time? She was talking so much to forget about the topic of making love. Ning Xi hurriedly cut off this dangerous talk. Cough. "The main point is that because the town isn't developed, the environment is especially good and the air is especially great. A few years ago, Lu Jingli made some noise about going fishing there, but I was busy with work at the time, so I didn't go," Lu Tingxiao said a little regretfully. If he had gone at that time, would he have met her a little earlier? In a sense, Lu Jingli really was the matchmaker for him and Ning Xi. Although he hadn't gone, he had still met her later. It was also only because Lu Jingli had taken Little Treasure to the bar that everything else happened. He would reward him properly when he got back. Then if you have the chance, you have to go at least once, you definitely won't be disappointed. I can be your guide then." When she spoke of her hometown, Ning Xi's face was full of excitement, but it slowly darkened. Over 20 years ago, the air was better. Back then, a lot of rich people would come on holiday, and there were even a number of them who came because of their pregnancies, including the Ning family's Madame Zhuang Lingyu, 24 years ago. With these words, Ning Xi suddenly became silent. Lu Tingxiao didn't urge her to continue, and quietly waited. Ning Xi took a deep breath, and continued her story. Madame Ning had planned to stay in Chunfeng Town while she was pregnant, then go back for the delivery. Unexpectedly, she accidentally induced labor, and the child was born premature. Because they couldn't get back to the city in time, she was sent to a small hospital in Chunfeng Town. That night, there was another pregnant woman who was also admitted. Then, Lu Tingxiao asked, even though he could already guess what happened after that. Ning Xi shrugged. Then it was all drama. That small hospital didn't have enough staff and was poorly managed. They mixed the two baby girls up, and made a mistake that lasted 18 years. Do you know Ning Shuiluo even has the same blood type as me, that's why nobody realized anything. Then how did they find out? Ning Xi turned her head and smiled at Lu Tingxiao. As for that, it was thanks to my wild second uncle. Ning Yaobang. Lu Tingxiao had heard of this person, but didn't really know him. He only knew that back then, he had been a well-known playboy in the capital. That's right, my second uncle was a total player, and he was still fooling around with women outside even after he got married. He messed up a lot of lives, and in the end, had 1 son and 3 daughters in total. The Ning family wasn't sure if it was a feng shui problem, but in this generation, Ning Yaohua and Ning Yaobang just couldn't have boys, so that illegitimate son of my second uncle became the only male Ning heir in my generation. My second uncle was especially cocky when he thought his son could inherit the family's fortune, but who would have thought that he would later find out that his male heir wasn't even his real son. That outside woman had totally cuckolded him, haha. Then can you guess what happened after that? Lu Tingxiao really loved how Ning Xi's eyes sparkled. He thought for a bit. Your grandfather was angry, and had DNA tests done for all the Ning family grandchildren, and found out that Ning Xueluo wasn't a Ning family member. Ning Xi's head was covered with black lines. Couldn't you have just played along? There's really no fun trying to keep you in suspense. Lu Tingxiao laughed lightly. Sorry, I'll do better next time. Ning Xi humphed, and continued. After they investigated, they realized that Ning Xueluo and I had been accidentally switched at the hospital that year, so I was taken back to the Ning family. Hearing her breezy tone when she said this, Lu Tingxiao rubbed her head gently. They didn't treat you well. Ning Xi didn't think anything of it at first, but when Lu Tingxiao patted her gently on the head, for some reason, she suddenly felt that she had really been treated unjustly. As expected, you only realize how aggrieved you are when someone cares for you. If no one cares about you, who would you share your sorrows with? Seeing Ning Xi's depressed mood, Lu Tingxiao opened his arms wide. I can lend you my embrace. Ning Xi startled, and she turned her head. No, do you understand that this would be tempting me into committing a crime against you? Lu Tingxiao didn't say anything, just kept looking at her. What about your foster parents? Did they treat you well? Talking about her foster parents, Ning Xi's mood lifted a bit. My grandmother favored sons over daughters, and really didn't like me. When I was born, she almost drowned me in the river, and she also once ditched me somewhere. But my dad found me and brought me back. My mom, she was also very good to me. I also have a thoughtful and obedient little brother. Hearing how she had almost been drowned or thrown away, Lu Tingxiao's heart clenched. And when she talked about her mother, her expression had seemed a little off, but he didn't ask further. I really like my old family. When they told me I wasn't their real daughter, I felt my whole world crumbling down. But the Ning family is too powerful, I couldn't make any other choice. Back then, if I had rejected them with all my being, there might have been the slight chance that I could have stayed. Ning Xi sighed. But that time, I was in love with a man, and needed a status to match his. A light flashed in Lu Tingxiao's eyes. Su Yan. Ning Xi nodded, then smiled. Do you think it's strange how a country girl like me back then could have met a young master like Su Yan? Before Lu Tingxiao guessed the situation again, Ning Xi also didn't keep him in suspense, and directly answered her own question. Su Yan's lungs weren't very good when he was little, so for 7 years, he stayed in the countryside in the house next to mine. The first time I met him was when I found him collapsed on the road, so I carried him on my back and took him home. So we got to know each other after that, and we fell in love. Childhood friends and innocent playmates, how beautiful. Hey, but in the end, reality showed me it wasn't a Cinderella story, but the story of Mr. Guo and the wolf. No need to be sad, he's not good enough for you. Lu Tingxiao comforted her. She never expected to somehow end up talking about her ex-boyfriend with Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi scratched her head, and felt a little awkward. That was off topic. Back to the Ning family. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu hated to let go of Ning Xueluo, whom they had raised for 18 years, so when I went back, they didn't give Ning Xueluo back to the Tang family, and to the Ning family, Ning Xueluo was still the apple of their eye. Then you can probably guess the rest. You can't make up for an 18-year gap overnight. In front of Ning Xueluo, who grew up in a wealthy and powerful family, and who had received 18 years of an elite education, I was an uncultured country bumpkin. I was too naive back then, and at first I actually thought she was my friend. But she abused my trust, and tricked me into believing that I could drink the lemon water for washing hands, and gave me an imitation dress to wear for a banquet. One by one, she used these tricks to drive me out of the Ning family's social circle. The people in the circle were all already familiar with Ning Xueluo, and were all on her side. They treated me well on the surface, but in private laughed at me for being a hick. Even my own biological parents hated my existence, and felt that I was a stain on their name. Then it was Su Yan. After Su Yan, my reputation, my innocence, my dignity, the things most important to a girl, they were all ruined and destroyed. Ning Xi slowly hugged her knees. Today on set, There was a problem with a prop. I accidentally used my sword to injure Ning Xi. At the hospital, my mother, my biological mother, didn't ask me a single thing before she slapped me, and my biological father had nothing but blame and threats for me. Ning Xi stared blankly outside the window at a night that was black as ink, and her voice sounded far away. For some reason earlier, everything I had been holding in for 5 years suddenly broke. I suddenly felt that everything was meaningless, that I was such a failure. Was it because I was so terrible that everyone hated me? Trying hard for so long, was it worth it? As soon as she finished, Lu Tingxiao suddenly grabbed onto her shoulders tightly. Ning Xi, look at me. Not everybody hates you, they are the ones who are terrible. Understand? Ning Xi's eyes reddened slightly. No matter how hard she tried to pretend she was fine, she was still only a girl just over 20 years old. Lu Tingxiao pulled her into his arms and gently kissed the top of her head. Ning Xi only felt a slight weight on her head, and didn't know what it was. Lu Tingxiao gave her a deep stare and said seriously, Ning Xi, if you doubt yourself, then try believing in me. You are more than good enough. In this world, no one is better than you. Ning Xi broke into laughter. Of course I believe Big Boss Lu's words. Lu Tingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. That earlier moment had alarmed him immensely, to see her lose all hope. After a short silence, Lu Tingxiao spoke up. Ning Xi, can I ask you something? Mr. Guo and the Wolf is from the Chinese fairy tale The Wolf of Zhongxin, which tells the story of a wolf's ingratitude after being saved by a scholar. What is it? Ning Xi tilted her head. Was it because he liked her, so no matter what she did, he thought it was cute? Lu Tingxiao couldn't help touching her little head lovingly. Do you like diamonds? Ah, Ning Xi hadn't expected that he would suddenly ask such a strange question. Why do you ask? Today is your birthday. Little Treasure helped me prepare a birthday gift for you. It seems he picked out diamonds. I'm helping him ask in case you don't like it. Lu Tingxiao acted normal. So it's like that. Ning Xi scratched her head, then said, well, diamonds are supposed to be a girl's best friend, right? But it's just a birthday, and he's a little kid, he shouldn't be getting me something so expensive, so I'll have to say no. Something handmade would be better. Lu Tingxiao said casually, it's not something so costly, unlike the one you received on set that day, which was truly valuable. I'm just worried that after seeing that, anything else would pale in comparison for you. Hearing that, Ning Xi immediately facepalmed. So you also know about that. News really does travel fast. Don't compare yourself with that weirdo, he's mental. Is that person your boyfriend? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi almost choked on her own saliva. Cough, no way. What made you think of something as scary as that? Because you seemed really close, Lu Tingxiao said in a slightly despondent voice. Ning Xi's head hurt. My god, how is that close? Is scolding someone for being mental considered being close? Lu Tingxiao nodded. To me it is. You are always so polite with me, and have never been frank or sharp with me. Ning Xi simply didn't know what to say. Was Big Demon King Lu secretly a masochist? Did he like being treated a little more harshly? In short, he has nothing to do with me now. He's just mental, and stupidly likes to throw diamonds at people. If I ever see him again, I'll definitely throw it right back at him. Ning Xi said in a relaxed tone, but there was a hint of dread when she was talking about that person. Nothing to do with you now, then does that mean there was something there before? Lu Tingxiao picked up on this point specifically. Ning Xi coughed. That, you could maybe say we dated before, if just one day counts. For some reason, Ning Xi cared about Lu Tingxiao's opinion of her. She grabbed her hair. Lu Tingxiao, do you think it's bad of me to have dated so many guys before? Lu Tingxiao looked very serious, and replied as if he was answering an extremely important question. No, everyone has their own way of living, and they have things they don't want anyone else to know. People who don't know the truth have no right to stand on a high pedestal and punish or denounce other people. Ning Xi's heart was warmed, and she smiled. Lu Tingxiao, you sound like my brainless fan. No matter what I say, you'll think I'm correct, right? Brainless fan. Lu Tingxiao didn't quite understand what this meant. That's right, it describes those completely irrational fans who support their idols whether they're right or wrong. Lu Tingxiao thought for a while, then murmured, That's very accurate. Ning Xi. Ning Xi looked like she was silently struggling to contain some kind of emotion, and after a long beat, she sighed deeply. Lu Tingxiao, do you know? What? Do you know, you are scarier than the aphrodisiac. The look on Ning Xi's face was twisted as she pulled on her collar. Sheet, they had chatted for so long to distract her, but it had been all in vain. How did this man start hitting on her without warning? The scariest thing was that he actually didn't realize he was doing it at all. If the saying was that no action was the best type of action, and no flirting was the strongest form of flirting, then this was the highest level of flirting, P2E P2E P2E. Her brain was already in a mess, and she didn't know what weird things she was thinking about. Are you feeling unwell again? Seeing her condition, Lu Tingxiao's expression immediately turned tense. Ning Xi rubbed her throbbing temples. It wasn't as simple as just feeling unwell. This tide that had surged again was scarier than the first one. In her eyes right now, Lu Tingxiao was just like the male lead in a shoujo series, who came with his own emotional background music and romantic pink cherry blossoms special effects. Her inner reason clashed with the intense, bewitching, pink rays of light he brought with him, and she felt like she was quickly being possessed. In just a few short seconds, Ning Xi had started gasping for breath and was sweating profusely. Seeing this sudden change, Lu Tingxiao's own expression immediately changed. Where does it hurt? Weren't you already feeling better? What kind of pain? Is it that, or something else? Lu Tingxiao felt slightly embarrassed when he remembered what she said earlier about him being scarier than the aphrodisiac. This was perhaps the biggest compliment he had ever gotten. There was a red light in Ning Xi's eyes, and she stared at him without blinking. Under that gaze, Lu Tingxiao felt as if his body was on fire. With some effort, Ning Xi shook her head, then threw herself onto the big bed and looked at the ceiling helplessly. I think I still have to endure it tonight, Lu Tingxiao. If I lose control of myself later, remember that you have to knock me out. Lu Tingxiao muttered, actually, I could. Ning Xi immediately stopped him. Stop, don't say it. Please my lord boss, pardon me, this humble servant right now is unable to take any more of your flirting. Lu Tingxiao lifted an eyebrow. What are you thinking? I was saying, I could leave the room. Oh, Ning Xi was embarrassed as she rubbed her nose and murmured, but it's too boring to stay by myself. She was embarrassed to say that she would be scared. Lu Tingxiao understood her worries, and asked gently, how about we go home? Go home. Ning Xi was in a daze after hearing those two words, for it was the image of the Lu residence which instantly and naturally popped into her head. Better not, in my current state, she didn't want to bring this utter filth back to that place. Out of the corner of her eye, Ning Xi saw documents and laptop which Lu Tingxiao had placed by the side of the bed. You do your own thing. If I meditate for a bit, I won't run or do anything rash. Lu Tingxiao smiled. Okay. In the quiet hotel room, there was only the sound of the clacking of keys on the keyboard. It was like the gentlest lullaby in the world. With a peaceful expression, the girl slowly closed her eyes. Noticing the long, steady breaths next to him, Lu Tingxiao stopped what he was doing, and carefully covered her with the blanket. The girl made an indistinct noise, then unconsciously grabbed his finger and murmured, Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao's body trembled, and there was an incomparably moved expression on his face. She was calling his name. Yes, don't be scared, I am here. Lu Tingxiao bent down, and his appearance was gentle as he kissed the corner of her mouth. But tangled up in that gentle appearance was a dark cloud of turmoil. Shoujo is Japanese for young girl. Ning Xi, what should I do? I'm not as good as you think I am. It frightens me sometimes when you look at me with such trusting eyes. If one day you find out that I'm really not what you think I am, would you leave me? At 5 in the morning, Lu Tingxiao was woken up by the sound of the doorbell. He opened the door to see Lu Jingli standing outside anxiously. Brother, don't get mad at me, this is really urgent. If you don't go home now, little treasure will tear the whole house apart. They couldn't get in touch with you, and Ning Xi's phone isn't working, so I had no choice but to come here. At this moment behind him, Ning Xi instantly sounded wide awake. What's wrong with little treasure? I'm going back right now. Saying that, She grabbed her bag in passing and helped pack up Lu Tingxiao's things in 10 seconds. Let's go, let's go. The three of them rushed back to the Lu residence. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Ning Xi was stunned. What's going on? What are those? Ning Xi rubbed her eyes, and stared in shock at the shiny, silver man-shaped figures walking around. She felt as if she'd traveled to a different dimension. Lu Jingli blinked. Can't you tell? They're robots. Ning Xi almost went crazy. Of course I can see that, but why are there so many of them? Lu Jingli's head hurt. This is one of Little Treasure's hobbies, it's just that he hasn't taken them out in a while. But now that he's been provoked, he's put them all out, like zombies attacking the city. They could see a few dozen robots on the spot, and they were all wrecking things. Digging up the ground, running around crazily, knocking into trees, destroying flowers, one even lifted a maid up. Nearby, the servants cried out in alarm. The whole scene was a mess. Seeing that the maid was about to fall out of the robot's arms, Ning Xi opened the car door and rushed over to catch the girl before she hit the ground. Are you okay, Wan Wan? Wan Wan was still in shock as she patted her chest, then she looked at Ning Xi thankfully. Thank you, Miss Xiao Xi. You've returned, please go see little young master quickly. At the Lu residence, all the servants, especially the maids, took a hostile attitude towards Ning Xi. They just didn't dare show it in front of her. But Wan Wan had helped Little Treasure bring fresh juice to Ning Xi on set often, so she started to get to know Ning Xi more, and she felt that Ning Xi wasn't taking advantage of the doting attention from eldest young master and little young master, and wasn't an overbearing bully for it. She was very modest and spoke well, so Wan Wan had a very good impression of her. Seeing how Ning Xi had nimbly taken action as the hero saving the beauty, in the car, Lu Tingxiao had a helpless expression on his face. Lu Jingli stuck his head out of the car window and cried plaintively, Xiao Xi, you're not supposed to do that. You stole my job. Ouch. Help. As he was speaking, a robot had clamped onto one of his arms. Brother, save me, hurry up and turn these things off. Right after he made noise about being the hero to save the damsel, Lu Jingli now had to be rescued himself. Lu Tingxiao had on an expression of someone who wanted to help, but didn't know how. Little Treasure changed the program last time, I'll need an hour to crack it. An hour. Then I'm going to lose my arm. Ah, hurts. Then where is Little Treasure now? Ning Xi hurriedly asked. He should be in the computer room. Lu Tingxiao swiftly came out of the car. I'll take you there. Okay. The two of them ran to the computer room quickly. Lu Jingli watched their backs as they left. Two of you, hurry. A moment later, Lu Tingxiao told the butler to prepare a small open-top car, similar to a sightseeing car, and swiftly brought her to a small, detached building behind the golf course. The shape and design of the house was utterly fantastic. It looked like it was made of glass or some unknown metal. With one look, she could tell it was especially high-tech and had a very futuristic feel. The Lu residence was too big. Ning Xi had lived there for so many days and still hadn't seen everything. This was the first time she had come to this place. There is a mechanical device at the base of the house which turns with the sun. The coating on the exterior walls of the house can absorb solar energy, and everything inside the house is solar-powered. The housekeeper and the servant are all robots, Lu Tingxiao explained as if he were a tour guide. So cool. Ning Xi's face lit up. She was so excited, she looked like a little kid. If you like it, you can come and play whenever you want. I'll set up the access rights for you later. I didn't think you would be interested in this type of thing, which is why I never brought you here, Lu Tingxiao said. No, I actually really love this type of thing. When I was a child, I always dreamt of being taken away by an alien spaceship one day, and when I was older, I thought about falling in love with a robot. Ah, it's so romantic just thinking about it. Lu Tingxiao, maybe it was better to not give her access after all. They both walked to the door, and no sooner did they see a robot lying on the ground when its eyes suddenly glowed red, as if scanning Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao. Master. After scanning Lu Tingxiao, the robot struggled to speak in an electronic voice. Master. This tragic robot, which could only say, Master, brokenly, and looked like it wanted to disclose something but couldn't, was probably the housekeeper for this computer room. Lu Tingxiao sighed, and opened a panel in the robot's back. She didn't know what he did, but the robot's eyes then became dark, as it stopped reacting. Ning Xi approached nervously and touched it. Why isn't it moving anymore? It's not dead, is it? Ah, that's not right, it hasn't broken down, has it? It's fine, it just needs to be fixed later. Ning Xi sighed with relief. Oh, that's good, otherwise it would be a waste, this one looks very handsome. Lu Tingxiao, maybe it was better to leave it out of commission. Lu Tingxiao wiped his face and entered the main building. Ning Xi followed behind him and looked around with an anxious expression. Where on earth is Little Treasure? The hall was full of robots moving back and forth. When they detected Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao, they immediately turned and took aim at them. Then, they ignored Lu Tingxiao and rushed straight at Ning Xi. Ah, what are they trying to do? Why are they all rushing at me? Ning Xi was startled. Although she was good at fighting, she couldn't beat a robot with an ironclad shell. Lu Tingxiao lifted her up by her armpits and gently moved her from side to side to avoid one robot's mechanical claw. He sighed helplessly, because you don't have access, so they regard you as an intruder. So what do we do now? While they spoke, Ning Xi had been swung from side to side by Lu Tingxiao several times already. Come close to me, Lu Tingxiao ordered her. Ah, how close? Ning Xi said blankly. Little Treasure is in the main control room on the top floor. We have two choices. First, defeat them and break in. How can we fight so many robots? What's the second choice? Her hands already hurt just looking at the material the robots were made out of. She didn't want to fight them. The second, Lu Tingxiao lowered his eyes to look at her. I carry you up, since they won't attack me. Ning Xi blinked, then reached out without the slightest hesitation. Carry me. Seeing the girl open her arms to him of her own volition for the first time, emotion rippled in Lu Tingxiao's cold eyes. Ah, they're coming again. Lu Tingxiao, hurry. Ning Xi had already thrown herself at him. Sure enough, as soon as she stuck to Lu Tingxiao, the robots immediately didn't dare touch her. How amazing. It was only when that warm, soft and sweet-smelling body abruptly rushed at him that Lu Tingxiao, who had been in a trance, finally reacted. He bent and grabbed her around her waist, then walked towards the spiral staircase. This was probably the first time that he had been so close to her when she was clear-headed. He really wished this road would never come to an end. If Lu Jingli knew what his brother was thinking at the moment, When Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi both went upstairs, the robots followed them at a certain distance. Ning Xi put her arms around the man's neck to keep her balance. Breathing in his cool, pleasant scent, and looking at the swarm of robots following them up the curved stairs, she somehow felt that this was an extraordinarily romantic scene. However, this pink bubble didn't last long. Just as they reached the top floor without a hitch, and were about to open the silver-white main door, the robots behind them suddenly made clacking noises, and then lifted their metal arms in unison. The arms stretched and withdrew, and something shot out, like the bullet from a gun. Ning Xi immediately turned pale with fright. Holy shit. Is that for real? I thought they were just toys. Was it really okay to allow a mere 5-year-old to play with such dangerous and lethal things? She didn't know how to criticize Lu Tingxiao's parenting method anymore. Now what do we do? Ning Xi was already ready to cry. They were just looking for Little Treasure. Why did they have to experience so many hardships, as if this was a copy of a game? Lu Tingxiao grabbed her shoulders to push her against the door behind them. Then he used his whole body to cover her, leaning one arm against the door at her back. Ning Xi was silent for 3 seconds, then swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and quietly said, Lord Boss, do you know that you executed the perfect Cape Dawn pose? Cape Dawn. This was clearly another term that Lu Tingxiao didn't understand. Ning Xi face-palmed. My dear, flirting without meaning to is the most deadly of all. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, Ning Xi saw a robot opposite them fire a shot directly at Lu Tingxiao's back. Lu Tingxiao, watch out. But it was too late. Lu Tingxiao was guarding her tightly, and she heard a smothered groan. Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi was thoroughly panicked. I'm fine. Lu Tingxiao raised his head slowly. How can you be fine? Lu Tingxiao, how do you feel? I'll take you to, Ning Xi stopped talking mid-sentence, and her stomach suddenly churned. Lu Tingxiao, you stink, what is that awful smell? With a black face, Lu Tingxiao took off his coat. On the back was something sticky and incredibly disgusting looking. Ning Xi covered her nose. Even as she breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he was fine, she was dumbfounded. What is that thing? Don't tell me it's sheet. Lu Tingxiao flung the coat as far away as possible to the bottom floor, and said emotionlessly, canned herring, it's said to be the smelliest canned food in the world. It was Lu Jingli's idea. Ning Xi curled her lips. Second young master is indeed talented, it's not just smelly, it's really a biochemical weapon. As soon as she stopped speaking, the door behind her all of a sudden opened outwards on its own. Cave Dawn is a trope often used in romance manga, anime series whereby characters trap their love interests against a wall by leaning one or both arms against the wall beside them. In Japanese, cave means wall, and dawn is the sound of something hitting a wall. Let's go. Lu Tingxiao held her hand and walked inside. It was an extremely natural gesture. Ning Xi looked at their joined hands. Even though she knew that Lu Tingxiao was just worried that something else would happen, there was a small, strange feeling inside her heart. The lighting in the control room was really dim, the only illumination present was the cold light from dozens of working computers. Ning Xi followed Lu Tingxiao as they walked past the computers, and finally found Little Treasure beside the biggest machine. Beneath that colossal machine, with countless wires attached to it, Little Treasure looked so small as he sat in a custom-made chair and stared numbly at countless sequences flashing across the screen. Standing next to him was a robot that looked like a smaller version of him. In its hand, it held a gun barrel which was pointed in Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao's direction. Looking at the cold, lifeless expression on Little Treasure's face, Ning Xi felt as if her heart was being squeezed tightly by iron claws, and she almost couldn't breathe from the pain. Little Treasure, she said shakily. Staring at the screen, the little guy didn't react at all. Ning Xi was really scared. She had only heard Lu Tingxiao and the others talk about it before. She had never seen with her own eyes what Little Treasure was like when he was ill. What should we do? This is all my fault. Ning Xi, don't blame yourself, it's all right, this happens to him quite often. Call his name a few times, and he'll be fine, Lu Tingxiao comforted her. In reality, it was only because it was Ning Xi that Lu Tingxiao said that to her. If it had been anyone else, there was no way it would be that easy. With some effort, Ning Xi calmed herself down, and step by step, carefully drew closer to Little Treasure. The little robot's head turned with Ning Xi's every move, but Little Treasure still didn't react. When Ning Xi reached Little Treasure, she bent over slowly, and carefully held one little hand. Little Treasure, Auntie's back. I'm sorry, something happened last night, so Auntie couldn't come back in time. Ning Xi couldn't explain to him what happened, and could only hang her head in pain. She didn't know how much time had passed until suddenly, a little fist appeared in her field of vision. Then, that little fist opened slowly, and in the middle of that soft little palm was a pink hair clip. The clip had 100 little diamonds on it, which formed the shape of a heart, and it twinkled brightly under the cold machine lights. This, Ning Xi immediately lifted her head, both surprised and happy, even though there was still no expression on the little guy's face. On the side, Lu Tingxiao looked at the hair clip in his son's palm, and said, "This is Little Treasure's birthday gift to you." For me, it really was diamonds. At that moment, Ning Xi felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Tingxiao understood her feelings, and explained, "They're just normal crystals, and not expensive." But Little Treasure glued on all 99 crystals himself. Ning Xi was immediately deeply moved after hearing that. She didn't take the hair clip, but said to Little Treasure, "Can you help Auntie put it on?" Little Treasure was a little sluggish when his gaze moved to the hair clip. Then he reached out one small hand, and clumsily pinned the hair clip next to her ear. Ning Xi touched the clip with happiness written all over her face. "Does it look good?" Little Treasure nodded. Finally getting a response from Little Treasure, Ning Xi could no longer help herself, and pulled the little guy into her arms. At the same time, the little robot beside them shot out colorful ribbons with a bang, and started to play a birthday song. Ning Xi teared up when she lifted her head to look at the colorful ribbons fluttering in the air. "Thank you, darling,"